Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. Going to be talking about some nonsensical nonsense. We got a variety of videos directly here, not in any real specific order, so we may go in between, different types of conversations back and forth. Usually a lot of times I try to construct these live streams where everything is just seamless, where it's just like, all right, this is one topic. Now we're moving to the next topic, and now the next topic. It'd be like that. Also good morning on this Tuesday at 10:42. Shout out to those who are just going to come directly into the live streams. Again, notifications don't seemingly go out as they normally would when it deals with this channel because it is what it is. Yo, Bushido, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? So, as the title of the live stream is, "The World We Live In," Part 4. I guess it's Part 4. Yo, what is up, Ty? What is up? What is up? What is up? So, we're going to take a look at this video here, and we're going to listen to these Jamaicans, and of course, the classic Asian woman who is going to tell everybody that Jamaica is not a black country, right?
My fellow Jamaicans, it is abundantly clear to me that there are people who live afar and identify as Jamaicans, but you don't have one of these. So let me set the record straight. Jamaica is not an African nation. It's not a black country. We identify as an ethnically diverse society. People, please just stop it. Out of many, one people, Jamaicans, we do not hyphenate and we do not encourage separation by race. If you are planning a trip to Jamaica and you don't own one of these, you're going to have to book a return flight from where you came. These are the rules. I'm just laying it down for you. And if you overstay your welcome, we put you back on a plane and we send you back, you, not me, you back to the country for which you came.
This is the last time.
So, this is why, because from now on, when I sit up there and think about Jamaica, I'm just going to basically say that the Asians run it. I'm going to say that historically Jamaica has, always been an Asian, type of country. Black Jamaicans are not the face of Jamaica. It is Asians and everybody else. Because as she stated, she was like, "Hey, Jamaica, it's everybody. It's all for one for all, type of deal." And I'm like, wow. I mean, even though I could look at the population and I can clearly say different, but I guess those numbers don't mean anything because clearly this woman, she was like, yeah, Jamaica's not black. Yeah. She was like, Jamaica's not black. It's an everybody country. Woo! So, like I said, I don't need to learn don't nobody need to tell me no type of history about Jamaica because that history doesn't matter. It doesn't exist. Whatever high profile black, Jamaican individuals that may have done something, very prominent there, it don't matter. Their history doesn't matter because it doesn't deal with everybody. Right, like she said before, as a Jamaican, we don't sit up there and look at ourselves as by a color or a race and da 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 da. From one comes many. Like I said, Jamaicans, y'all done did this to yourselves. Y'all done set yourselves up for this, and I don't have no problem with it. Like I said, y'all like it, I love it, no problem. But this is the problem that I do have with Jamaicans. It's great that you believe that for Jamaica. Don't bring that here to the United States. And then I love the fact that this Asian woman can pop up online sitting up there talking about as a Jamaican, they're going to pack people up that basically overstay their visa or whatever it is. I'm like, wow, I'm like, that is crazy because I'm looking directly at you. I can clearly tell that you are Asian. I know where your parents came from, and it wasn't Jamaica. I know where your parents came from. But she got the accent and she grew up there as a child, was probably born there. So she's like, I'm Jamaican. Okay. So you basically say, but again, Jamaicans allow this type of foolishness to take place, and this is the same type of foolishness that they want to allow in these United States when it deals with Black Americans. And I'm going to sit up here and say, you're not doing that as a Black American to Jamaicans. Let's not do this. Let's not do this. We're not doing this here. Y'all can keep all of that nonsense over there in Jamaica. Y'all got that. Y'all got it. Hold that down. Right? It's an everybody country. Jamaica is not a black place. It is not a black country. It doesn't have a high black population, so to say, even though the stats and the numbers say otherwise. But it be like that. It be like that. Y'all got it. Y'all got it.
This is the last time you gotta address this, bad man. The last time. If we think Jamaicans are African descent, of course, bro. Of course we African descent, bro. I'm black, bro. Damn, like I'm tired of like do your research, bro.
I have a friend from Ghana, and we talk a lot about the language and the words and the similarities. We talk about the food, like dukuno. We need to appreciate our ancestry and don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. It's time people wake up. We are Jamaicans, but our bloodline is way deeper than that.
So we saw that, right? So instead of me trying to go back and forth, I like to happen to read, some stuff. And let's just go directly over this real quick, you know. So from what I was able to gather, right? And we like to gather information, look at some stuff, right? This is what it said. It said approximately 92% of Jamaica's population identifies as Black or African descent, according to recent data. This includes a large majority of Afro-Jamaicans, with the remaining population composed of mixed East Indian, Chinese, and European heritage. It is one of the most predominantly African-descended populations in the Caribbeans, right? And then it breaks down by percentages: Black/African-American descent, slash African descent. 92.1% mixed, 6 East Indian, 0.7 Chinese, 0.2. She's at 0.2, and probably also at 0.7. Other 1% includes Europeans and others. Now at the bottom it says some 2024 estimates suggest the breakdown of roughly 76.3% specifically identifying as African, and another 15.1% identifying as Afro-European. Anyways, still placing the total predominantly Black population above 90%. The nation has a very high concentration of African ancestry due to its history as a British slave plantation society. So I'm just trying to figure out, looking at this information, and then going back and listening to obviously this Asian woman, who am I supposed to basically listen to? Am I supposed to look at the stats in the history, or am I supposed to listen to a loudmouth Asian woman basically say that Jamaica is not Black? That's crazy. That's like having Arabs and Asians coming to the Black community and sit up there and say, like, yeah, the Black community ain't Black because we're here. Huh? How we do that? How did we get here? That's crazy. That's crazy. But like I said, this is what happens when you don't put up safeguards. This is what happens when you don't want to respect yourself, when you want to allow any and everybody to come directly up over there. Because realistically, what should have happened is that, just like how she's brave enough to sit up there and say that if my Black American self decided to go to Jamaica, she's like, hey, we could just sit up there and ship you back. The Black Jamaicans should have been shipping everybody back that don't look like them. That's what should have happened. But obviously we can clearly see that just wasn't the case. And because that wasn't the case, this is why you have a takeover of Jamaica, where a lot of the locals are not able to go to the beaches. They're blocked off from the beaches, and they don't have ownership of the beaches. If you don't believe me, you can go on TikTok and listen to Jamaicans there talking about it, and talking about the land grab and everything else that is specifically associated with it. Matter of fact, you can also listen to white folks who are going to Jamaica in there making videos talking about how it is that the locals can't even visit or be on their own beach that is probably 40 to 30 minutes away from their homes. Crazy work. Diabolical. But like I said, it be like that. It be like that. This is why I clearly said, like I said, I'm not gonna go back and forth and even try to debate. As stated before, and let me just reiterate, because maybe you got in here a little bit late. If you got a problem, you can go directly to TikTok and listen to the actual Jamaicans there that are in Jamaica that are talking about the land grab, that are talking about the fact that they don't have ownership, how it is that these other corporations, hotels, or whatnot, or whatever, are doing all of these things. You, like I said, you don't have to listen to me. You don't have to sit up there and take my word directly for it. You can go argue with the. Did you not hear? You said they're not locals. They're machines that were brought into till the. Look here. Look here. You got it. Because you want to win directly in a situation and you ain't trying to listen. You got it. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to go directly to the next topic. Right? So you got it. Who is this? This Sean going back and forth. You got it. You win that. You got it. You got it, brother. Congratulations directly to you. And that'll be the only and the last one that you'll basically get. Because like I said, I don't got time. You can be here, but I'm not about to go back and forth. You got it though. So let's go to the next one. And this is a classic.
You get that? Okay. She's holding. So you cheat and then you wreck the house up. Wow. So you cheat and then you do this. That's really wow. Okay.
Yeah, I am because you're calling me a like I don't have feelings. Like I'm not a real person. Like I didn't go through some real the last year. Are you kidding me?
We all did today, but I didn't cheat.
No, you didn't give a about my mental state. I was a brand new mom.
You didn't get shit on my either.
Yes, I did. When I couldn't handle my own you didn't care about that. You couldn't be strong enough.
Okay, so it's my fault. Okay, I don't care. Doesn't matter. It's over.
No, you have no idea where I was. And you don't care. And you didn't care then. All you cared about was that I was making up. That my feelings were made up.
Well, I don't care now.
Are you serious?
I don't care now. You need to understand this is.
Thing I love about this video is the fact that you can visibly see how she wants him to care that she cheated, and the dude is just nonchalant. And this is what I explained before. Only women can do this type of like wizardry where it's like, hey, I cheated, but I'm going to blame you specifically for it. He wasn't man enough, aka the Tony Braxton song. You wasn't there for me. I was a mother, and I had to go through this, that, and the third. Again, this woman decided to go out there and cheat. She got a husband. They got like a nice home from what I could sit up there and see. They got a nice kitchen. They got an island directly right there, whatnot or whatever. And this was probably during December or a little bit after. And he found out that his wife cheated. And he was like, yeah, I don't care. Shout out to that dude. 100%. Shout out to that dude for not feeding into the emotions, to the white female rage, to the lack of accountability. And this is what a lot of men talk about time and time again, where you got women out here that will do the utmost in order to get a reaction. And then once they don't get that reaction, now they're mad because they want a justification. They want something to justify why it is that they did what they did versus it just being selfish. Obviously, she was just selfish. She was like, I was a mother. She was like, I'm a woman. I go through so many different things, and you weren't there for me. How about you weren't there for yourself, champ? How about as a woman, you weren't there for yourself? And because you weren't there for yourself, that's why you decided to do a dodo bird type of thing, and you wanted to cheat directly on your husband. And then once your husband found out, you decided to then double down on being a dodo, and now you want to sit up there and blame him for it. This is another reason why a lot of guys basically say that marriage, there's no reason to get married, because women will do stuff like this and then you'll be at fault for it. And then she can take you to court and basically get everything directly from you and take the kids. So she has child support. She got alimony. Then you got to also pay for the lawyer fees on basically both sides. And then you're probably losing a house. You're also losing the cars. She's getting part of your IRA. She's going to get your Social Security and whatever else that you basically got. Crazy work, diabolical in nature. Diabolical. Matter of fact, if I was smart enough, I might have another video that will actually tag directly up with this, right? So let me Well, what was it? You said I don't know the whole story. You sound like a simp. That's crazy. The wife even admitted that she cheated. You talking about I don't know the whole story. I don't have to know the whole story. If the husband is right there talking about like I found out that you cheated. And she was like, yeah, I did, but for X, Y, and Z reasons. Are you serious? You like I said, it's cool. When they get divorced, you go marry her. That's what you do. Go be the dummy. Go be the cleanup and go sit up there and marry that trash bag. That's what you can go sit up there and do. Talking about, oh, you don't know the whole story. You simping out. You leaping over tall buildings to sit up there and simp for this Lois Lane. That is wild. That is wild. Yo, that's crazy. That is diabolical. I love that though. I love it. You said, did you know in the story that the husband has been cheating or not? I'm not even sure how you even wrote or tried to frame that. Are you trying to make that as a statement or are you trying to put a question directly in there? I'm a little bit confused because the way that you wrote that didn't even make sense. Did you know in the story that the husband had been cheating or not? You should have just wrote like 2 parts. I'm just going to be real. I'm just going to be real. You should have just, in a sense, put that in directly 2 parts. But the other thing that I love so much, right? When simps basically roll up, they're the exact same as the women that don't want to be held accountable. They're like, oh yeah, it's the men's fault too. Yeah, it's the men's fault. I agree with the woman. It's the men's fault. It's the men's fault. So automatically, from what you're basically trying to say, the husband was cheating, or that's what you're trying to allude to. During that whole rage out that woman was speaking on, she didn't say nothing about him cheating. So again, off of this clip, there's a lot of information, but it seems because you're a simp, you don't want to sit up there and pay close attention because you simply think that women are right and they can never be wrong. Yeah, okay. Woo! Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. No, Mo, you are correct. He can save her. He can save her. He got that. Whatever train that she's going to take directly to hell, he can ride that right along with her. He will be happy to be directly with her. Because like I said, the amount of body blocking for this random woman is egregious. That's ridiculous. She admitted in the video that she cheated. She basically said, yes, so and I did. What you going to do about it? But then when she didn't get the reaction that she expected, when the dude was nonchalant, he was like, yeah, I don't care. Now she wanted to really just rage out. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh no, Caveman, you said Leslie Jones. You know the funniest thing is I'll probably bring those videos up a little bit later. I got those 3 videos dealing with Leslie Jones. She's another one directly up there saying a whole bunch of nonsense. But you know, since we got people that want to simp directly out, I'm pretty sure that you're going to simp out for this next woman, right? Also, shout out to Officer Haku for the $5 dono. He said she's not getting that if she's the one that was caught cheating. I mean, I agree with you. That's how it should be. But you know how these lawyers in these courts are. They'll automatically side directly with the woman, especially if kids are involved. Oh, it's over. It's curtains. It is diabolical. It's curtains, right? Also, shout out to Boner. What is up? Should have been Keeley, but I had to go for the last name because I'm like, hey, I might butcher the first one. Shout out for the $5 dono directly to the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So you said she for the streets? Yes, she is. This one is also for the streets as well, too. Let's just take a look at this.
Did he pay you alimony?
Yes.
Does he still pay you alimony?
I get a percentage of his military retirement because we were married over 10 years.
Wait, so...
our son graduated high school in June, so alimony and child support stopped at that point.
Okay. He was he enlisted or was he an officer in the military?
Enlisted.
He was enlisted.
Yeah.
And what did he go on to do after the military? His career?
Basically the same thing. He was military police, so
okay. He stayed in the military for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay.
He retired at 15 years. They did an early retirement because they were trying to lower the numbers.
And so wait, you married in, was it 2004? 2004, and you stayed with him until it was 2018
was when our divorce was finalized. So, we filed in 2015.
And you were with him, so 14 years, right? And so wait, it was finalized in 2018?
Yeah.
Okay, so
but he retired in 2015. So they figure I get 50% of the 11 and a half years, basically, because that's when we were together that he was earning the retirement.
So will he be paying you alimony for the duration of his life?
The retirement, yes.
Wow.
Woo! You heard that right, folks. The white man asked the question because people believe it better when white people say it, right? So the white dude basically asked the question. He was like, so he's going to be basically paying you the rest of his life, correct? She was like, yes. Woo! I love being proven right. I love being proven right. I love being proven right. Like I said, this is why I told y'all before. I gave y'all a video like a year and a half ago where I said that a lot of these marriage laws needs to change because there should be no lifetime support that an ex-husband should have to sit up there and pay for an ex-wife. Like, that's just egregious. That makes no sense. If there's a cutoff limit for child support, because once the child reaches 18, you know, they're able to go to college, they're able to get a job, part-time job, full-time job, and all this. Right. They're basically grown at that point. But you mean to tell me that when it deals with a woman that gets a divorce, it's like, women are weak. They don't know how to do anything. They can't really get jobs. They're not really out here in society like that. We're going to need the man to sit up there and pay for them for the rest of their entire life like they're a baby, a toddler, a child that never grows up. That's wild. And then not to mention, as stated, she was also getting child support. Ooh. And then you guys simps are running around saying that this is cool, that this is okay. Ooh. She was like, I'm getting 50% of everything that you got. And you got simps running around, sitting up there clapping that on, snapping it up. Yeah, okay. But we're not done. Let's keep going.
It's not a ton of money, but it helps.
He was also paying.
Wait. She was like, yeah, I'm getting the 50% directly from him, but it's not a ton of money, but it helps. Ooh. The disrespect, and that's a military man. Ooh, the disrespect. Ooh, the disrespect. And he was married. And this is how she's sitting up there talking, going on these podcasts. And she's proud. Let's get going.
Child support too. Now, I'm assuming it sounds like this arrangement was dictated by the court.
Yeah, the court.
It wasn't like informally.
We worked with the mediator through a military-based legal mediator, helped us come up with numbers.
Were you working at all at the time, or?
So when we lived in Okinawa, Japan, I had a salon in our house. My son was kindergarten when we moved there, so I was able to do hair while he was at school.
When did you move back to the USA?
So I was in Japan the end of 2012 through May of 2015. And then he retired in August of 2015.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is why a lot of dudes basically. So, like I said, so you got a lot of women out here that get mad at guys that have mics, podcasts and all this stuff where they, basically say that marriage is a scam. But it's like when you listen to stories like this, and this is coming from a woman. This ain't coming from like a dude basically putting this information. This is a woman putting out this information and just blurting this out. Like I said, we wouldn't know anything about it if women wasn't talking. Right? We wouldn't know anything about it if she would have just kept her mouth closed. This wouldn't even be a part of this live stream. It wouldn't even be a part of the topic. But she decided that she wanted to be bold enough and talk directly about this. Yeah. And people wonder why guys be sitting up there saying like marriage is a scam. When other folks basically look at it, is because of stuff like this. You getting 50% of everything that he got, brother. What? And on top of that, you getting child support and you getting lifetime support. Yeah. So again, this is another reason if you got women out here who have been married, this is why women don't get remarried, because the moment in time, that's when the cutoff happens. When a woman basically gets remarried, that's when that support, that alimony or whatever it is, that lifetime support that they get, that's when it gets cut off, because now you got a different name. Now you're officially with a whole different guy. This is why you have a lot of these women who have been married. They will decide to stay divorced. They'll have long-term relationships with guys because they want to keep that money directly rolling in. So they want the alimony to keep coming in, and they want that child support. This is why a lot of these women fight so hard to sit up there and get sole custody every single time. It's not because they drastically love the kids. It's not because the dude is a horrible dad and he was just a horrible man and rah, 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 rah. Nah, it's because they want their paycheck. They're not trying to, they want those thousands of dollars that's going to be coming directly in. They don't want to sit up there and work. They don't want to have nothing else. They rather leverage that and have their life be easy versus them having to go out there and have an everyday life and work for it like everybody else. And then she got the nerve to sit up there and say, oh, yeah, the money that I'm getting from him, like, it's nice, but it's not that much. Oh, that's so disrespectful. That's crazy. That is wild. That is wild. That is 100% wild. Like I said, the main people making money off of marriages realistically is the government, the courts, of course, the lawyers or those law firms, and the woman. That's it. Everybody else is making money directly off of this. Men are not making nothing. They're getting everything taken. That's it. That's exactly how that works. Like I said, that's coming directly from a white woman. Nobody else, directly her, talking to a white man. So yep, if people want to sit up there and argue, you can sit up there and argue with those two white folks. J Lock said, Seji, check my comment. You said, Seji, remember it was a response video of a woman was sleeping with guys with dirty socks and Adidas slides, and she married a nerd. That was D.O. Hugan's daughter. What? That's the reason I couldn't find that video. Because J Lock, the craziest part about you mentioning that, shout out and thank you for the $2 dono. The craziest part about that is that I tried looking for that video because I was trying to find the original video. I couldn't find it. I just found everybody's responses. Now it makes sense why I couldn't specifically find that video. Now it makes sense. I mean, maybe it might still be out there. I probably maybe need to do a little bit more due diligence. But again, just off of, just going through, the Twitters and going through TikTok, couldn't sit up there and find that video. It was crazy. It was like people saw that video and then all I saw was the responses. I'm like, so where's the actual video? I'm like, this is what I'm like. It just disappeared. It just up and vanished. You said it's everywhere. All right, so I'll go relook for it, and I'll sit up there and add that to another live stream in the up and coming days. Because I'm like, yo, I kid you not, when I tried to find that video, that bad boy was not there for me. I got to feel the responses though. Crazy responses though. But it's crazy. 100%. So now we're going to go to the next. What is the next video? It's a black screen. We're going to go to the next video here.
And this is why Black people continue to say we have no allies. So Kylie Kelsey got herself on her podcast and decided to talk about how she has beef with D. Wade because of an incident that happened on an elevator. And you would think that this was the most egregious thing you've ever heard of. And it obviously leaves people baffled because D. Wade is completely unproblematic. So what could D. Wade have possibly done on an elevator that would cause you to have beef with him, right? Well, as you can see here, it says she claims she feels very strongly about a 2018 incident where the former NBA player refused to speak to her and her four bridesmaids in the elevator at a hotel in Philly when she was getting married to Jason. So
before she even starts talking, white woman, I need y'all to pull up real quick. I'm just a little bit confused, right? D Wade is married with kids, and again, I'm not looking at the whole situation of D Wade and his family and all the other type of stuff. That's outside of this whole conversation. White women, how is it possible that you're getting married? You had the woman there, basic as all get out, right? Nothing really there. She was in an elevator with her bridesmaids. Everybody's decked out in wedding gear. And D Wade got on the elevator and just minded his business as a black man should. and you decided that something from 2018 you wanted to have a conversation about now, and you wanted to make it seem though as D Wade, a black man, is problematic to you being a white woman because he didn't just speak to you. Do you think this is like 1956? Like what are we doing here? Do people not realize that 9 times out of 10, if a black man happens to speak to a white woman, there's a high propensity of lies and white tears flowing? There's tons of stories that I've covered over time where white women have specifically lied directly on black men. It don't matter if it was a college athlete, don't matter if it was an NBA star, it don't matter if it was a black man from like 1974. In all of those occurrences, white women have lied and cried their ways to freedom while also jailing and ending the lives of thousands of black men. So I'm a little bit confused on how a magical white woman feels that a black man is problematic because he didn't speak to you. Ma'am, you're getting married. Why are you looking for another man to speak? Let me repeat this one more time. You're a woman getting married in a full wedding dress. Why would you be looking for a man to compliment you or to speak to you? Nobody finds that to be weird. Nobody finds that to be strange. Shouldn't you be looking for validation from your husband, your new husband, and not some random black guy directly? That's highly weird. But now she wants to frame it as a white woman. Let me cry my white tears. Oh my God, D-Wade was so mean to me. This black guy, he didn't want to say anything to me on my special wedding day. And I was all dressed up and I was with my girlfriends and this, that, and the third. And, we tried to say stuff to him, but he wasn't being polite and he was just being rude by just existing and being there and being silent and being a black guy. And oh my God. Yeah. That should also tell a lot of white women out here that every black guy is not interested in white women, nor do we seek attention directly from you. It shouldn't be that difficult to comprehend, but magically it becomes a problem when people don't get it. This is what I'm talking about. D-Wade just existed and white tears are flowing. D-Wade was just existing and now this woman is bringing up lies, trying to make it seem like D-Wade was like trying to do whatever. I'm like, wow. This is I'm like, this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like I said, this is how dangerous it is to be a black man in these United States. You can just simply exist, and you can have a white woman just go online and just start making up a story. And like I said, because of what she said, now you got articles written. You already know what happens next. Well, at least if this was like, let's say the 1900s or whatnot, you already know what would happen next. Then they would have came up with the pitchforks and the torches, and they would have been planning picnics and all these other engagements for white folks to parade and to be around and to, have their food and to be eating and looking directly at the trees and yada, yada, yada. That's what would have happened if it was that time frame and this story got released. Because I promise you, she would have added more words directly to that. Because in a lot of instances, when it deals with white women like this, they don't also mention or talk about the fact that they're fixated on black men, and that a lot of them feel that black men really want them, and that's just not the case. Because if it was the case, then we wouldn't have such a high majority of black men being with black women and vice versa. But like I say, you can't tell nobody nothing. People don't like to look at numbers. People don't like to look at stats. People just want to be in their feelings and just judge the world directly by that. That's crazy. That's diabolical. That's crazy. But let's continue. Let's let the lady speak.
She was just going down the elevator. Everyone's in there. She's in her wedding dress and veil. And basically, she's mad because he didn't say a GD word, which is crazy. And I'm confused because why is this black man required to speak to you and your four bridesmaids because y'all in a damn elevator? I mean, we often get in elevators and don't speak to people. And the entitlement that she feels because her and her four friends were in there and they were dressed up and this black man should be speaking to her is diabolical. And it's why we will continue to say, y'all are part of the problem as much as you think you're allies. Because one, she doesn't understand that he is not required to speak to you, and we're not here for y'all entertainment. Black people don't have to speak to y'all in the elevator, and the idea that he is required to speak to you and your other women because y'all are there Why? Because if the roles were reversed and it was for black women and a white man, would you expect your husband to speak to the black women that were on here? It sounds like you wanted attention and you were dressed up in your dress and your bridesmaids and y'all thought y'all looked good. And so y'all really wanted attention. Because for some reason, white women, y'all think every black man is attracted to y'all and y'all think every black man likes y'all. And so y'all think if y'all looking nice in your stuff, he should be saying something to you. All black men don't like white women. There's plenty of black men that have zero attraction to white women. So y'all want to get that out of your heads. 2, stop thinking that we're here for your labor. He is not required to speak to you, and I guarantee you wouldn't be mad if anybody else didn't speak to your ass on that elevator.
Yep. And also shout out to that woman for speaking up on the situation and calling it out, because I can promise you that a lot of other folks out there would not call it out. They would just decide to ignore it and just co-sign and be like, yeah, the black man are the problem. He could have said something. He could have did this. He could, like I said, it's a lot of nonsense directly out here. It's very great to see people that work within the realm of logic and that can actually just pay attention and put things together and come up with their own thoughts, because they were using critical thinking in order to see through the situation and the nonsense. Like I said, shout out to this woman and the many other women that are just like her. Shout out. 100% shout out. So now, let me see. Which one do I want to pick when it deals with this one? Since we didn't set up there and went here, let's go Ratchet. She ratchet. Yes, she ratchet. So like I said, it be like that. So you can either hate me now, you can hate me now, because I won't stop now. So you can either take your pick. You can either hate me now or you can hate me later. But at some point, you're going to sit up there and hate me. So I'm just putting that directly out there for the people in the background that may not know, because we're going to sit up there and get into the Lord of Ratchets.
G? I'm not touching you. Let's go.
Don't put your hands on me, G. I already called the police.
Call them. Let's go.
Like I said, don't have no conversation about nothing about me with no other clients. Like you said, you don't be combative with nobody. Say that to me.
I'm not.
Okay, say that to me.
Have a great day, man. Bye. See you later. You want to wait for the police outside? Hey, Mike. We got an irate customer.
That's all you had to do was call Mike. I asked you for the boy. I wish you would.
Have a great day.
I will have my brother lay you the down. Don't you walk up like you're gonna do nothing.
Have a great day. You're in her face. You
okay, if she's talking to me,
it does not matter.
if she's talking about me, I don't give a. What do you mean? You guys do customer service. The wrong with you?
Have a great day. You're mad because you're not getting your way.
What do you mean getting my way?
All I needed was ID. All I needed was an ID and you flipped out.
Stupid.
Have a great day.
Stupid. Get my way. I can go to Chesterfield.
She already called.
You so bum. Look at your shit.
So let's look at the situation here with Ratchetzilla. She also got the backwards cap and more than likely a wig that has not been attended to in some years, and along with the small dog. So that'll let you know more than likely where she is when it deals with having a man directly in her life. So with all of that directly there, let me just cross this one directly out. This is what I'm talking about with black men sitting up there defending white women and yada yada. Let me just get this very clear. Their coworkers, they work. I'm looking at AT&T, and he's going to defend his coworker. The woman that was directly there that we can clearly see is the Lord of Ratchets. She decided to pull directly upon the scene, and instead of acting like she had any type of common sense, what did she decide to do? I'm about to I'm going to be the black woman stereotype. I'm going to be loud. I'm going to be masculine. I'm going to be everything but a woman. And then when the dude was like, all right, you can leave, and she looked at his hand like he was about to like strike her, she was like, you better not sit up there and even think you about to put your hands on me. I'm going to sit up there and get my brothers to lay you out. I want y'all to understand that this woman here was literally threatening a life or death situation to this black man over nothing, because she could not get away. And this is something that I've talked about for countless times, and I've tried to shine a light directly on this to try to tell a lot of black women out there to try to give that education, because you got black women like this that will, for the black women that are listening, if you got a husband, even an ex-husband, don't even matter, husband, ex-husband, fiance, boyfriend, if you got sons, uncles, grandfathers, it is black women like this that will get them all killed. She was like, hey, you sit up there and even get any more closer. You even think that you put hands on me. I'm going to sit up there and get my brother to sit up there and lay you out. So not only is she willing to sit up there and risk and or take the life of that black man who is simply doing and working his job, but she's also willing to take and risk the life of her own black male siblings to just come crash out. And I done covered stories before where women like this will just pull up to the scene and they'll start telling the crash outs any type of story. They'll start sitting up there telling the crash outs any type of story. It's like, oh yeah, you know, he was in my face, he was cussing me out, he was calling me, you know, out of my name and this, that, and the third. And you already know how I am. You know, I was, you know, talking all sweet. You know, I was being innocent, I was being cordial and nice, and he just blew up on me. And that's how they like to sit up there and explain stories to crash outs. They never want to sit up there and let the crash out know that they were problematic and they were the ones causing the problem. Like I said, I can promise you, the Lord of Ratchets, Ratchetzilla right here, would never explain the full context or the stories to the Lord of Crash Outs. She would never do it. She would never do it. Because she don't want to be seen as the victim. She don't want to be seen as the perpetrator at the end of the day. She wants to be the victim. Because you know what sells a great story? In order for anybody to believe it, just slap a black man directly on there and say that he did something bad. Everybody loves it. Everybody believes it. Everybody will eat it up. And that's just facts. Make up a story on a random continent or a random island about a black man and it'll sell. Everybody will believe it. That's how the world is. You could literally put up a factual story about any other race of men. People would rather believe the lie that's being given. Like somewhere in Tatooine, you got a black American man. He supposedly didn't tip somebody well. He supposedly sat up there and stole a lightsaber from Luke Skywalker and all that. Like, you can have that story out there and people are like, yeah, that's how the blacks are. Yeah, those black American men, they like to sit up there and steal. Like, I believe that he did that on Tatooine. Yeah. Yeah, Anakin. They got to sit up there and watch out for their family. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It's diabolical. It's 100% diabolical out here. Like I said, for the black women out here, y'all gotta sit up there and watch out for these Lord of Ratchets. And I know that y'all know who these are. Y'all got them in y'all family. In some instances, they might be your mom, they might be your aunt, they might be your grandmother. Or they just may be your daughter. Like I said, I gave y'all a story about several years ago where a black father went to a hotel because his daughter told him, like, hey, my boyfriend or ex-boyfriend basically put hands on me and we got into an argument and yada, yada, yada. Long story short, that father is no longer here. The father lost his life. I think the ex-boyfriend or whatever, he's behind bars. And then the daughter is the only one that's free. See how that works? So now she's free and able to commit the exact same acts 99 different times, running through the black community. But the funniest thing is, Lord of Crash Outs right here, right? Keish Zilla, she would never talk about threatening the life of a white man, though. Let her get into this argument with the white man. I promise you, she wouldn't be sitting up there talking about like, oh, I'll get my brothers up here to lay you out and da da da. And her brothers would probably show up and they not about to put a finger on that white man, though. I bet you that. I bet you that family would never put a hand on a white man, though. I bet you. But they'll be real quick to sit up there and pull up if she called and she said it was a black dude. Oh, they'll pull up. It'll probably be like 20 cars deep. Whole family and the next generation and the future will sit up there and show up just to sit up there and come see him. But let it be a white man, though, in this situation. Do you really think that she'll be all up in his face within spitting distance? I bet you she wouldn't. Do you think that she'll be as loudmouth and as ratchet as she was? I bet you would. Matter of fact, I bet you the police would be there in the instant. I bet you the police would have been in the neighborhood if that was a white man and he would have called, oh, police. Wow, guys, the response time is immaculate. 5 seconds, you beat your previous time. That's how that would have worked. And then you know what she would have done? She'd be like, officers, it's not what you think. It's a misunderstanding, and this, that, and the third. It was at then she's gonna be trying to talk like a woman. Nah. Talk like the man that you are and that you present yourself as, and how it is that you conduct yourself. Have that exact same energy, but she won't. Like I said, I gave y'all a video before where you had this couple melanated, and it was a Black American elder. Something happened in a parking lot. Maybe she didn't see them and almost bumped into them with her car or whatnot, whatever. They proceeded, the couple, and I showed y'all this video. The couple decided to get into the driver's area of that vehicle, and the girlfriend was hanging directly inside of the car. I guess either trying to get the car keys from the Black female elder or whatever it was. But I'm like, you're way too close. And then the dude can't even get control of his woman. He's sitting up there simping out and just agreeing directly with her. I'm like, dog, this is some clown type of work. Now, right. Now you heard that part of the story. When the police came, they had two choices. Either they were going to have the same energy that they had with that Black female elder, or everybody was going to be trying to be all soft, sweet, and pleasant. The boyfriend had his hands automatically up. I'm like, no, you had all of that rage and all of that anger. You wanted to sit up there and yell directly at that Black female elder, making her cry. You had all of the energy. Have that with those white cops. Oh, you won't. And you're taller. Right? And physically, it looks like you got more strength than any of those cops there. But why are your hands up? Why are you afraid? Big man, why are you so afraid? Right? And then the girlfriend, instead of her having the same energy that she had with that Black female elder, going inside of the car and doing this, that, and the third, oh, she was all pleasant and sweet. She got arrested. She was walking directly to the squad car. Her mouth wasn't squawking. The beak wasn't sitting up there moving. She wasn't acting irate. She wasn't acting all ratchet. This is what I be talking about. Like I said, people know how to act. Like I said, it's crazy that you got to throw white folks into a situation in order to make Black people like this actually have common sense. It's crazy that you got to get the police involved, white, in order for people like this to have common sense. That's crazy. That's diabolical. But like I said, I'm the villain when I happen to point these things out. And people are like, yo, this is a targeted issue. Why are you always sitting up here talking about Black women? Because this is problematic. This leads to a great amount of loss of lives. And I don't want to see innocent people having their lives taken because somebody don't know how to sit up there and act, and because her family don't know how to sit up there and control the reckless women that are directly there. That's egregious. That's crazy. It doesn't make sense. And nobody should have to sit up there and deal with this, especially a business, an establishment, and their workers that are paid to work in customer service, right? To uphold that brand. They shouldn't have to sit up there and deal with this. But like I said, I know how it's going to sit up here and go. People are going to be like, here we go, a Black man defending white women and yada, yada, yada. The Black woman is the most defended and most disrespected and around. I'm like, okay, all right. you got it. You got it, You got it. So now we're going to go to the other side. And we're going to deal with two immigrants, one African and one Asian. And we're going to see how this conversation basically went, and not well at all.
Don't look me like that. Me and you are not doing the same thing. I send you something.
Yeah, me and you don't doing the same thing. I just come back from work. You are stay at home. You did not do anything, and you still want me to do something for you.
You don't have
Are you
sense.
mad?
Yeah, good day to you, everyone. We want to go and wash clothes. Because we don't have washing machine in our home. So, and our clothes everything is packed together. One cloth and my clothes is packed together. And we always select white clothes out and we wash it with hand and then pack other ones and go and wash it with washing machine outside. If you want to buy us washing machine, you buy us washing machine.
So what he is basically, let me translate. So you Black American niggas, I want you to understand how it works with me and the Asians and how it is that we get along and get together and we cosplay and we make believe that we are in the imagery of Black Americans. And so basically what this dude decided to do, looking at everything that he is. Like those are some crazy eyes. That's a crazy pause right there. That's a beautiful screen. If I do this as a solo video, I got to make sure that pause screen. That man looks like a killer. Man, he's off that crocodile right now. But this broke individual decided that he's with his Asian counterpart because, like I said, what I've learned is that when it deals with African men, they will date and be with anybody other than African women. Right? Interracial dating out there is off the charts, even though for whatever reason you have a lot of people out here that want to make it seem like Black American men lead in the charts when it deals with all of this dating and marrying women of other races. Crazy work. Like I said, let's look at this in comparison to the men over there in Africa, and let's see what those numbers look like. We can't even hold a candle. Like I said, like one woman explained, she didn't saw a Nigerian Arab, a Nigerian Chinese, Nigerian Mexican, Nigerian British. She done seen every mixture of Nigerian in Africa or in other places because those men will be hopping to and from different types of women. But let everybody else sit up there and say it. Let everybody else sit up there and say it. Black American men are the problem when it deals with interracial dating and doing this and doing that because Black American men do not love Black American women and da 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 and all this other type of stuff. But we can clearly sit up there and see who is dating out and who this dude is basically in a sense dressing like. But I digress. Let's continue.
We don't have yet. Now I tell one to go and select the clothes and remove the white one from the normal ones that we can wash with washing machine. She's telling me to go and do it. A full grown man like me, she open her mouth and be telling me to go and do it. See this girl, see her here. She's telling me to go and do it. Why not you go and change that? Separate the white clothes from the colored clothes. Don't look me like that. Oh, me and you are not doing the same thing. Oh, I send you something.
Yeah, me and you don't doing the same thing. I just come back from work. You are stay at home. You did not do anything, and you still want me to do something for you.
You don't have
Are you
sense.
mad?
Am I your mate? I am older than you. Forget that we are.
You are older than me. So if you stay at home, you will not do anything. I have to go to work.
You are a girl. You are a
girl. You are for the house. Is it
so
not fair for me?
You are
you okay?
You are just a girl. Shut up. I am a man. Don't see.
Okay, so
see this small girl. Not from to look at. I am a man. I am a man. You a girl. She's telling me to go and separate the clothes. I tell her separate the clothes. Then we'll go and wash the clothes together. Normally, she's the one that's supposed to wash all our clothes. Yes, I am man.
Your hand low or your hand.
I am man. You are idiot. You are idiot. I am man. You are girl. You are man. You are girl. I am man. You are Jane. it's like it was like caveman speech to me. I'm like, this is crazy. So as a grown man, you don't know how to sit up there and just separate some clothes. You just being lazy. And I want to highlight this because too many times I done heard women out here calling Black American men lazy. This is crazy. Like I was washing my clothes at like 12, 13. I don't know what this foolishness is. This clown can't even afford a washer and a dryer, but you a man though. You a full-fledged man and you got a woman and you can't afford a washer and a dryer and you don't know how to separate clothes. Yeah, nah. This ain't it. But like I said, hey, it be like that. This is what women out here be picking. They can have discernment about magically everything. When it deals with great guys out here, women got all the discernment possible. But when it deals with dudes like this, the spider sense, God didn't install that properly. You didn't install that one properly, but you may be able to sense and understand that somebody needs a battery and a smoke alarm, right? That one is there. Magically, the senses for that one, But when it deals with guys, it's just like they just clock out. Hamster is just directly off the wheel. And then women want to turn around and sit up there and say that guys are trash. No, your selection is trash. The guys that you pick are trash. The guys that you sleep with are trash. And if those guys are trash, that makes you the garbage can and the dumpster and the landfill. So like I said, keep on collecting bad boys like infinity stones. Like I said, and as soon as you got all of those directly on one hand, you can be like the reverse of Captain Planet, Captain Pollution, and you will be there. You got it. Oh boy. That is diabolical. Gail was like, "Is this a skit?" Nah, Gail. Ain't no skit. Like I said, that's how them dudes be getting down. That's how they move. They feel like women should be out here doing these things. But I'm like, dog. So who was sitting up there washing your clothes and your dirty drawers before a woman got there? Oh, that's right. It was probably your mom or your sister. That's right. And the crazy part is this is coming from a guy that was born, single parent household and everything. But again, I had responsibilities, like cutting grass, shoveling snow, out there, raking, working directly, in the yard, washing clothes and dishes and mopping this. Like I said, I have responsibilities I had to do it at a very young age. Right. All that stuff stopped, very young. Was like, all right, you're at the point now where you can learn how to wash your clothes and separate and do this and do that. And I did that. Like I said, this is what babying looks like. And this dude probably got online and is like, yeah, I'm going to put this up here and people are going to agree directly with me. Now I understand why it is that those Japanese women basically, dropped and don't like dating African guys, especially if they're Nigerian. Now I understand why. I understand why they be running for the hills as soon as they find out after the cosplaying, type of thing is over and they find out, oh, you're not Black American Nigerian. Oh, I'm out of here. I understand why they be dipping. I understand. That's some crazy work. Yo, what's up, Christy? He was like, Pokemon gotta catch them all. Bars. What's up, Sean? You said this cosplay? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. What is up, Rabbit? What is up? You said my country and its people are not perfect, but I think my ancestors, I'm Cameroonian and not Nigerian. Too much foolishness coming from that. Yeah, Nigeria is just making everything look bad. Let me making everything look bad. And Nigerians seem to be the main ones getting deported. Like, don't nobody want them in their countries because for whatever reason, it's not the best, the brightest, and the few that are coming from Nigeria. It's the worst. Like it's crazy how that is happening. It is 100% crazy. Like I said, this is why when it deals with Black American culture, when it deals with the influence, when it even just deals with Black American society, this is why there needs to be lines directly drawn. So that if we have Nigerian artists or whoever it is, we need to know exactly where it is that they're from bloodline wise, so that we can be like, okay, well, that's just them. That's them cosplaying and that's them, sitting up there masquerading, so that we don't automatically think off of sight that, oh, that's a Black American man, that's a Black American woman sitting up there acting like that and doing this and da da da, living in the stereotype. No. Like I said, a lot of these folks directly about here be from some other places. They're playing the stereotypes because they can cosplay and they can monetize directly off of that and then take that off and then be who it is that they're from. Because I've seen that, too many times. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. 100%. 100%. It's crazy work out here. Like I said, it ain't never been at no point in time that I've like known a woman up out here and I'm like, yo, you about to sit up there and do this. Like I said, the last time that any woman has done any of my clothes, again, when I was younger, was my mom. And that was like preteens. Again, started doing my own stuff around like 13. That was the last time. That was the last time. Like I said, that's some crazy work. And for me, I don't have no problem sitting up there either doing or helping out directly with laundry because baskets be heavy. But I will sit up there and say this. I done told, and this is specifically to the women out here, because I don't know what it is. I'll be trying to sit up there and save people's like backs and arms and wrists. For the women out there, I've listed this as information before. If you got a work week and you know that you be working and stuff, yo, during your off day, take half of those clothes. Do not allow that to be to get to like a full basket or two. Take half of those clothes and go downstairs and just wash your clothes. Just do that. Don't sit up there and try to have like a 2 full baskets and then you want to do it all at once on somebody else's time and all this other type of stuff to get those clothes done. Nah, do those throughout the week so that way you pretty much don't got nothing to do. It's a very easy thing to sit up and do. Very easy thing to do. That's all I'm saying. It's a very easy thing, to sit up there and do. You know, what is up there, Sham? What is up there, Sham? So now let me see. Do I want to go to that video, or do I want to save that one for last? Let me see. What was this one? Okay, okay. I'll save that one for last. Let me. Okay. So yeah, okay. So we'll do this one. We'll go direct. This is a short one, but it has a point that I've tried to come, ring across throughout these live streams and a multitude of videos. So let's just take a listen to this quick clip.
I messed up my 2-year celibacy for 3 minutes. It don't count. It don't count, girl. 3 minutes. Anything under 3 minutes don't count. And if you use a condom, it really don't count. You good.
So let me just touch on that. Number one, she messed up on even the word celibacy, so that lets me know that she wasn't serious to begin with. And then number two, she said that she messed it up for 3 minutes. But it's like, okay, cool. The dude still hit at the end of the day, so it don't even matter. It don't even matter if it was like 5 seconds. You still allowed him to penetrate you. You still, with your own discernment, you decided to sleep directly with whoever that guy, directly is. And now you want to try, without naming him, now you want to try to sit up there and clown that dude online, but like, hey, it was only like 3 minutes. It wasn't even worth it. Who told you to do that? You didn't mess up the celibacy because you weren't even actually real about it to begin with. You can't even abstain. like that is 1,000% wild. Like I said, this is why I sit up and tell people I can look at faces and I can automatically tell when somebody is serious. And I knew that this is a goofy. 100%. You never take her serious, never believe anything that she got to sit up there and say. You clear cut just heard her sit up there and say that she, messed up her celibacy for 3 minutes. Who told you to do that? If you were serious about being celibate, staying directly to yourself up until whatever time, you would have sat up there and did that. You can't even be consistent. Just like your relationships can't even be consistent. The only consistent thing that she got is the lack of relationships and the type of guys that she decides to basically keep around and to open her legs directly to. But like I said, these be the women on social media raising other people's daughters with videos and podcasts and all this other type of stuff. And she was like, oh yeah, if basically, so let me just put this into another words, right? Dealing with the condom thing. She was like, yeah, if you use a condom, that doesn't count as cheating. Huh? And I've heard that from women. It was like, yeah, as long as you use a condom, it's not cheating. What? who told you that? Where on God's green earth did you get that weird logic directly from? I'm like, if women be lit. Anyways, let me just roll back. Let me just keep going.
You can still say you celibate.
Many of you may not understand this. However, I am still a virgin. Let me explain. Virgin emanates from the word Virgo, which actually meant unwed woman. And then some sick, disgusting man decided to fixate on whether or not women are having sex.
So we're just gonna roll that right back here. I wish it would have actually had it. I'm just gonna keep that face right there. The thing that I'm tired of is how it is the demonization that basically takes place. Automatically, she was like, some sick, disgusting man. I could have sworn people sat up and said that women were the first ones on the planet. Correct. So if I'm going to go by that logic, that would also mean that a lot of things that have been touched or seen should have been first seen and touched and theorized or thought of by women, because women were the first ones here. So who's to say that a man was the one that came up with this narrative or this logic? Just saying, when you happen to put certain things that women say to the forefront and you use it as an example, this is when people start running. This is when people want to sit up there and and not want to pay attention to anything. People like, they just start clocking. I was like, no. Men were the ones that did this, that, and the third. Oh, okay. So when it deals with a negative narrative, men are the ones that did it. But when it deals with something positive, now it's the fault. It falls directly on women because women are the good and men are the evil. And I'm like, this is like, I feel like this is what Willow Smith is going to be. Because I brought you guys a video some years ago where Willow Smith is talking about that it's a shame that guys don't even want to come up to her and try to talk to her, and they're so awkward and all this other type of stuff, and telling guys to stop being afraid and shoot your shot. And then I gave you a video and paired that up with Willow Smith, and a guy was shooting a shot, and she was listing all of these things about humanity. She's like 35,000 years old, and you know how it is, and this. She started talking all of this weird type of stuff to a dude who was simply trying to shoot his shot. Yeah, like I said, when it deals with the fact of women being single, it's not the man's fault. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. She was like, "Hey, I may have done some stuff, but I'm still a virgin." Okay. You got it, brother. You got it. No guy could ever sit up there and say some stuff like that. It was like, yo, I might have penetrated a few women, but I'm still a virgin. Brother, no. You might not know specifically what you're doing sex wise, but you are no longer a virgin. That's gone. It's a done deal directly on now. There's no going back, brother. You are now a part of the fold. Come walk with us. Have we also told you about your car insurance and AARP? You know, like I said, it's crazy out here. It is diabolical, the type of logic that people will run directly with. Matter of fact, let me just see something real quick. Let me see if I can find the two videos, because we were talking about that earlier when it deals with what's her face? Leslie Jones. I did have a video up here of a 12-year-old kid sitting up there beating up his mom because she didn't give him like enough food or whatnot or whatever. Crazy work, mind you, 100% crazy work. So let me see if I can find this video up here with Leslie. Let me see. Leslie Jones, do we have you, ma'am? Do we have? Matter of fact, I just thought about something as well too. I don't even think I posted. Oh no, I think we went over that video dealing with the baby. I think we did. I think we did. Let me see where directly is this woman at, and why is it so difficult to basically find Leslie Jones at this moment in time? Okay, I got the clips dealing with Jada. Okay, there we go. So we're gonna go to the classic clips. Let me just make sure to minimize the rest of the stuff there, and we're going to deal with the first. Matter of fact, let me just
telling me.
Hold on, let me just get all of these directly down here so I don't have to keep going back and forth and slowing down the stream real quick. Let me just gather these for you. Are these both that's 55 and then that one is 52? We're gonna figure it out. All right, for the last two, it might be duplicates, but I'm not exactly sure because one of them may be a continuation possibly. So we'll figure it out. Right. Let me see. Another video file. Get the last one right there. Right. All right. So speaking on the Leslie Jones thing from earlier, we're gonna just take a patient look directly at this. It may be a little bit jarring, it may be a little bit loud, but that's how Leslie Jones gets down, right? So let's just take a listen to this.
Wait, you hardcore. Yes, I am.
Can you handle it?
Oh well, what you bringing to the table? I am the table. understand why you wouldn't want a woman like me. I am successful, I'm rich, I can fight.
So, this is when a lot of guys sit up there and say that we don't really care, and women get offended by that. And I'm like, that doesn't make any. I put it to you like this: just imagine if men out here were sitting up here saying that, "Yo, I'm really frustrated that I have all of these accolades and titles, and and women don't seem to care." Um, women would be, looking at that dude very strange. They would say that he's very effeminate, right? And clown him. So now let's go to what normally happens. Women get online and they sit up there and complain that men are, not really caring. They're not cheering or congratulating or doing all of these, other types of things that women want men to do when it deals with them, having 99 titles and, owning 2 homes and a business and this and that. And it's like, realistically, as a guy, you're doing that for yourself. So the only person realistically that you should expect to big you up and to be there to clap that up and hype you up is you. You should be your number one cheerleader. You shouldn't be looking for outside sources to hype you up, because then that means that you didn't do it for internal need. You did it for external gains. You did it for external validations, which are completely separate from you, because minus all of that external stuff could disappear like that overnight. And now you're left with yourself. So now you're below square one, because you never invested and gave yourself the much needed time, love, and energy to basically, fill in the gaps or the necessary areas that are specifically lacking. Like I said, I don't know, man. But we're going to continue. Let's keep looking.
Legalize slavery.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Say more, because if I'm thinking about slavery and I'm thinking about marriage, there are two different images that come into my
Absolutely
head.
not. I don't know how you don't. A man is, especially if he's expecting you to be a trad wife, he might as well pull out a whip and a chain.
Wow. So there are young people watching who might be wanting to get married. What would you say to them?
Don't
get married.
No.
Okay.
And remember, and I will list that Leslie Jones is a comedian, but comedians have also stated within every joke there is truth, right? So let's keep going.
They're courtside
Yes,
at a
ma'am.
basketball game where you were given a disciplinary card to act appropriately. What did the card say?
It says that you have to have some act right or they're going to throw you out.
What was the incident that prompted you to start getting this card?
Probably the way that I yell at the players and the referees and then jump up and almost run on the court. Yeah.
Yes. And
You saw that, right?
No, I didn't want to put you on Front Street, but I did see you bark at a young man with an afro.
He was hot. And you knew that was well in my right to do that.
So let me just look at the compare and contrast here, right? So I'm guessing this was the basketball player that she was yelling at, and she said that he's very attractive. And I'm looking at Leslie, and I'm not seeing the same skin complexion here, and that leads me to think that this young man may be biracial. So I'm like, oh, that's a little bit weird. So you have a much darker complexion than this young man, and you find him to be attractive. But I could have sworn that people sat up there and said that black men are the ones that are colorist, and they're the only ones that don't want to be with anybody that's light, close to white, because they hate themselves and their mothers, and they hate the skin that they have. Oh, all right.
And so it's interesting as you talk about how men should do better and get better. You're barking at a young 24-year-old doing their job.
Absolutely.
No apologies to that.
None. I'm 58. I'm about to die. I should be able to do whatever I want.
And what's the logic there?
I'm 58 and I should be able to do what I want.
So now let's look at the other one. I'm not sure if this might be a duplicate, but
Preferences when it comes to dating, or are you an equal opportunity barker?
Yes, now I am.
But before, what was...
I think I had kind of turned a little blind eye to the black guys for a little while.
Wow.
Yeah.
So Leslie Jones pulled a Whoopi Goldberg. If people don't know Whoopi Goldberg, you might want to look up. Let me just make sure this is the right person. It should be Ted Danson. If I'm correct, yeah. Whoopi Goldberg she used to date Ted Danson at a moment in time, and Whoopi Goldberg went to like this roast, and Ted Danson was in blackface. And Whoopi Goldberg is a darker complected black woman. And oddly enough, when it deals with interracial dating and it deals with all of these other, black women out there that want to call black women who want to be with black men pick me's, they never bring up Whoopi Goldberg and how she allowed a white man, another comedian, to be in blackface. And she was up there just smiling from ear to ear, just proud of him. Woo, 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 woo. Oh man. That and the interracial racist pipeline, I swear it's a thing. It needs to be studied because I swear it exists. I swear it exists. Maybe I gotta do a compilation on it. But she just said that she really didn't give a look at the black guys. And nobody had a problem. Nobody said a peep. Now, mind you, let somebody like Cam Newton, let somebody like Kanye, let somebody like Michael B. Jordan, right? Let somebody like Ryan Coogler, right? Or Chadwick Boseman. Let any one of those black guys sit up there and get up there and say, like, you know what? At first I was more impartial, but now I'm focused more on black women. Before I ain't really give them a shot. Do you understand how black women would in droves tear down their careers? They would make sure that they would never be able to make a red cent in Hollywood or anywhere else ever again. And they'll make all types of articles and blogs sitting up there stating that how black men basically hate black women and don't love themselves and they hate their mothers and yada yada yada. But Leslie Jones just sat up there and said that she didn't really give black men a shot. She wasn't even attractive. Let me just rewind that one more time. One more time.
Preferences when it comes to dating, or are you an equal opportunity barker?
Yes, now I am.
But before, what was...
I think I had kind of turned a little blind eye to the black guys for a little while.
Wow.
Yeah. Because at the time, they were the group that I felt hated me the most, that I would get the most unlove from.
Let me repeat that one more time. This is how I set up and told people before that when it deals with a lot of women out there, their feelings matter more than the reality or logic. Let's go back to what Leslie set up there and stated. So again, I don't want to put any words in her mouth. Maybe I might have misunderstood. So let me just rewind this back just a little bit, right? Pull it back right there.
I felt hated me the most, that I would get the most unlove from.
So you had a penchant for light-skinned men?
Oh, I do.
Hold on. Let me run it a little bit more.
Turned a little blind eye to the black guys for a little while.
Wow.
Yeah. Because at the time, they were the group that I felt hated me the most.
She said that at the time, black men were the group of men that she felt, keyword, felt, hated her the most. So in my mind, when I hear that, I'm hearing Leslie Jones basically say that every time that she wakes up, she hates her skin complexion. She hates her skin, her not skin tone, her hair texture. She's hating the fact that she's more than likely taller than a lot of the guys that she actually likes. And probably she hates her voice. All of that is within her being a woman. But instead of her dealing with that at that time, she decided that she wanted to project those feelings and be like, oh yeah, this is what black men say about me. This is how black men basically see and deem me and feel about me. So this also gives you further context into why it is that you were able to see Leslie Jones out here with like crazy hair. Because she was like, well, if this is how black men basically see and deem me, this is how I'm just going to be. I'm going to be what it is that they feel that I am, that I feel that black men feel that I am. Like I said, this is why we talking about. You gotta let these people talk long enough, and you'll sit up and get the truth directly about them. She said that her emotions and the emotional perspective mattered more than the actual reality.
That I would get the most unlove from.
So you had a penchant for light-skinned men?
Oh, I do like me a light-skinned man.
Oh, still. Got it. Like, and if what's a celebrity that comes to mind? Like Boris Kodjoe or?
Boris is fine.
He's so hot.
He's very fine. What was the other one though?
Correct me if I'm wrong. I could have sworn like, isn't Boris Kodjoe like he got some mixtures directly up in there, like some German or whatnot or whatever. So I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, that's all right. But shout out to Boris. Shout out to Boris.
Michael Ealy.
Oh, he's fine too.
Jesse Williams.
He's fine.
Barack Obama.
He's fine too.
Now I want y'all to know everybody that got listed were men that are not even comparison close to her skin complexion. But again, as I stated before, if this was a black male celebrity and he was sitting on somebody's couch getting interviewed, and all the women that were listed were light, if not close to white or passable, black women would lose it. Let Michael B. Jordan get up here and do this exact same thing. Oh, career is done. It's over. 100%. And they'll say, he's colorist, he's texturist, he can't handle a strong, independent, beautifully, dark complected, black woman. He can't do that. These are the same type of men that don't defend black women. They don't even love their daughters. They don't even love the women within the community. They don't see the value in us. Da 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 da. But when you see Leslie Jones doing all of this, do you see black men saying any of this nonsense? Nah, we ain't sitting up there saying like, "Oh, Leslie Jones, she hates her father. She hates her brothers and her uncles. Realistically, internally, she hates herself because she doesn't want to sit up there and have a black man that's complexion wise that matches. Like that's crazy. Like why would you want a Michael Ealy? Like that's why would you go with somebody who's darker? Like a Kodak Black or something. I mean, even though we know that Kodak Black is Haitian, I'm just listing for complexion purposes. But I'm just saying, like, we're not sitting up there like saying none of that nonsense. We actually don't care, and that's the main thing that I try to get through to a lot of people when it deals with these conversations. A lot of black guys, we just don't care because it's like it's whatever. But when it deals with us having a simple conversation, just even dealing with black women in the different complexions, people lose it. They'll be like, oh, you don't really love black women because you don't want to be with the most melanated, darker complected black woman. But I'm like, what if the dude wants to be with a woman that's reflective of the women of his family or his own skin complexion? They'll be like, no, that's colorist, that's racist, and you just don't love yourself if you don't want to be with a dark complected black woman. I'm like, do black women only come directly within like one flavor of colors? Like, is that what we're saying? Because I'm like, that's crazy. Because like, I could have sworn we said that every coloration of black women is beautiful, but it just seems though people just want to push black men just in one direction, and if you don't want to go in that direction, then you just hate black women in general, huh? So black women are able to love every admixture of black men directly out here, including the passive ones, including the ones that's like Logic. If you don't know who Logic is black and white, but he's more so phenotypically speaking white. He takes directly after his father. Right. So black women can love a dude like that and be like, oh, well, he's still a black man at the end of the day. But if a black dude is about here, nah, this is, like I said, is wild. This is just straight wild. Like it's like I said. Also, shout out, I think what was it, J-Lock or somebody who was talking about Leslie Jones, and I was like, yeah, I'll throw that into another live stream. Shout out to that person for bringing Leslie Jones back up, because I'm like, you know what? This is actually going to fit right now. Hey, you can hate me now. You can hate me now because I won't stop now. So like I said, you can hate me now. You can hate me later. But at some point in time, you will hate me. It'd be like that. Like I said, so for those who like writing stuff in the comment section, let me know that you're going to like unsubscribe because you don't like this type of content. It'd be like that. Talk to God about it. Like I said, stop coming to me as a grown woman, telling me that you don't like the content no more. That I used to be, such a great content creator when I focused on these topics and da da da. But now that I'm focusing on other stuff, now I'm not such a great content creator. Hey, take it up with God. Take it up with God.
It sounds like you just like men.
Yeah, that's it. Especially powerful men.
You like a powerful man.
Crazy work out here. Crazy work out here. Crazy work. A story that I do got coming up directly for you guys, and I do want to give a live edition directly of this. I did add other information when it deals with the video. I'll let people basically watch the video to find the rest of the information if they want to, learn more about it when I happen to post the video. But let me just get this video to you guys real quick, since I'm on like the whole streak of you can hate me now, because I won't stop now. So I want to give a shout out to the black woman here. Who was it? Tierica. Because I'm guessing that's the content creator. That's the lady that's up in the corner. You'll probably see her full face a little bit later during the video. But we're going to listen to her explain what took place to these two young black women who decided to take a trip out of country, right?
Amy, who went on vacation with her sister and ended up coming home in a casket. Denisha Delancey was just 29 years old, born and raised in Miami, Florida. A certified baddie from Liberty City, she loved to go out, travel, and enjoy life. This March, they were planning to celebrate her sister Sincaria's 29th birthday by planning a trip to the island of St. Martin with another friend for the very first time. The three young ladies booked a beautiful Airbnb on the Dutch side of the island along with a private driver. As soon as they arrived on the island, they went to their Airbnb, got cleaned up, and immediately went out to have fun at a day party. Later that night, they went to a club called the White Rabbit, and they met a man from Trinidad who was now living in St. Martin. He was being very generous and making sure that they were well taken care of. So by the time the night ended, they told their private driver that they didn't need him anymore, and they decided to ride home with this man because he had also booked an Airbnb just a few doors down from theirs. When they made it back to the room, the birthday girl and their friend Sasha went inside, while Denisha decided she was going to hang out with the men a little bit more. The plan was for them to go back to his Airbnb and hang out, but instead he drove her back to the club, and Denisha never made it back to her sister again. Her sister tried calling Denisha's phone over and over again, but there was no answer. Some hours later, they got a call from their private driver asking them if they were okay. And the girl said yes, but Denisha never made it back from hanging out with that man. When the driver heard this, he said, "Oh no, that man you were with, he was found dead early this morning." When the police first arrived on the scene, they thought it was just another traffic accident. But as they investigated, they saw that it was way more than that. Inside the car, they found a male driver and a female passenger, and they were both unresponsive. But when they investigated further, they realized that the crash was not the cause of their deaths. Police learned that the driver, Quincy Damon Sylvester, was a local businessman who was also suspected of being a drug lord, and police believe this murder was a targeted hit to execute him. Police say they found camera footage showing that there were some unknown men following Quincy around the club all night long. These men allowed them to leave the club and go all the way back to the Airbnb, but when they returned, they took their shot and got their man. Denisha just happened to be with him. Denisha was laid to rest in Miami by her family, who continued to grieve the loss of their daughter. Denisha was having the time of her life, and then her life was taken. What do you think?
So you saw that, right? So this is where it gets to the part of you can hate me now because I won't stop now. So for the longest time possible, I've done countless videos, and I've tried to make black women out here aware that you cannot go out here and do the same things that black men do. If you decide to sit up there and do it, you are going to fall to the wayside, as which has always happened anytime I happen to see or cover these types of stories. And you see the beautiful casket that they got directly for the young woman, right? Because she opted to move away from dealing with the drug dealers and the scammers and all this other type of stuff, black American men here in the United States. She was like, let me just go abroad and see what it is. And somehow, some way, she fell directly into the lap of another drug dealer, scammer, and all this other type of stuff who was local. And I'm pretty sure that when she basically saw him and saw how he was flexing money and she was listening to him talk about money and his businesses and stuff, her eyes lit up. And she was like, you know what? Looking at the surroundings and looking at who it is that I'm with, this could be my brand new life. This could be my lifestyle. And then I could just start doing stuff on social media and I don't got to worry about nothing. Da da da. He can pay it and afford my lifestyle. And rah, 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 rah. And look where that got her, into an early grave. And you know, the craziest part is that, you know, time and time again, I would always see videos of black women out here, content creators, or those who are out there on Twitter or TikTok, and they would be, you know, filled with jubilation whenever it is that there's a black man out there and he lost his life or he got injured or some way, somehow, you know, being out there, some Thailand or South Africa or whatnot or whatever, and they're just clinking glasses and tapping their shoes and all this other type of stuff, right? Just happy. But magically, when these type of stories happen, I don't see those same black women talking about this. I don't see those same black women giving warning signs and talking about like, yo, black woman, you got to be careful. You shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be doing that. Don't be, you know, trying to get with these dudes who got money and think that they can afford your life and da da da. Don't. I never hear this. They don't be turning her name into like hashtags or t-shirts, making sure that everybody's going to remember who it is that she is and her life and what she was. I don't hear none of that. They just move on. They'll make sure to highlight the success stories, and they'll make sure to highlight the stories where black men have failed, but they'll never sit up there and talk about when black women lose their lives trying to go abroad. And she did if she wanted to mess with a drug lord, she could have just stayed in the States. And her life expectancy would have been a little bit higher than this. You went to a whole nother area to deal with the same foolishness that you've dealt with for the longest time possible in the States. You left the States to do this. The smartest one out of this whole situation was the other woman that came with her. Because for the life of me, I don't understand, because I always hear from black women out here, discernment. Where is the discernment when it is that those are like black women are venturing out in different areas around the world? Like you going to Germany, you going to Russia, you going to Australia, you going to South America, you going to Thailand, you going to Philippines, you're going to Africa, all these other places. And in a lot of these other places, black women have lost their lives. And then it's an unsolved mystery. It's a cold case. Don't nobody know what happened. They just know that a black woman was going here and then she never made it back. And now everybody's trying to question. That's why I be talking about, like, dog, you can't go out here and do the same things that men do. It's not going to end well. Like I said, let's just be realistic. When men go out here and do stuff, people don't care. Let's just be real. People don't care if men lose their lives. So I don't understand or why it is that women want to go out here and play these type of games. Like I said, my condolences, but at the same time, I can't feel sorry for this because you decided to go directly headfirst into this. You didn't know this dude worth a can of paint. You just literally got to a whole nother land that you've never been to before. More than likely, you don't know no locals. You don't know no people. You don't got no business there. You don't got no acquaintances. You don't got no associates. You don't got nothing. And then some random dude who just magically had an Airbnb down the way, had a quote unquote legitimate business, but was actually a drug dealer. And then he magically spots y'all directly at the club. Nobody finds that suspicious. Nobody think that's a little bit convenient. Like, this is why I be saying, black women don't be paying attention when it deals with like stuff going on. Their head is not on a swivel. They spotted you before you even came there. I put it to you like this. There was a video that I watched before when it talked about the Yakuza, where it was stated that the Yakuza knows who comes in and out of the country. Right? That's the Yakuza. And that's a known, organization. So what does that then mean for St. Martin and the areas down there with those islands? Right? There's few far in between people and all that. They especially know who's coming in and out. So who's to say that the drug lord didn't already know that two black American women were sitting up there coming here by themselves? It wasn't a black man or any other dude directly in sight. He was like, oh, that's easy pickings right there. All right, we got that. And then somebody was like, hey, yo, we got this Airbnb. the two black girls like, hey, they got this Airbnb. We got another free one. We just got to clear this one, directly out. And you can sit up there and have this. And he put down the retainer and the money, probably more than, because again, he's a drug dealer. And he probably wasn't even staying at the Airbnb. And then magically he saw them directly at the club and then started talking to him. Like I said, yo, man, I be trying to give these warnings directly out here, dog. And for whatever reason, you got a lot of black women out here that don't want to listen. But this is what's going to continue to happen. This is what's going to continue to happen every single time. Like I said, there used to be a point in time earlier on when I used to do these stories and cover these stories. I would feel so bad. Like I would really internally feel bad. And then it just got to the point I'm like, I'm just talking to a brick wall. I don't got time to be like wasting tears on people that ain't even crying or don't even have those emotions for themselves. I'm like, I'm not doing this. So this is why you hear the voice that you hear right now. It's because, it be like that. You go out here and play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Just like the young black women that want to be a part of the drug game. They want to play the streets. They think that they're smarter than the average bear. They think that they're going to beat the game and they're going to outlive black men. You're not. Some chances might be you might even die sooner. Like I keep trying to tell people like, yo, stop going out here thinking that you can copy and do the same things that black men do. It's like, yo, there are lanes for women and there are lanes for men. This is not a lane for women. Stop doing this. Stop doing this. Just stop doing this. Or if you're going to do it, at least be logical and have common sense and stop feeding into the whole thing. Like I said, she was 30. Basically, she was 30. And she had enough common sense to know not to fall for money, but she still wanted to be stupid. Like, yo, this is just crazy. I need for the black women out here, like I keep continuously saying, yo, y'all need to sit up there and start talking to y'all daughters. Start talking to your nieces. Start talking to your granddaughters. Because if you don't, this is going to be them in a box. And I'm going to be covering the story. And you don't want me covering the story. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. Like this is crazy. She damn near 30 and she done lost her life over some foolishness. You would have thought that she was like 19, 18 or like something like Young and Dumb. Nah, she's grown. She knows better. No discernment. No caring about her own life or even technically the life of her friend or whoever she came with. Like I said, man, but like I said, for the black women out there, keep believing the stories that they want to sit up there and tell you, oh, black American men are the danger and a threat to black women's lives. The femicide rate, and they're doing this and they're doing that. Like I said, another reason that you didn't hear nothing about this story is because those black women out there that hate black men, black American men, they can't tie black men to this. They can't tie black American men to this story. That's another reason why you don't hear them talking about the story and pushing it. I've seen this 99 times, just like when black women be in interracial relationships and they lose their lives to their white counterpart. Those women, they never sit up there and bring that up. They don't bring up stats. They don't talk about the femicide. They don't talk about the loss of black women and losing their lives and their daughters and all this. Nope, they don't care about it. It's like, whatever. What? Who did it? Philippine man? African man? White man? See, I want to talk about it, but it's going to go against the narrative. And we can't do that because realistically, you want white guys. We don't really want the black type, right? So, let the sisterhood know when a black man takes one of our lives, then we'll get on it. Up until that point, we don't care. That's pretty much how it works. That's pretty much how it works. Like I said, I've been paying attention to this content creation thing for a long time and how it is that people want to spin these narratives. I'm telling you, it's not even guaranteed. That's how it works. They magically can find and talk about more stories about black American men doing something versus any other group, even though history can literally tell you a lot of things out here. But hey, it be like that though. But like I said, folks don't want to listen. Like I said, I bring these stories up in hopes that the intelligent black women out there will understand this. Everything will register, and they'll do their best. Like I said, I ain't saying you gotta force these girls out here to basically hear you, but like I said, at least you tried. That's all I'm saying, because that's all I can live by at the end of the day. Because I had to stop basically feeling so bad when I heard about these stories, as if I could do more. I can't. I can only do as much as God allows me to do, and this is all God allows me to do. because it ain't my job to go in there and to try to resurrect or save somebody who wanted to go out there and live stupid. It ain't my job. God didn't give me those powers of resurrection. So, like I said, this is all I can do. And the same thing for those black women out there. The only thing that you can do is just simply have the conversations, list stories directly like this, and hope. Well, I'm not even gonna say hope. And that's the only word I got right now. And I guess hope that things will play out better. You know? It'd be like that. It'd be like that though. So let me see. Did we cover we did this one, right? Yeah, we did that one early. All right. So now we did this one, that one too. We covered that one. I'm getting rid of some of the ones that we already covered. African dude, so yeah, now we're going to go directly over to Africa in a sense, and we're going to look at these stories. One of the videos, because he did this. Repeating myself 3 times. The guy in the video that you see directly in front of you,
get out 3 videos.
He does have 3 videos, but one of the videos I had to specifically cut because I didn't know how YouTube was going to act with it. So I'll just give you what the middle video is. You'll happen to see a little sliver of it a little bit later, but it seemed as though that the African men were raffling or selling off kids, and they had them in these types of bags. So I didn't want to specifically put that up there because, again, YouTube acts weird about a lot of stuff, even when it deals with information. So I wasn't trying to get caught up in none of that nonsense. But again, that was one of the other videos that he had up there. I may just post it in Discord just so people can see it. If those who are part of Discord and all this other type of stuff, I'll just happen to post it there. During the time frame of this video, I'll just do that. And yeah, let's just take a look at this.
Everybody pay attention. I'm going to show y'all 3 videos. Some of y'all seen it. Some of y'all may have not seen it. But you Africans, y'all really come here and have nerve. As much as I want to have sympathy for y'all, I can't. Check it out. 3 videos now. Let's go.
So let me see if I could
check it out.
Read this real quick for you. So on a part of the video, this is a Nigerian woman. They said that she was brought from Nigeria to look after kids for over 10 years. After that, I guess the people that brought her over, they wanted to take her back to Nigeria, and that's when they listed this as modern day slavery. Basically, it is, because they were like, "Hey, we're going to put you over here for a job. Now that we no longer need you for that job, we're going to send you back." Right? So let's take a listen.
Today, the police were supposed to turn up. They did not turn up, so they turned up on Sunday. So Sunday,
I don't know why it is so low.
The police will come, and then we will speak about the situation that happened between Mama and the niece. And
I don't know why it's so low, so forgive me on this one.
And the charity that's helping her as well has got involved. So yeah, what I'll do is I'll just keep you guys updated. Mama, how are you today?
That's his mom?
I'm fine, but I'm not fine with my brother.
Yeah. So it's fine. It will be well. Yeah. Let's try and be positive, and then we'll get to the bottom of this. Okay. And yeah. So this is the case, guys. So I'll update you guys on Sunday, and Mama, I'll see you on Sunday then. Okay. Yeah. Just put everything. Just be patient, and everything will get well. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, my brother.
Okay.
Do well, thank you.
All right then.
You just sleep. Take tablet. No money to shop. No food. Yes, I have nearly 4.
Now,
So hold on before you start speaking. So you mean to tell me that the dude that was holding up the camera, speaking, filming, he was filming his mom? Wow. You brought your mom for 10 years over here to help you take care of your kids that you had, mind you. You as a Nigerian man, you sat up there and had you procreated with another woman, and you had your mom over here basically as a glorified babysitter. And now that the kids, I guess maybe they're like 18 or whatever it is, now you're like, yeah, okay, mom, we don't need you no more, so we're about to ship you back. Wow. What was the wife doing? What was the wife doing? I'm like, was it like a surrogate? Are you a single Nigerian father? Like, how does that specifically work? Where you got a wife and you just got your mom, you brought your mom over here to basically raise your kids. So your mom got done raising you, right? She probably raised you over there in Nigeria or something like that, and then brought you over, or how would that basically work? But any which way it goes, she sacrificed and did for you, and then you want to sit up there. Like I said, Nigerians, y'all make everything worse for yourselves. This is why people don't feel sorry for you. Not only are you disrespectful to your own parents, not only are you disrespectful to those on the continent, but you're also especially disrespectful. It don't matter if y'all are in the United States, if you're in anywhere else around the world, if you're back there in Nigeria, somewhere else in Africa, or in the United Kingdom, y'all are disrespectful towards Black Americans just in general, in unison, which is crazy. It's like a joint effort. It's the most wildest thing. Y'all can maybe not like each other because of tribes or all this other type of stuff, but when it deals with Black Americans, y'all pull up to the scene and be like, "Yeah, we don't like that Akata. we don't like that cotton picker over there. Yeah, we don't do those Black Americans. They're not us. They're not a part of us." And like I said, and this is how y'all be moving. And you wonder why your country is in shambles at this current moment in time, and it's going to be like this in the future because y'all refuse to do better. But let me let this dude speak. My bad.
Here with me. I'm gonna play the next video, but you see, they flew her in and had her work for 10 years without giving her nothing, paying anything, or food, whatever the case may be. Y'all see how Africans treat their own people, especially you Nigerians. Y'all see that? But we're gonna take it to Ghana. And y'all know, we know that y'all been selling y'all people for hundreds of years, and then they took it by force 200 and some change years later. But no, 300, from 1400 to the 1700. So that's already 300 and some change. Then they took it by force. But let's go to Ghana. Let's go. I don't want to see. You see that? Y'all are an embarrassment to every melanated people on the planet. Y'all are docile, easily controlled pets. We should never trust y'all. FBAs don't play that. We will be they. Do you hear me? They will get uses y'all. Y'all in the back kingdomship, giving them the king status or whatever of your village. Y'all are an embarrassment, weak, docile pets. Let's continue.
Now let me see. That's 352. So let me just pull that back real quick, right? So again, this is how a lot of these Africans out here be moving. And isn't Ghana the exact same ones who are trying to make a fight in a position for reparations when it deals with Black American slaves? And they say that basically the UN and the United States owes Ghana money. And then I gave y'all a live stream pointing out the fact that Ghana again had a presence in slavery, and they still got a presence dealing with slavery in in the early 2020s. Like I said, it's crazy work. But they want to be the victims and everything though. But still pushing slavery in Ghana still to this day. But they want to sit up there and receive some money. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like I said, this is why Black Americans is looking at different areas on the continent very sideways, because y'all moving crazy. Or is y'all in the UK like to say y'all moving mad? Like this is wild to me. Y'all sitting up here having a celebration for these white folks out here. But mind you, let somebody Black American pull up to the scene. Y'all ain't trying to do this unless y'all paid to do it. Like I said, this is them. This is the people in Ghana they're not being paid to do this. They're literally just doing this just because of the energy. Just because it's the white man. Right? That's it. That's it. All of this celebration and dress up and dance. Y'all sitting up there carrying the dude or the woman directly on your shoulders. Clowns. Clowns. Shout out to the backyardigans. There's nothing but clowns out here. And then we're supposed to believe that those in Ghana got the best interest for Black Americans, and this is who you uplift and prop directly up. These are the exact same people that was with you during the slave trade. These are the exact same people who are going across the continent causing problems and issues still to this day, that are still in the way your resources in your land and all of those types of things. These are the people that you prop up and celebrate. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I'm supposed to believe you on a fight dealing with reparations. Like I said, that is some diabolical mess. Can't make this up.
Y'all see that, right? You think that Africans is our friend? These people don't even like each other. You see these primitive face, the first man to ever walk the earth, prehistoric face, dirty. Yes, I'm going there. I have to. Because y'all think we are the same. We never been the same. We not cut from that cloth. As much in my heart I have sympathy for looking at that mother and watching them little kids being sold out them bags, I have to say to myself, these would be the same people if they had a green card to come over here. They be calling us akatas and looking down on us and make it seem like we got no culture and all the stuff that's happening. Listen, I'm not going to talk your head off. These are the examples to show us, foundational Black Americans, these people do not need to be trusted. Ghana president, former president, they trying to get reparations and not even including us in it on no level to serve Africa. There's never been no alliance, and we are not the same people. We've been here, we fought here, and we died here. Foundational Black Americans can't even fathom doing their own people. You understand what I'm saying? Our DNA ain't wired, ain't the same. It's not the same. We not cut from that. Y'all will sell your mother
bars
for pennies just to have running water, just to have lights. You will sell your whole country. Exactly what y'all doing. Salute to, I forgot his name, but out there at Burkina Faso. Salute to him. And you niggas in Ghana signed with the United, the Europe, whatever the EU to spy on Burkina Faso, because it's literally right there. So you helping them be strategic with their military to try to bring them down to Burkina Faso. Don't ever trust these Africans. It may be some good ones here, maybe, but they will let you be in their presence. They will smile in your face as if you're buying from them. That's it. Only if it's you patronizing. Besides that, they don't f with us. They will sell you. That's all I got to say.
To try to put that into a better example, let's just take a look at this short video real quick.
蒋总跟他们发小费了。
Shout out to the Asian man paying the slave. Shout out to the rich Asian man paying his African slaves. Look at that. Look at those African men. They proud taking that money.
这都是赖拉，都是1000的赖拉给的。
Look at that. Look at the Asian man breaking bread with an African dude. He was like, yo, I'm tired of passing out this money. Woman, here. You come do this for me. I'm done. I'm tired of being around them.
一个人是5000赖拉， Yeah.
I'm like, is anybody even counting the money real quick though? Look at that. Look at that. Asians. Look at that. Pulled up the pay the slaves. They got it on deck.
帅
They
的
got
都
an
给钱
army of
啊！
slaves. Look at them standing
哎，
proud, standing to attention. Look at that. Look at that.
帅的就多给一张。
Look at them all smiling. Thank you, Mr. Asian man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is the most money I've ever gotten. Thank you. The white man doesn't even do this for me. Thank you. Like I said, that's crazy. Look at that. That's tough. That's tough. Like I said, the Asians got, areas in Africa on lock. Like I said, I ain't mad at them. It be like that. Let me see. Trying to find something real quick here. There's a video that I was looking for because there was two Africans that were talking about it, and one of the African woman that was there, she was specifically stating how the money that is involved with Black Americans, the $1 to $2 trillion, how that could be used to help rebuild Africa. I want to specifically give you guys that video versus just hearing me say it, because I feel like the point would come across a lot better. Is that it? Oh, wait, let me see. I think I actually found it. Hold on, let me see. Okay, yeah. Okay, there we go.
The next question would be, if reparations were to really happen,
yes,
how would they look like? Experts have floated figures as high as 24 trillion US dollars to account for centuries of unpaid labor and resource extraction, though no consensus exists.
Yes.
We also have the National African American Reparations Commission proposing this particular figure.
Yes.
These funds are dished out or disbursed, they could help maybe build Africa so that it could be a better place.
Yeah, but
so you heard that, right? Dealing with reparations, right? And especially dealing with everything with Black Americans, because they're trying to add everything within the total. That money could be used to make Africa a better place. Notice how this African woman didn't say anything about Black Americans. She didn't say anything about the plight. She didn't say anything about Black American communities, about families, about businesses, about HBCUs. She didn't say nothing about investing within Black Americans to uplift us and to make sure that we're setting okay. Like I said, this whole reparations talk is solely about Africans. That's all they care about. They don't care nothing about Black Americans. But like I said before, you got a lot of Pan-Africans that won't touch this. They won't speak on this. They won't highlight this because they want everybody to be in this type of delusion, in this false sense of reality and safety, to make it think that because we got people that look like this, that could be close to us, that they will mean best, that they will actually invest, that they will do the things that are meant to be done. But you heard it. Let me rewind that one more time. Shout out to Shauna for the $5 donor. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So let me just rewind that whole conversation again.
So the next question would be, if reparations were to really happen,
yes,
how would they look like? Experts have floated figures as high as 24 trillion US dollars to account for centuries of unpaid labor and resource extraction, though no consensus exists.
Yes.
We also have the National African American Reparations Commission proposing this particular figure.
Yes.
These funds are dished out or disbursed, they could help maybe build Africa so that it could be a better place.
Yeah, but the problem is there is no framework.
There's no framework, of
Yes.
course, but there are hopes that it could potentially, come to fruition.
Yes.
Public opinion also remains very divided. There was a 2021 Pew survey that found only about 3 in 10 U.S. adults said descendants of enslaved people in the U.S. should receive repayment, in some form, such as land or money.
Mhm.
So it's safe to say that Americans view the prospect of reparations mostly very, very negative. They
Yeah.
don't see like something that should even happen.
Yeah, and
So again, we heard that, right? We got the nonsense that I've been talking about for the longest time possible, where you got clownery, where folks want to pull up to the scene and be like, "Oh well, hold on, let me see, let me get you real quick, man." Um, so yeah, D Love, I got you. You are now blue on the other side. I got you. You are all good directly there. Just sitting up here going directly back through. But yeah, like I said before, all of this is just like it's nonsense. Straight nonsense. Like I said, it's everything is for them. They're only worried about themselves. And again, you already see what Africa is doing now. They're going to mess up that money. It's going to go to the rich. It's going to go to the elites of Africa, and then they're going to sit up there and send that directly to the Europeans. That's all they're going to sit up there and do. They're not going to share that and to build up Africa. They're not. If at any point, I put it to you like this, right? There's only about 5 nations over there that I feel and believe, because of the movements that they're doing, that they would actually use money in order to build themselves up to where it is that they should have been. Right? There's only 5. Right? And that's out of what, the 54 countries that are directly over there. So yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. And like I said before, I brought you guys another video before a while ago where a black woman had went over to Africa, and the dude was basically laughing in her face when they were even talking about slavery. He was just laughing in her face. And I'm like, that's what I be talking about. Like, this type of disrespect right there. Like, you got these dudes sitting up there playing directly in front of your face, laughing at you. Like I said, that's wild to me. That's 100% wild, but it'd be like that though. Yeah, I got you, love. Got you. But yeah, it is 1,000% crazy out here. This is why I sit up there and say that you can't trust these folks just because you feel, or you got some people that are trying to mimic, they're trying to cosplay and all this other type of stuff. That does not mean that they are of you. That doesn't mean that they care about you. Don't mean that they actually love you. They have any type of consideration, that they maybe even view you as a human being at all. Like I said, people got to get directly on the same boat and stop listening to a lot of these other folks, these Pan-Africans directly out here, when it deals with these talks. Because in their mind, they'll be like, oh, if we just come together, then we can really move as a force and really get this thing done. If Africa has control of these reparations money, how is Black Americans getting any of this money? Who's going to oversee that? Who's going to make sure that everything is everything when it deals with this money? The Africans ain't about to sit up there and do that. Africans can't even be honest with themselves in their own spaces. So what makes you think that they're going to be honest with money when it deals with Black Americans? Nah, they're going to be keeping a lion's share of that and hand us crumbs. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It is wild work. It is wild work, right? So let's continue directly on. This video is a little bit different. Topic wise, it's going to touch on 2 different things. So just be forewarned. just be forewarned. I could have covered another super simp video. I could have did that. I might do it. But I just want to highlight this because these are younger women directly out here, and these are some of the conversations that, again, people like to play these games and they want to go on social media and tell their business and all this other type of stuff. So we're going to peer directly into this and hear what they got to say.
This car, let them run a train on them. Bitch, somebody got to get out of the car because who the fuck is in this car? Somebody in this car been tricking on a nigga.
Somebody in this car borrow bitches' clothes and act like it's theirs when they go out.
Somebody in this car, if a nigga was to text them and say, I'm gonna fly you out, they're green. Just the one. Somebody in this car. That's everybody in this car. Somebody in this car is pregnant. That's tea for me. I'm not gonna say any names.
Somebody in this car just wore somebody drawers. The pink panties to be specific, but anyway.
Somebody in this car don't know how to keep a nigga. Let's talk about that.
Somebody in this car let a nigga move in with them, and then when the lease came up and he didn't pay the bills, bitch, he tried to kick him out, and then he had to call the police on them. But I ain't gonna say no names.
Somebody in this car had 4 fucking abortions. Yeah.
Somebody in this car.
That's crazy. And I've brought you other videos like this as well too. And they were younger than this. And these are grown women. And somebody in this car had a train ran on them. Somebody in this car done, got rid of 4 kids. Somebody in this car is currently pregnant. Somebody in this car is wearing somebody else's dirty underwear. What's women don't have their own underwear. They don't have packs. Is it just like pairs? Like what's going on? Like you just afforded, you went to like Victoria's Secret or whatnot, and you were like, let me get this like this $80 version because it looks nice and it feels good on my skin. And then you were like, your girl came over and she was like, all right, I like these. I want to sit up there and wear this. And I'm like, that's nasty. Y'all got fluids. And then women be with like multiple guys, and clearly in this car, everybody needs a checkup. Like this is wild. And you heard the one in the front. She was like, well, that'll be everybody in this car if some random dude called them to get flown out. So going back to the previous video that I gave y'all before about young black women ended up in caskets. Yeah, all three of them just already get the hearse ready. Get those African dudes that was dancing with the casket with the music. Just get it ready. Because like I said, this is how easy it is. This is why, for me, when I see like black women out here, these young black women out here, and they're just going to and from, and I don't see a man there, but I know it's going to be a man at the end of that trip. That's why I don't even feel a certain type of way no more. I'm like, hey, it is what it is. Godspeed. Jesus, take the wheel. Because that's what it is. Because Jesus is taking the wheel everywhere. It's wild. It is diabolical. Like I said, you got women out here that love to play games. In each one of these women, you heard no type of discernment at all. That's the key word that a lot of these black male haters like to always say, like, oh, black women, you need to have discernment when dealing with, these black men. Matter of fact, just don't deal with them at all. But what happened? Where's the discernment at here? It's like if a dude got money, it's like y'all automatically jumping at the chance. Don't want to talk about that though. You got women out here leading in the amount of laying on the doctor's table, magically getting rid of kids. It's crazy. Stats is high. High as all get out. It's wild. Like doctors are making hand over fist when it deals with money. The medical industry making hand over fist. Like I said, Henrietta Lacks, that was a terrible story. Right? Because the medical industry decided to just take her DNA without knowing. They're easily signing up. They're just signing up, just handing over all types of like blood cells, samples, fetal tissues, all this other. They just handing all that stuff directly over. Like I said, this is why I be trying to sit up there and tell folks like, yo, for the women out here, y'all got to sit up there and start talking to your daughters, man. For the women out here, you got to start talking to your daughters, your nieces, your granddaughters, all of this. Like I said, if you don't, this is going to be their future because they're going to have friends. They're going to have ducks. they're going to have birds out. They're going to have birds out here chirping like this. And I ain't talking about the next tail. They're going to be chirping like this on social media, just putting all of the information out there. Notice how none of these women out here said, everybody in this car uses protection. Everybody in this car has a my chart and it's clean. Notice how none of them said that because they're all having unprotected relations with random dudes out here. And I promise you, none of those are standard issue dudes, 9-to-5 dudes. They're sitting up there ripping and running, scammers, drug dealers, gang members, dudes in and out of jail and prison. Dudes got records, longer than my stint in school. Like it's crazy. It is 100% crazy. They straight goofies directly in here. But like I said, these are the ones that make content where they'll make this content and make it popular, and then it gets delivered directly to your daughters. Why? Because everybody's on TikTok. And then your daughters are going to think at a young age, being teenagers, that this is the thing to do. Go out there and have relations with random dudes, jumping from guy to guy to guy to guy to guy, just doing open splits, just on guy to guy, just turning like a helicopter. And then a moment of time that it's time to have kids, oh, let me go to the doctor's office. Let me lay on the table real quick. And then you want to continue to still get pregnant, tearing up your body each and every time you go to the doctor's office. And then you sitting up there putting your health at risk. Not only are you putting your health at risk of sleeping with different guys, right? Not only are you putting your health at risk, sleeping with different guys and doing it unprotected, but you're also putting your health at risk, vaginal health at risk, because you're wearing somebody else's underwear, knowing the fact that all of y'all be sleeping with dudes unprotected. And somehow, some way, people be like, oh yeah, it's the reason why the STD rate and STI rate is so high in the black community is because of black men. No. I done covered stories of women like this sharing clothes, sharing guys, and also sharing certain devices. So yeah, it'd be like that though. It'd be like that. That's crazy. We got random people just sitting up there talking real crazy, and you are out of here, buddy. Because like I said, I could talk about a subject, but I ain't about to sit up there and start talking real sideways, though. I'm not about to sit up there and go to that extent. Don't make any sense. Because let me sit up there and tell you one thing. I might be at this moment in time, specifically talking about black women, but don't let me get on the history. Don't let me find out who it is that you are. You're either white or other. And there's tons of stories about women around the world sitting up there living in whoredom. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. You got women around the world sitting up there selling their kids just to sit up there and get some drugs, just to sit up there and pay rent. Let's not do that. You got women out here around the world putting their kids directly into slavery and selling them off to Europeans. Let's not do that. let's not do it. Like I said, I may have issues that I want to point out so that people are straight and this type of stuff can like not continue. But let's not sit up there and take it there. Let's not do that. And especially if you're white, don't do that. Because I got a story here that deals with a woman that decided that she wanted to be both with a minor and the pet dog. Like I said, aka man's best friend. We know why it is your best friend. We clearly know. So like I said, let's not do this. Let's not do it. Like I said, I come in peace. I come in peace. Like I said, I keep trying to warn people. Don't sit up there and be stupid. Don't sit up there and be stupid. Don't think that this is just your in way to sit up there and start trying to talk sideways in the comment section. Let's not do it. Save yourself from me. That's what you need to do. Because like I said, I am hungry at this moment in time. I have not had no food. And I was putting nothing directly about there. Let me see. What was the other? Did I want to put this one directly up there? Let me see. Oh, matter of fact, I love this. So let me So let me just put this directly up there because people believe that you don't have white women trying to get like hair and installs. Like I said, you can look at the background, hair accessories, right? All white women of blondes and all this other type of stuff, all different colors, right? All of that weave, right? Because the main stereotype that people like to sit up there and talk about is just black women. Did I see a white dude there too? Was he there? Oh no, that was a woman. Okay. Just had to make sure. You never know. I don't see not nearly a black woman out there. I think is that woman Asian right there? She looking kind of like she got kind of a tan. That woman right there in the black, she looks kind of familiar, like she was off of a TV show or something. But like I said before, don't be out here believing the hype that white women's hair is just natural. Like I said, it wasn't the View. It was I think it was the Talk or whatever it was. All the women there sat up there and started taking out their extensions. I'm talking about from like the Asian women to like the white women. Started sitting up there taking out the extensions and whatnot because all of them were sitting up there like, yeah, women wear extensions, not just something that's just primarily a black woman thing, like everybody. So, like I said, you guys too many dudes out there that be like, oh yeah, my woman's hair is natural. She ain't never have to do this or that and da 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 da. I'm like, you're stupid. I'm like, white women wear extensions, weaves, and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, they were some of the first ones to sit up there and wear fake hair. Like I was like, where are people at? Like, where are people at? Like 100%. Where are people at when it really deals with this conversation? Because it's like magically those folks don't be sitting up there pulling up to the scene and showing up. It's like, yeah, my white woman, she never sits up there and does sound like the acacias and this. And I'm like, this is why your bald ass is directly over there, obese as all get out with that white woman. That's exactly why your health is looking the way that it is. But like I said, you can't tell them. Like I said, people get on my nerves. People really get on my nerves when they want to sit up there and try to, spend some stuff, and they think that this is just it's like, yes, the gotcha moment. Let me sit up there and slide in here. Now you're about to be sliding right back out. But you're gonna take this gift though. you're gonna take this gift directly right there with you. Like I said, it is crazy work, diabolical. Man, can't tell nobody nothing though, but Yo, Shauna, what is up? You said you on a mission today. Hey. we trying to touch, a multitude of bases. Trying to touch a multitude of bases directly out here. Let me see. Who's that? That's Ann Coulter. That's dealing with Africa. That's a woman that was putting hands on a dude. I'm trying to go through and remember some of these videos before I put them up, because I got to be very careful. Yeah. So that was that video where the African dude was sold into slave. I could do that. I could post that one. I could do that. Make that a solo. I might make it a solo. I might make that one a solo video. So this is another video
for shit, yes, right? Ma'am.
Right. So, like I told, let me just make my stance very clear, right? Previous live streams and videos, I have set up there and stated that I would rather for women to be not on the streets. Like I said, I'm talking about, let me just be very specific. For the women, that this is basically their career, where they're just out here on the streets or the blade, whatever people want to sit up there and call it, and they selling, that's what it is. I would rather for them to be in the safety of their own home and in control of the content and the money versus being on the streets and potentially losing their lives, getting held up, or being in a pine box somewhere, right? So this is when, at various times of content and putting stuff directly out there, I've stated that I am actually for OF, because I feel like it is a safer route for women who make this a career choice, that this is something that they do. I'm talking about day in and day out, from sun up to sundown. I'm talking about those women. I ain't talking about no part-timers or nothing like that. I ain't talking about women that's just like, I just want a little bit of extra money. No, I ain't talking about that. So, but again, within me saying that and prefacing this, I also want to sit up there and say, this is another video for the black women out there. Please start talking to your daughters. Please start talking to your nieces and all this other type of stuff, so they are not out here on these streets looking like this, because I done seen this too many times and it don't make no sense. There's too many women out here for this to even be a thing. So let's just look at this real quick.
You Mr. Pay for shit,
yes,
right?
Ma'am. All I do is swipe. What's going on, Queen?
This shit serious, bro.
What's wrong, Queen?
Man, nothing. Just leave me alone.
I'm just trying to make sure.
I don't feel like motherfucking talking.
I'm just trying to say I missed the pay for shit. That's it.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
You just got me Mr. Pay for shit and you don't give a fuck.
Because what kind of fuck you act? I don't care about shit. You want me to talk for the niggas or you don't?
Hey,
like, what is it?
Was you
this
say?
This way or this that
I missed the pay for shit. Yeah.
You Mr. Pay for shit,
yes,
right?
Ma'am. All I do is swipe.
Right.
That's like, come on now.
Yeah.
You just coming correct. Bitch, you keep coming like you just a horny ass, dog ass nigga.
I feel like you need a hug. That's it.
Oh to be
You sure?
Why not?
I'm just trying to make your day better. That's it.
What he gonna pay for? You gonna pay for some shit right now?
Yeah. What you need a ride home? What you need?
No, I don't need a ride home.
Why
you being mean to him? He ain't
It's,
shit
it's
to
okay.
me.
Hey.
Came over here to talk to you, and then he said he Mr. Pay for shit.
So let me just go back here. You obviously got like two different folks here again, and I just got to use this as an example. Women, you got to really talk to your daughters, your nieces, and all this other type of stuff, so they're not out here on the streets like this, because this is just bad. This is just bad. Like I said, I could sit up there and look at them, and I'm like, they could be anywhere else but doing this. But you got people that's like, I'd rather not go to college. I ain't about to go get a trade. I'm not about to go work a 9 to 5. I'd rather sit up there and do this crazy work. But two different mindsets, right? So you got the dude that's obviously filming, right? And he spotted the two women directly out there. You got the one that got like the little semi through whatever dress, and she just got an attitude for no reason. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's popping. Like I said, maybe if you having a bad day, sweetheart, you need to just go home. Like, this is not customer service. I'm just gonna be real. This is not going to help you attract any money from men directly either. But I will sit up there and say this though: if it was a white dude that came directly up to her, she wouldn't have this attitude. I can promise you that. I've seen it too many times. I've even witnessed this, even outside of just this specific instance, going to grocery stores and looking at how you got women behind the cash register. Like I said, it's two different attitudes, two different types of attitudes, two different types of greetings, two different types of energies. So, like I said, that's not how you basically do stuff. That's not good customer service. You should have just like left this one out, because obviously the friend there or whoever, she got common sense. She trying to talk sense directly. It was like, hey, this dude say he got money, whatnot, whatever. He's trying to see what's up, and you sitting up here giving him an attitude for like no reason. Now you saw the differences in voice structure and attitudes. The one that you see that's quote unquote, with the swoop and all this other type of, she's sitting up there, rah rah rah, all this other, just nasty whole attitude for like no reason. She didn't even say that the dude even did anything wrong. She just has this attitude. I'm like, dog, you need to relax. The other one, she came up to him like, hey, what's up? How you doing? All this other type of stuff, yada yada yada. Like I said, two different types of energies, two different types. But again, even outside of this, you got black men out here that deal with this type of thing here, where they will get these two different types of energies. And again, this is like mixed messaging. So it's like at one instance, it's like, we could be sitting up there, we could be like cool with like just black women in general. And then on the other instance, you'll sit up there and get the attitude like you just sat up there and saw, which don't make no sense. It's like, I ain't even do nothing to you. It's like, I don't even know you. It's like, why am I getting this attitude? It's like I said, it's wild out here. It is wild out here. Like Mo said, disclaimer on the channel: this channel does not promote prostitution, sex work, or human trafficking. All commentaries purposes of education and or entertainment. That is facts. That is complete facts. Just sitting up there saying, that's crazy. That is just 100% crazy. Like I said, I don't know what to sit up there and tell people. I don't. But again, the main end result of me basically bringing this up is to send a message out there for the black women out there. Please talk to your daughters, your nieces, the young black women that you find to be important, because I didn't cover too many stories, especially of young girls who are like 18 and they going out here working the street. And I'm like, you're 18, you shouldn't even be out there. Why am I even doing the story about you? Why are you even found in a ditch somewhere on the side of a road? Like I said, I didn't cover too many stories, and it gets to the point where you just can't cry about it no more. And it's just like you start getting angry because you have too many adult women out here failing these young girls. Like I said, if we could sit up there and say that, okay, black men are sitting up there failing the young black men out here, cool, fine, no problem, cool. But in the same vein, we got to levy that directly to black women out there when it deals with these young girls. We can't just sit up there and say that, we're just going to continue to just blame black men on the side, and then everybody else is just hands off, and they can just give all of the critiques and say everything negative and not have to do nothing to lift a finger. That's crazy. Like I said before, everybody got a role to sit up there and play. Everybody got a role. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. Like I said, I want people to be safe. I want people to be good. at the end of the day, and have a very long, life expectancy. That's it. That's it. So now I forgot what this video even was. But the title of it is that women can be so ungrateful and entitled. And I'm probably gonna just pause it after the other person is about to give their commentary because it's whatever.
With someone,
So let me pause it real quick. Shout out to DSB. Said Seji Shalom. My warrior brother, and keep up the amazing work, family. Will do. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So now let's get directly into this and listen.
if you're with someone, you're going to get an oil change. Oil change is $150. They only give you $100. You didn't ask for the money. You didn't ask for it, but they gave you a half gesture. So you.
Did you tell him how much these things cost?
Yeah, if he'll ask him like, hey, how much is the oil change?
And you'll say 150 and he'll send you 100.
Yeah.
Now, that's crazy.
Are you
married?
About to be.
So what's the problem? You already signed up.
I didn't.
Yep.
I am appreciative of his gesture because he didn't have to do it.
So why is the correction not with your acceptance, but with his action? Damn.
That's good.
But I have an issue with a man that I'm telling is 100.
Okay. So we didn't even get. Let me just go back because the bird is about to start talking. The eyelashes, the wings are basically flowing. The wind is already as gust. It's category 5 gust out here. But this brother, and again, I've disagreed with quite a few of his takes directly on some stuff because he will be just solely just like on some like the woman is like always right type stuff. But in this one, he made some sense. He was like, yo, how are you going to be mad at the action that he took versus the other? And she didn't have nothing to say. She was like, oh, wow, that's actually, that's a great point. Didn't have nothing to say, though. But was like, that's a great point. Didn't want to try to delve deep and get directly into that, right? But now, and you can clearly see, now look at the bird. This is what I want to sit up there and tell you. This is how you know a bird is thinking and there's nothing really up there. And she's going to start talking and saying a whole bunch of nonsense. You see the face that she's giving directly to this guy because he is disagreeing, because he's blaming the woman instead of blaming the guy. This is what that face looks like. And this is how you know a bird is going to start talking a bunch of nothing but noise.
Damn.
That's good.
But
And
I
watch
have
the
an issue
attitude.
with a man that I'm telling is $150 and he's giving me $100. So now I'm thinking about your leadership. Now I'm thinking about other ways that you're going to short me. Now I'm thinking about how you also going to be frugal and petty and penny pinch in other departments, right? And so it may not be a heart wound, right? This is just baseline reciprocity. Why is it that I'm showing up for you fully, but you feel the need to give me 100 on 150? You're literally telling him the price and he's giving you a portion of it. So I want to know, where's the rest of it, baby? Because when you in my household, you're going to leave my household, right? And you're going to provide a covenant from me, and you want me to respect you and lead, right? And you want me to be submissive. Where is my other $50?
Thank you.
Period.
Thank you.
Hey, hold on.
So let me get this straight.
So let me just roll that back. So I just want people to pay attention to when a bird is talking. I'm trying to get the wide view of when she was talking. Let me just pull this back a little bit and let this play a little bit. Because this is when I tell people that they need to pay very close attention to a lot of these women when they're talking. Because if we look directly at the image, I need somebody to tell me where is the ring at. So this is what I'm saying. So the woman that had the orange wig directly on, she's engaged, meaning that she's on the way to be married. She's a few steps away from the altar, right? A dude is actually committed. This bird out here can't even get a guy to commit. The only thing that she can get to commit is the ignorance of her words, is her voice to speak utter BS. That's the only thing that she can commit directly to or get any commitment directly from, is that consistent nonsense. And you have this single woman talking to a woman that is literally about to be at the altar and trying to give her advice on how a man should work and move. Whew. And when I sit up there and tell you that women make other women single, this is what I'm talking about. This is that example right here. Why on God's green earth would you, as a woman that's basically married, take advice from a single woman that can't even have a consistent relationship or a consistent guy in her life? So, like, I've been trying to figure that out for the longest time possible, because 9 times out of 10, when you look at a lot of these women on these platforms, they don't even have a consistent relationship. They can't even get a guy to actually commit or want to commit. And then on top of that, pay attention to her delivery. She started amping herself up. She was like, "Oh, my household, where's the other half of my money? And you're supposed to be that. What are you talking about? Isn't it ours?" This is why she's alone. This is why ain't no man committed to her. Listen to the words. She thinks that she is the king of everything, when it is a partnership, when it is two people coming together to create a whole of something. She's like, my. She sounds like the seagulls off of Finding Nemo. My. That's how she sounds. And I'm like, that's wild. That's 100% wild. You can be consistent in the long eyelashes. You can be consistent in makeup. You can be consistent in making sure that your legs is oiled. You can be consistent on long nails. You can be consistent on the hair, but you can't be consistent in a relationship. But women are listening to her. Whoo! Jesus. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. And then the crazy part is, the dude sat up there and gave the woman 100. I'm like, all right, he pretty much got the majority of it. So you pick up the later portion, which is 50. I'm pretty sure everybody out here got a 50 somewhere. And then she made it a problem talking about, where's my other money? Are we dealing with drugs? Are you a drug dealer? Like, are you a loan shark or something? Like, what are we talking about here? Talking about my money. It ain't even your money. What are you talking about? He gave it to you, which means that he didn't have to give it to you, which then means that we wouldn't even be having this conversation of this theoretical, where's the rest of my money? Like, yo, the craziest part is, for her to have this voice, she's talking like this because she knows more than likely that the woman that came up there on the mic asking the question is more than likely married to a black dude. She would never take her black self to her white supervisor or boss that signs her checks. She would never sit up there and go to that business or that corporation talking about, where's my money? Run me my check. She ain't gonna do that. She know better. She know better. She would never sit up there and do that. I would love to see this woman in corporate America run up on a white man sitting up there telling me, run me my money. Where's the rest of this, that, and the third? She'll never have that voice and that attitude. She'll never do it. But like I said, she'll amp herself up, though, when she's imagining the black man, though. That's crazy. Christine, it's almost sound like Johnny Gill. Yo, that's facts. That is facts. That is facts. Like, that's like, yo, it's crazy. That is great. And what did Shawnee say? Yo, what is up, Shawnee Brown? What is up? You said, I'm just hoping that someone gave a portion. Yeah, and this is why you have let me highlight that real quick. This is why you don't have a lot of dudes wanting to do anything. Like, even if it deals with just like female friends that they just call them up like, hey, such and such, could you loan me 50 or whatnot? This is why dudes don't even want to do stuff for women no more, because you got folks out here that's ungrateful, and because you got women like her on a stage that got a mic, and you heard the other black women that were there, they were snapping and cheering, yes, queen, yeah, right, doing all of that stuff and cheering this nonsense on. They are going to be the reasons why the situation is messed up for every other woman directly out there. That's all it takes. Because like I said before, men may not have been listening and paying attention in the past, but now men are. Now men are paying attention. In the exact same way that you got women out here that like to paint a broad brush directly on black men or just men in general, now this is what men are sitting up here doing. They're like, well, women always say these negative things about us, or just believe it in generalizations or whatnot or whatever. All right, fine, no problem. I'm like, so this is obviously the same way that women move. They feel like whatever money a man has is automatically theirs, and they feel entitled directly to it. And then they have a problem when you don't want to sit up there and do it. So if I'm going to be the villain, men are like, if I'm going to be the villain, I would rather be the villain on my own time. So I'm just not going to do it. because it's like I'm wrong if I go through with it, but it's like, oh, you didn't really give enough money. I needed the whole full total. And then I'm wrong if I don't do it. It's like I just might as well be wrong. I'll just be wrong on my own time. At least I know why it is that I'm wrong, and I'm not figuring out. It's not a second guess. I don't have to be Professor X and have to read, somebody's mind. I don't have to do none of that nonsense. Like I said, a lot of women are going to mess it up for the rest. What'd you say? Shawnee Brown said, what if he didn't have it at all? He would still be wrong. They would say that that guy is not dependable. You shouldn't be getting married to him. He's not a leader. You don't trust him with finances and da 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 da. Right? That's what it basically turned directly into. I done seen this backwards and forwards every which way. And somehow, some way, whatever situation a woman is going through financially, it ends up falling upon a guy, even if they're not in a relationship and everybody's completely single. They'll be like, yo, I went to go ask one of my male friends for some money, and he said that he didn't have it, and I need $1,400 by the end of the week in order to pay, my rent. If not, I'm going to be out. It's like these men out here, they're just not dependable anymore. Like the crazy videos that women put out and try to make it seem like a man is at fault for you losing your residence is wild. For your lights going off, or your water going off, or for you not being able to afford groceries for your kids, of which he didn't create. Wild, wild, and wild. But like I said, it's going to get worse because there's not enough women out there speaking against this type of nonsense. Just like in the crowd, you had more than enough women there, and the greater majority of them decided that they wanted to cheer on this bird squawking and talking. Like I said, this is why a lot of women are single, because they take advice and they listen to consistently inconsistent single women. This is exactly why. Exactly why. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. It's diabolical in nature. It needs to be studied. Needs to be studied, right? So now we're going to go directly to another video.
School board member thought that it would be appropriate to call a student hot during a meeting.
God, you're hot. You know that? Damn. Where do you go to school at?
I'm a Crockett.
All right.
Oh, let me rewind that back. So for any white folks in here, now this portion of the conversation is specifically about you, because y'all like to sit up there and pop up and run your gums. A lot of the times and sit in the background and just wait, just like the person that wanted to type the N-word directly in the comment section. Got you, no problem, Charles. So the problem that we have directly here is that this is an older, balding, probably suffering from ED, along with being overweight and having high cholesterol, and probably has 2 stents, right? And probably bad knees. This is an older white gentleman that decided to talk to somebody's teenage daughter that was right next to him and tried to bring her closer and said, my God, you're hot. Wow. 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 Did I say wow? Because wow, you boldly said that in front of a room full of adults, and you had people chuckling. Who are adults? And guess what everybody is? White. You can't make this stuff up. But like I said, folks don't like to talk about this though, right? Anytime y'all want to be racist, y'all want to start, calling me the N-word and all these racial slurs, y'all never want to address how white men, let me repeat that again, go out here and you specifically go after the most, purest ones of your community. Why would you look at this young teenage girl as a, retired, balding, health failed, ED ridden, Viagra using white male? Why would you decide? More than likely, you haven't even seen the bottom lower portion of yourself because of your belly in a very long time. But you thought within your grand wisdom as a white man, I'm the master of the universe. Let me sit up there and tell, because I still got it. It's, it's 1965 happy days. My God, you're hot. I guess that was the line I used to get them. I guess that was the line. And the other adults there agree with that. Y'all were fine with that. This is why your community is so rife with this type of filth. And he's a part of the city council. Whew! That's wild. That is wild. That is wild. But anyways, let's keep going.
All right.
And parents are rightfully upset. They are demanding that he resigns. And Oddly enough, he had a follow-up interview about basically him saying that it was taken out of context and he's just this old country boy and meant no harm.
You know, I'm old school. I'm an old farm boy, and I didn't mean nothing by anything. I just was proud of her.
Oftentimes...
Wait. So y'all mean to tell me that y'all allowed this white dude with this retired YMCA village mustache with this old Frank Mercury, George Michael's mustache to sit up there and get on the news, on your white news, mainstream media, and to double down on calling somebody's young daughter hot and attractive? And he was like, well, I'm just some old, country boy. And, this is what we do. And I was just, really proud of her. I didn't mean, really nothing by it. I'm just a farmer's son. No. A farmer's son is Martha and John and Martha Kent, who raised Superman, who was an alien child from Krypton that blew up and then his spaceship landed here. That's a farm boy. There's multiple words for you, and none of them are positive. All of which means that you should be on the offenders list and that you should be serving time. Like I said, people need to be looking at this track record. People need to be looking up this track record because I'm highly confused. So, wait, I'm a little bit confused. What is up, Miss Keisha? I'm trying to figure out. You said whatever in the comment section. What specifically were you replying to? Let me just. I'm just gonna let her, try to type something real quick because I'm just trying to figure out because I'm looking through the comments real quick because I'm guessing she just came in. Okay. Now remember I do not have a lot of friends that is single. Had one good friend and she passed away during the pandemic. Right. My condolences. Oh, I guess you're saying whatever to the dude being proud. I got you. I got you. Yeah, I got you. I figured it out. It took me a minute. That's why I went through the comment section real quick. I was like, hey, notice, like I said, I'm trying to be a better person. I didn't just automatically rage out. I'm like, hold on. Let me just check it real quick. Let me see what she's talking about. Let me gather some information. Trust me, I got you. But yeah, like this is crazy. And 9 times out of 10, white folks, why is it that y'all never seemingly, highlight this or talk about it? There's 99 teachers. Like if I decided for about a good 2 months that I just wanted to do solo videos and I wanted to talk about y'all teachers that look just like you going after your kids in your community, oh yeah, I would have endless content. It would be endless. And it was especially when it deals with your women. Like that's the craziest thing. For the white dudes out there, I'm just a little bit confused, right? Y'all like to write, like racial slurs and all this other type of stuff because you're concerned about who white women are attracted to and different things, of that nature, right? Because of, people feel a certain type of way, right? But also at the same time, y'all be having conversations asking white women, like, have you ever slept with a black guy? Like there's fields of videos out there of white women talking about that on TikTok and many other people, and they find it to be very, very weird. But the question that I never see white men talk about is that do they have certain feelings that they shouldn't have when it deals with minors? When it deals with teenagers. I never happened to see those videos or you guys wanting to question white men about that and to try to dive deep into that. Nor do I see y'all do videos asking white women, do they have feelings for, minors and pets? Why, like I said, y'all real good at being consistent and being like bigoted or racist and writing slurs online. Y'all can always do that no matter what the story is. But when it deals with this type of stuff, I see you guys consistently inconsistent. And that's weird. For the people that say that they modernized the world and they built everything and all this other type of stuff, and y'all got such this mass influence. I'm like, yeah, y'all got an influence, all right. It ain't good, but like I said, be like that. Diabolical. But let's continue.
Proud of her.
Oftentimes when people say that they're old school, it's just basically a different way of saying that they do some problematic things that you may not like. And that basically was his excuse. He was like, I'm old school. This is how we used to do it, and I didn't mean any harm, but I don't know about you. I wouldn't want anyone calling my teenage daughter hot. Wouldn't want to see anyone calling a teenage girl hot or anything like that. So I'm not really sure why he thought that was appropriate, and he absolutely should resign. And I'm not really sure why he gave this weird follow-up interview thinking that it was going to make him look better. Made him look 10 times worse.
Shout out to Ms. Keisha, said, I've been here in the chat listening and I'm at work and I did subscribe and hit the like, but much love, respect, and appreciation. Also, shout out to any other new subscribers currently at this moment in time, or maybe past, present, and or in the future. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Also, shout out to the lady in the video with the Powerpuff Girls t-shirt. That is classic, that's vintage. Got Mojo Jojo, got him, and I forgot you got Medusa directly on the other side as well too. Classic. But yeah, like I said, this is just crazy. I'll probably do a solo video directly on that a little bit later, and post that, because that's just wild. Like, people are sitting up there saying like they want him to resign, not that he should. Like that's the wild part, because I'm like, that basically lets you know that the greater majority don't have a real issue, or that there's not enough uproar about this situation to actually make anything happen. So he's pretty much just going to be there for all intents and purposes up until further notice. Like I said, you had grown. He shouldn't be the only one gone. Whoever was in the background, if there were women there, for them to be okay with that and not saying nothing, fire them. Any other adult individual, if there were men there and they didn't say anything, fire them. For the adults that were there that laughed when he made or whatnot, made that comment, fire. Like I said, get rid of them all. Because the moment in time that you got one, you more than likely got many. And if somebody is laughing at something like this, that's not funny. And then him sitting up there getting a chair and trying to pull her closer, brother. But like I said, people like to allow a lot of stuff. People like to allow a lot of stuff. It's crazy. It's crazy work. Yeah. Ms. Keisha said everybody in that room needs to leave. Yeah. 100%. Ms. Brown said he always inappropriately speaking. They just let him get away with it. Yeah, they probably did. DSB said, I don't have a daughter, but if I did, Lil Nisi, and I will go to jail over each one of them if a grown man says anything out of the way. Yeah, I'm right there with you. 100%. 100%. Like I said, beyond any of the topics that I've, really talked about on the channel, I've also advocated and spoken up for the most vulnerable, which, of course, the elders, but more so for the young kids directly out here, because they don't really got a voice, right? They don't got anybody really paying attention or looking, directly at them. And, a lot of videos need to be put directly out there in order to garner the attention that it needs so that things can get fixed. Like I said, it's crazy. It is it's diabolical. 100%. 100%. Lord have mercy. But because let me tell you something, if it was at any other point, let's say if I had a daughter and that was her directly up there and I was, at that meeting, I would have flew across that desk. I would have caught an assault charge real quick. I would have flew across that desk though. I would have flew real quick. That would have been the closest to Superman that you would have ever seen in your life. Look, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's a black man. That's exactly what it is. That's what it would have been. That's exactly what it would have been. I kid you not. Like, it's crazy. But away from that topic there. Now we're gonna go into technically another warning video directly up there. And this is a video where a black woman, she was in a sense, I can't say like tricked out of her house, because it was the system directly at play for how this happened. There's actually other videos that I wanted to put a compilation together with detailing this, and the reason I want to highlight this is due to the fact that, as people have stated, black women are making strides. Black women, the home ownership and whatnot is through the roof, and all these other types of things. And because that home ownership is now through the roof, they're going to go after those who don't know specifically the ins and outs, right? So we're going to listen to this woman give a retelling specifically what happened. I got the captions up there, and we're going to look at this Asian dude walk directly through the house and see everything that took place.
This is the guy that has my house. I've been up all night doing research. I cannot find who these people are. I can't find out who owns this LLC. He knows I'm alive. This is what I'm going through right now. Someone by the name of Ryan Layton filed for a deed transfer saying that he was my brother and that I was deceased. I was actually alerted by all of this by my neighbor because I work over the road. So my neighbor alerted me when he seen U-Hauls pulling up, removing everything out of my house. The police were called out. However, these people had documents together. They had their lives together. They had a team. Everyone was saying they didn't know. They were hired by someone. The police did make the people leave, but no one was arrested. So I reached out to a detective to see why was no one arrested for trespassing and burglarizing my home. The detective was easily able to verify that I am the owner because it's all public record. He pulled it right on up and he realized that it was something going on with fraud. He reached out to Eagles Consulting, who they are claiming that they bought the home from the Ryan Layton, and explained to him that this was a scam. At this time, I'm thinking this company will back off due to the detective letting him know that he has no ownership over the home. The owner of the company was actually supposed to meet with me and the detective, so I came here for the meeting. The guy was a no-show and he stopped answering the detective's calls. After that, he filed an eviction from me and got me removed from my property. This is the guy that has my house. I've been up all night doing research. I cannot find who these people are. I can't find out who owns this LLC. He knows I'm alive. He knows what's going on. He does not care. He will not stop. He took everything from me and my kids, and now he's taking my home. I went to the courts filing a motion to set aside, and the judge refused to sign it. Wow. He said it's out of his jurisdiction at the time. I did have all of my documents, my deed. I had proof of the fraud. I had my ID, my birth certificate. I had everything. I've been reaching out to the judge, the police, detectives, the county. I called the DA, financial investigation, financial crimes unit, the fraud unit. I emailed and I called the news station. I even reached out to Texas Eviction LLC, the one who filed the eviction on me. I called the attorney general, still haven't talked to them. I have called just about everyone that I can possibly call. My back is against the wall. These people have bullied me and cornered me, and now I'm just fighting for my life, fighting for my kids' future. I'm fighting, and I just thank you guys so much again, TikTok, for all of you guys' words and encouragement and just continuing to push me. God bless.
Like I said, that's crazy. A random Asian dude, don't know who he was, and I think I saw like a white woman. They were like going through the home or whatnot or whatever. I'm like, that's crazy. Like they were just walking through there chilling, like it was an Airbnb or something. I'm like, dog, what is y'all even doing here? I'm like, it's clearly not your house, but y'all just walking through there like y'all just like I said, man. Like yo, I keep telling people too that these Asian folks, they think that they white. Like they said, they think that they are the closest thing to it. And they will sit up there and be directly on that side and do anything that needs to be done. Matter of fact, you know, the craziest part, even thinking about this and the fact that it was you're looking at this Asian dude, you know, right here doing this. Um, you got Asians out here basically fighting for their lives. But before I get to that, you know, I'm hoping that some things that, like I said, I don't know where her video specifically was. I just got it off of like X. Somebody randomly had it up there. But I'm hoping that if she has a platform, that her video will get the eyes that it needs, and gets the attention that it needs so that she can get the help and the assistance. And I'm hoping that this video also as well would be a wake-up call for a lot of black women out there to let them know that anything can happen. And they're specifically going to go after and target black women. I can sit up and tell you that. Because in a lot of instances, they know that, hey, you know, y'all ain't really seeing eye to eye with, you know, men directly out here. It ain't no man directly at a house and all this other type of stuff and yada, yada, yada. Because everything that she listed, she basically listed, she was like, hey, this is my home and I'm fighting for, you know, my home, my kids. So, like I said, for them, they felt that it was easy pickings, and they were like, "Hey, we can sit up there and do this, and ain't nobody pretty much gonna say nothing. Ain't nothing gonna happen." And I guess you could say that they were correct because going through the letter of the law, this woman is getting sent through the ringer. She's going through every channel that she needs to go through, and she's not getting any actions that are being performed in defending her and getting back her property that was wrongfully stolen from her. Like I said, that's some crazy work, and it's sad to see that happen because that shouldn't be happening. You would think out of everything that happens that you at least have your home. Like out of anything else that may go on in these United States, that at least you got somewhere to rest your head at the end of the day. But I guess not. I guess not. I guess things are different. Things are different, right? Before we get to the Asian part, I will sit up there and highlight uh another video, which I mean I could highlight the video with the woman and the dog. I could do that, but I'll say that. I'll save that one. Let me go to a another one, right?
I gave you a 5. What? Okay, you can get out. Go ahead. Ride to work. Yeah. Go ahead. That's not a respectful way to talk to me. She's making inappropriate sexual jokes the entire ride. I asked her politely, please don't do it again or I'll let you out.
You did not ask her politely. It was
I said, ma'am.
It was a threat.
One more time and I'm going to pull over and let you out. Yes.
Okay, now you're yelling
Yeah,
at me.
it is a threat.
Now you're yelling at me.
Because I feel uncomfortable.
Because she wanted to make a joke about hot firefighters?
No, because she's making a joke about date rape. She's making a joke about me drugging you. She's making a joke about wanting to get railed. I'm an engaged man and a loyal man. I don't need to hear this conversation in my car, okay?
You were very intense.
You're getting recorded. Thank you. Bye.
Can you unrecord me, please?
No.
So the thing I wanted to highlight there, that was two white people, right? One dude, he's married. He's like, yo, I'm very loyal to, who it is that I'm with. I ain't trying to hear none of this nonsense, none of this. Like I said, it's none of my business. Ain't for my ears. Like I'm good. Like just don't have these conversations in my car as you're in my car. Have these conversations anywhere else, but just do it elsewhere. And you saw the woman directly in the back. Of course, she's going to sit up there and be wild directly at the mouth because that's the main way that she can sit up there and get attention. So she thought that it was in her best interest to, start making, lewd types of jokes and all this other type of stuff. Normally how people want to sit up and say like, oh, people always want to call stuff with boys, locker room talking, rah, rah, rah. Wouldn't that basically fit within the exact same realm? She's talking about stuff that ain't nobody trying to hear, ain't nobody interested in all this other type of stuff. But even though somebody told you 99 times, stop talking like that in a car, you still want to sit up there and do it because you want to do what it is that you feel that you should be able to do. Like I said, that's crazy to me. And then you're going to turn around and try to turn it on him and try to say some stuff about him. No, you're a weirdo, ma'am. You're a straight weirdo. This is more than likely why it is that you're single in the back seat of a car instead of being in a car and your husband or your boyfriend is driving you somewhere. This is exactly why. This is exactly why. And again, I got to sit up there and know this is where these are the people that gave the world feminism. These are the people. Lord have mercy. Like I say, you can't make this stuff up. It is just wild. It is just wild out here. It is wild out here. I mean, I could go into the video where they were talking about that air and water should be normal commodities that people get charged for. I could highlight that video. I technically want to highlight the video about the baby and how it is that people wanted to overreact because he did not like the picture that a guy basically painted of his daughters. And I agreed. I'm like, it's a little bit weird that you as an artist would pick to paint something and you want to sit up there and paint a picture of both of his daughters. You should have did better on that. You should have had a better thought process. Should have had a better thought process. I'm trying to look for the video real quick dealing with the Asians, and I know it's up here. Give me a second. It's gonna take me a little bit of time because these videos are a bit smaller. Let me see real quick here while you guys talk amongst yourselves. Is that it? No. That's the African videos. Matter of fact, while I'm doing that, I'll give you guys this video here that's basically referring to and dealing with Roland Martin and all this other type of stuff. So let's take a listen to that while I'm looking for this video in the back.
So check this out. So as you can see today, I have on my fraternity letters, and that's very intentional. I'm going to tell you why that's intentional. Because your boy Roland Martin, he happens to be a member of my organization. And I wanted to give you some balance. Not everybody is buck dancing and tap dancing for the Democratic Party. But I must admit, there is a serious problem in my fraternity of people like a Roland Martin. We got a lot of, because, in case you did not know, Governor Westmore is a member of my fraternity.
Yeah.
See, now there's a big dichotomy. There's a big shift, and there's big separation between camps, because on the other side, you got brothers like Dick Gregory, who's a member of our organization, right? Who was a member. Rest in power to Dick Gregory.
Always.
Right. And even though I may not fully align with everything this next brother has to say, I know he has the interests of our people in heart, and that's Brother Cornell West.
Okay.
He's a member of the fraternity as well. And my fraternal organization, for me, my anniversary is tomorrow. I'll be a member 35 years. And I'm going to talk to people, let them know that Roland Martin throws on his letters and people always say, oh, he's boule, and then they attribute his mindset to all of us. But no, I'm a foundational Black American, man. I'm down for my people first, second, and third. And I believe in being honest. I'm an independent. I don't align myself with any party. I believe in policy. Also, let me give a shout out to those brothers that are doing the good work. I can talk this talk and walk this walk because I'm financial. I'm a life member. I'm on the education committee. I'm a social service committee. So I pay my dues. So I do all of that. So I have a right to run my mouth. I don't know what Roly Poly does. I have no idea. But what I can say is that brother and I, we do not align politically. And some of the things he says about our people is reprehensible. And I don't appreciate it. So if a brother has a problem with what I have to say, be sure to check him as well.
Yeah, no doubt, man. No doubt. Give it up for that, man. Yo, sound like somebody may have pissed you off a little bit there, Doc. What happened, bro? You came in kind of high, like
brother,
you had to get somebody straight.
Brother, I saw you. I watched your broadcast, and when you highlighted what Roland Martin will not say about the immigrant situation.
Oh, okay.
When I saw that, I saw you had on my letters. I said, "Oh, here."
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, so I watched that. I was a little hot when I was watching it because. He does have a Haitian background, so we must never forget that part.
That's true.
Well, that was something I didn't know. Roland Martin got a Haitian background. Now things are making sense when it deals with the past reparation talks, and I remember Roland Martin did like that type of thing on his show when he had it up there with Dr. Umar, and they were basically ganging up on Dr. Umar when it dealt with I think citizenship, immigrants, and reparations, and that type of conversation. Now it makes sense. Now everything makes sense. Like I said, all we need is a little bit of information, and now we're able to understand a little bit of stuff. It's crazy. That's crazy. Gail, what's up, Gail? Yo, it's crazy. She was like, yo, it's Seji's fault. The Asians are so cocky. He made them popular by watching all the anime. I don't watch everything, Gail. I don't watch everything, Gail. I do not watch everything. But speaking of the Asians, I'm glad you brought that up. Let's take a look at this real quick. It's a real short clip. right? I'm trying to see if I can. Someone said South Asians for the 14th Amendment. Oh, clearly we got an Indian dude right there, right? Southeast Asians, right? And then he said birthright, our right. It's literally in the Constitution. Birthright, our right. The Constitution, something. Oh, guarantees birthright. Right, you got all of these Asians out here doing this walk. Now, where were the Asians at when they dealt with black people? That's what I'm trying to figure. And again, the reason why I find it so funny is because these are the same folks that voted against affirmative action because they felt that black Americans were taking away Asian seats when they dealt with colleges. They believed the exact same fairy tale that white folks basically gave them, and then they sat up there and got themselves out of affirmative action because it was proven, statistically speaking, that both white women and Asians and others were getting more out of DEI and affirmative action than black Americans, right? So again, all of these groups voted against this stuff. And now the SOL, they don't got nowhere to go. They're losing out on jobs, losing out on opportunities because they thought at the end of the day that they were safe and that all of these other things that benefit black Americans was going to basically have us on the side of the road somewhere and they were just going to be out there cruising. And now you got these Asians, the same Asians saying, oh, the birthright is all right. These same Asians that voted against affirmative action and DEI are the ones trying to sue colleges in order to get themselves back in there because their enrollment is now sliding downhill. Oops. Like I said, but you can't tell nobody nothing. You can't tell nobody nothing. That's why I sat up there and told people before you can't be believing a lot of these folks out here because they don't really have the best interest when it deals with black Americans. They just don't. Like they do not care at all. They are only for themselves. So again, like we saw in the first videos, the Africans, they are for themselves. What do they sit up there and say that, oh, when it deals with the whole thing of reparations, this 24, trillion, when it deals with the whole, and especially dealing with the black American conversation, when it deals with slavery, we can really use this money in order to build Africa up to a better place, to where it is that we were already supposed to be. You should already be there. You got all the minerals and the resources that a lot of the world needs, but y'all just keep bending directly over and giving it up every single time. And then what? We had the first video, which was the Asian woman that sat up there and said that Jamaica is not a black country. Jesus. Help them all. Because a lot of people out here lost. And I guess it's easier for people just to be lost. I guess that's what it is. I guess it's just easier for people to be lost. Because this is just crazy. This is 100% diabolical. That's crazy. Talking about birthright is all right. What are you talking about? This had to do with the child of slaves. The exact same person that y'all voted for, Asians. Y'all also voted for Trump as well too. Y'all was up in there. Y'all conservative. Trump sat up and said that the whole thing dealing with that, the 14th Amendment, dealt with the children of slaves. It didn't have nothing to do with you. Y'all weren't anywhere in the scope of any type of conversation. Y'all ain't the children of slaves. Y'all don't even have a history of slavery here. Like I said before, and then you got the other folks out here that want to pull up to the scene talking about some wine crow. Get that nonsense out of here, dog. I ain't trying to hear nothing. I ain't trying to hear none of this nonsense directly about here. Like, folks out here don't got no type of movement for themselves. They always got to sit up there and get directly on whatever it is that black Americans are doing. Like I said, it's crazy. All of these folks say that black Americans don't got this, don't got that, but this is how y'all moving. What? I need y'all to get it together. Get it together. Get it together. Get it together. I'm trying to see. I think I may have one more. Let me see. Tony Braxton song getting stolen. Let me see. Somebody talking about family. What else we got? The Triple K was allowed to operate at NASA. That's actually a pretty nifty little story. Let me see. I got another video, but I got to do some heavy editing to that because of the words that will show directly up on screen. So I can't specifically put that one up. And then I can't do the red balloon pop because, you know, the way that they decided to do content out here, I'm like, oh well, guess we can't do it. Oh, matter of fact, I got you. A video. We can basically look at this one real quick. Let me see. Does this have music? Let me see. It does. It does. So let me just do a quick little edit real quick. Got to try to minimize as much of the music out of the background of that. I'm not even gonna worry about like nothing else. I'm just gonna focus on the music. Now I gotta go back and find this video real quick. Where did I have? Is that it? Yeah. Okay, that's the video. So I got you. Shouldn't even take that long because I'm just doing the audio real quick. And then while I'm doing that, I need to figure out what I am going to eat today. Let me tell you. Oh, also, much love, respect, and appreciation for any and those that are currently here, you know, at this moment in time, and also taking part directly within the conversation. Hopefully, you guys are finding some form of entertainment and or information directly from these live streams. So it's going to take a little bit of a minute. Let me just catch up with some comments. Chris said these days it's fault to end affirmative action because they thought it would screw us over. Yep. Sean said that ain't these the same people against black people going to college? Yep. Chris Edwards said birthright, all right, question mark. Gil Jones said this ain't got no motion. It don't. And that's why they're trying to use those drums. They're trying to call on some type of ancestors from somewhere to come and empower their wall. Well, like I said, this is what it looks like when you don't have black folks out here marching with people. Like I said, a lot of these folks out here, they don't got no motion. They don't got nothing going. Like I said, they are not us. We can get attention real quick. It don't take that. It don't take that much. And if we really put effort behind something, it's over. Like you have no other choice but to pretty much just stop and stare. Like that's it. But like I said, when it deals with other people trying to do these protests, don't nobody care. Like I said, what was it, the No Kings protest or march or whatever it is? Didn't nobody care. You know, this one here, nobody cared. The whole thing where the immigrants, the Somalians were walking in Selma, nobody cared. And many other ones directly out there. Nobody cared. Like I said, y'all don't have the same energy. Y'all don't got the same light. You can't, you know, get the same pull that we got. It's crazy. Sean said, yeah, these are the same people. I gotta edit that. These are the same people that are down with Ed Bloom. Yep. And sue the college for black people going to college for athletics. Yeah. It was also noted in another video. I'll just say take it with a grain of salt for right now up until more things happen. There was a video I ran across where a black woman was trying to inform people that they're now trying to, I guess, actively go after HBCUs, trying to say that HBCUs are unconstitutional, how it is that they get money because it's specifically for you know, black people, which is like race and that's racist within itself and da da da. Even though you got many other nationalities directly at HBCUs and able to go, and they can go by way of their own scholarships. Like it's crazy how they, you know, you got folks out here working so hard to dismantle something, and they're trying to, you know, do any which way in order to try to walk stuff back, and it's not going to happen the way that they think it's going to happen. It's inevitably going to affect them a lot more. Because like I said before, think about it, a lot of the educated black folks, they go to work at white businesses and corporations. So the end result was going to happen, and this is going to be the end result. If they're successful with any and all of this stuff, that's just going to basically force black people back to what they did before, which is like, all right, we're going to, you know, start empowering the people within our towns and cities and businesses. We're going to collectively have to start to really push stuff directly to the side emotionally. We're going to have to focus on the main goal, which is the survival. And like I said, that's the one thing that they don't want. The whole reason for them realistically doing the integration and things of that nature is to break up the monopoly on the black dollar and for them to be able to get an influx of more money. So instead of them just getting money from themselves and maybe some other minorities out there, they got the black dollar, fluctuating directly throughout their community and everything like that. Because like I said, people are willing to sacrifice a little bit of something in order for them to get more directly out of it. So like I said before, if that is going to be, if that has to be the end result, I'm fine with it. I'm completely fine with it. Bring it all directly back. But the difference is we will be smarter than we were in the past, and we will learn directly from our past mistakes. So the exact same way that people are used to, seeing stuff when it deals with, whatnot or whatever, it ain't gonna be the same. It's not gonna be the same reaction or any of those things. So like I said, I don't know why folks out here think that things are just gonna be different. It's not. You try, any of whatever nonsense directly out there, you gonna be the one sitting up there, trying to ice skate up hills and trying to figure out a situation and the problem. Like I said, don't let these. I keep trying to tell folks, don't let these folks out here hype you up. Hype me up. Hype me up. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Mm-mm. All right, so now we're going to sit up and take a look at this video because it finally actually finished. My apologies. So let's take a look at this here. Let me get that clip. Oh, actually, I do got one more video, technically.
We've been investigating this network of trolls targeting African Americans, and now we've actually come here to Ghana to try to get the full story.
In the run-up to our journey, we had discovered that all of the accounts were connected to an NGO called Eliminating Barriers for the Liberation of Africa, known as EBLA or EBLA. Looking at the website, it was clear something was off. Parts of it still had dummy text. It was impossible to make an actual donation. And most mysteriously, one of the photographs had a Russian file name. Though the group claimed to be focused on issues like poverty in Ghana, its employees posted almost exclusively about the U.S. Some used incendiary language. America's descent into a fascist police state continues. Someone needs to take that senator out. Often they posted on real U.S. groups, an attempt to gain legitimacy and build an audience. Many even implied they were in America. We all are sick and tired of the violence that's taking place in our communities. In reality, they were here, in a nondescript house on the outskirts of Ghana's capital.
This is the compound where the operation has been based. There's no sign for an NGO. We're about an hour outside of the city, and you can see this is a very secluded residential area. And people here have been telling us that about 3 weeks ago, Ghanaian security services showed up here, raided the building, and no one's been back since.
Sources in Ghana's national security tell CNN that all of EBLA's funding came from Russia. After the raid, the accounts went quiet for a few days. Then on Instagram, the group changed their handle names and started posting again.
So we heard it, right? Ghanans and Nigerians were paid to target Black Americans on social media in 2020. This is why I sit up there and say that you cannot sit up there and trust these folks, because these are the games that they decide to play. They get directly on social media and they start doing all of this type of nonsense. What is it? AKA the Shade Room. That woman is, I think she should be Nigerian or whatever it is. She's African. And you see all of the money that she's made from the Shade Room, right? All of the money specifically off of Black Americans, specifically off of Black American content, music, culture, chaos, whatever it is. But notice how the Shade Room wasn't trying to post nothing negative dealing with Africa, though, or they people specifically. But they make sure to always post the most negative stories about who? Especially Black American men. But they're not sitting up there posting horrendous and ridiculous stories when it deals with their African men. No, like I said, like this is how they be working. And again, when you look at a lot of this content and who reads a lot of that stuff and takes in a lot of that stuff, they have a primary demographic that they go to. It's a gossip site. So they're targeting and going directly after black women, and young black women and these black girls directly up out here. That's who they going after. I don't know why I sound like Arnold, but I was trying to say that earlier. It's weird. But yeah, it's crazy work out here. And I keep trying to tell a lot of folks out here, especially black women, that when it deals with a lot of this content out there, because of the feelings that they know that you guys have emotionally when it deals with black men, they're going to use that as a tool in order to leverage and get your attention and also to get your money so that you can patronize their business and or their site. Basically, it's a forever revolving door because they're going to make sure that you consistently have these emotions and these feelings about black men. They're going to deliver the worst stories, the bad stories. They're going to show you some of the few black dudes out here who decide to say whatnot or whatever about black women. They're going to show you the few black dudes out there that are doing something negative towards black women out here. They're going to show you the few dudes out here that are dating all these other types of women and yada yada yada. Like I said, they know what to do because it's easy. It's easy work. So, like I said, you got black women out here on social media doing the exact same thing. So, like I said, I can't really be too mad at the Shade Room because they're only learning from those who did it before them. But you can't tell folks. You can't tell folks. But yeah. Like D-Love, yeah, that's true. Yep, you got Flacco and DJ Academics. I think he's like Caribbean or something like that. What is he from? Like Jamaica? He's from somewhere over there in the islands. Because I remember he said that I think he was supposed to be a doctor, and I'm like, when I look at him, like, yeah, I can see that. But he opted the easier route. He was like, I'm not going to go to school to be a doctor. I'm just going to go into like this social media and just make it do what it do. And he became a millionaire. He became a millionaire. He opted not to be a doctor and he went the easiest route and he cosplayed and he got directly into Black American culture. Like I said before, it's crazy how these other folks can seemingly make money off of Black Americans, but you can't have Black Americans do the exact same thing. It's crazy work. Needs to be studied. Needs to be studied. Like that man, man, it's crazy. Like I said, but it'd be like that though. It'd be like that. Wait, you said I keep getting calls from a local number and the number is different and they won't leave a message and the calls go directly to voicemail. I mean, I guess you could reverse search the number, I guess. You can probably like reverse search, that number or whatnot or whatever and see what it's linked to. It might be like a robocall or something like that. So I say you could check that out. Should probably check that out. Sean said, I blame Africa for this. Why hate your own people and yet want unity? Yeah, right. We don't trust them. Yep. Yo, what is up, Miss Burger? What is up? What is up? You said, did you know that the Shade Room's owner, her father took the life of her mother? Ooh, I didn't know that. Ooh, that's crazy. That is wild. I'm like, hey, people got to figure some stuff out. Gail said that's why black folks shouldn't have fell for Putin revealing the Black Madonna. He's just as crooked and obsessed as the others. We all know who the original man is. D-Love said, I purposely don't look at those. D-Love said, academics in Jamaican. Okay, thank you. Sean said the double standard is real. This is why Black American men have no friends or alliances and don't need any. Facts. Excuse me. 100% facts. She said, okay, I will. Yeah. I would also say that they also have certain, like AI whatnot that you can put a number directly into and it can search it directly for you or whatnot or whatever. But yeah, I say look that up and block them. Just keep blocking. Just turn into a block party. Got 100 numbers deep, you blocked. Sometimes it got to be like that. You just, you don't feel like dealing with it, block. Ms. Berger said, I put it. Wait. I put in love. It autocorrected. Oh, you say you wrote love in the autocorrected. Oh, you talking about the name up top? Got you. I got you. So last video that I'll put directly up there is, can I find his video? Where did he go? Hold on, give me a second. Downloads. Okay, there we go. Okay. Title of the video is Atlanta doomed? And said if this is true, then racial disparities might remain embedded permanently in the
This is true.
So let's just, my bad for it being so loud. So let's just look directly at this, and again, I told people before that again, people may disagree or might not, like folks, but if there's information up there that you can use and learn directly from, I said just take it and run with it. Just take it and run with it. Emotionally, get over, not liking somebody for personal reasons, even though you may not even know the person personally, literally in everyday life. But if they have information that you can actually learn from, that you do understand, and you see what it is that they're basically stating, take that information, pass it on, and that's it, right? So let's just take a listen.
If this brother says is true, then Atlanta might be doomed. Check it out.
You'll hear it said often that Atlanta is a tale of two cities, but most people don't actually understand why or the severity of the problem. So let's look at the data. This is where the majority of black folks live in Atlanta, and pay attention to this red line. It's going to be important for everything that we look at. The vast majority of children living in poverty live below this line. If you are uninsured, you likely live below this line. If you have diabetes, you likely live below this line. If you are rent burdened, you live below this line. If you have access to broadband, you likely live below this line. Look at these numbers. If you live below the line, it takes longer to get to work. Your household income is lower. Businesses are significantly smaller. 1 million to 50 million. You don't live close to fresh food. And all of that adds up to living on average 20 years less than if you lived on the north side of the city.
Yes, I assume he's telling the truth about this, and I'm glad he did this presentation. Now, the question I would ask any black person who cares about this, who is alarmed by these statistics, is this. What the hell are you going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? I mean, let's keep it 100. Let's think about this for a minute. These problems didn't pop up yesterday. These problems have been around for decades, and they could have been solved in the 1970s. They could have been solved in the 80s, the 90s. Atlanta has no shortage of black politicians. Lots of cities got black politicians. So my question is, who's going to fix the problem? Because I can tell you this, they say the definition of insanity is to do the same thing over and over again and expect to get a different result. Now, I'm not here to tell you who to vote for, but what I am here to say is that if you are going to vote for yourself. The only people that are going to fix this problem is going to be black people. It ain't fair because we didn't create the problem, but we're the ones responsible for fixing it. And I really find it fascinating that we will sit here and look at a problem, watch our communities deteriorate, and then say, when are they going to come fix it? You mean the same people who oppressed you for 400 years? Are you talking about the same people who stole your wealth? The same people who refused to pay you reparations? The same people who look down at you and they wonder why is it that your children know how to dribble basketballs, but half of them can't read? Or they wonder why do you spend so much time dancing and partying instead of saving and investing? The ones who look at us and say, gosh, those people seem to be real interested in celebrity gossip, but they ain't too interested in building wealth and starting businesses. In fact, isn't it fascinating that we will train our children to go work for the very white people that we complain about the most? Maybe we need to look at ourselves a little bit when we look at these problems, because when you look at the problem, unfortunately, you're kind of looking in the mirror. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm a finance professor. I want to solve the problem, so I use my PhD to teach finances every morning for free to 10,000 people. Put the word money in the comments if you're on Instagram.
So, again, looking directly at the data that the younger black dude put directly up there, life expectancy, if you live below the line, is poor. Your health is poor. Your access to internet is poor. You making money is poor. Crime, poor. Everything, poor. And again, that's not a situation that Black Americans created. These were things that were already pre-planned in advance, that people already had conversations and blueprints and all this other type of rant scenarios and all this other type of stuff. And again, I get it. A lot of people don't like Boyce Watkins for a variety of reasons. But again, those are personal reasons. When it deals with this conversation, when it deals with this topic, is he incorrect? Is he wrong? Can you call him a liar? Is he fabricating? That's all I'm saying. Because the moment in time that we look at conversations and we get more mad at the person than the conversation or the situation itself, that's the real problem. This is why when he said the definition of insanity is to keep doing the exact same thing and expecting different results, this is the exact same thing. because we'll have problems and issues directly with the person basically speaking, but we're not really saying nothing about the issue or the problem. We're trying to come up with solutions for it. And like I said, one main point that he sat up there made, he was like, what's crazy is that the exact same white people that we complain about are the exact same ones that we, educate our kids to go work for. That was a bar. Because realistically, what should have happened out of the history and everything that we know of when it deals with Black Wall Street and everything of the such is that we should automatically be building our own. We should be supporting our own, and we should make sure that our communities, are doing what it is that they should be doing, along with our schools, the EMS, the hospitals, right? Our libraries, which, mind you, libraries are basically disappearing and they become digital. And I told people before that physical media is great because you may have to deal with some rewriting or trying to find a book. The moment in time that they make everything digital, you don't know what's fact or fiction. You don't know anymore. But that's a whole different conversation. Like I said, the main thing here is that there needs to be movement. We got more people that are focused on gossip. We got more people focused on BS, more people focused on rappers, more people focused on entertainment, more people focused on things that are not this. And the main thing I basically said before is that what realistically probably should happen, what needs to start happening, is that a separation should happen. Slowly but surely, a separation needs to happen where you have like-minded Black folks who are about the advancement of the Black community all coming forth and being in one place. Because once you have all of those like-minded people that are around each other, they will procreate and create like-minded kids. And then that's going to help at least move that small portion of society forward. Now, inevitably, what's going to happen later on is that you'll slowly but surely start to have other folks starting to try to gravitate over there because they want to be next to it and close to it. And I'm going to just sit up there and say it like this. When you have like certain Black folks, no, certain Black folks just need to stay where it is, that they are. If you want to do better, then do better in that situation. Just to be real, if you were not trying to do it from the beginning, when this type of thing basically took place, I'm like, you shouldn't be trying to like move directly over. If you want to do something, do it directly in your area and basically take and learn from what the other folks are doing that decide to separate themselves. Take from that blueprint and then enact that directly within your community. That'll be the best way to do it. Because the moment in time that you start adding like random variables directly in there, sooner than later, you're going to have the exact same situation again. It's only a matter of time. Or better yet, you're going to have people that'll come in and they'll decide to start acting jealous. And then they want to start tearing down certain things and all this other type of stuff. So, like I said, there's a lot of things that need to be looked at and scanned over before people implement a lot of plans. And that's the best way I can sit up and put it. Gail said, if we build our own, how long will it take for them to tear it down? Let's not act like we don't have plenty of examples. No, and Gail, that's what I was speaking on before. We, for the most part, we already seen the blueprint of what it is that people will sit up there and do. So that's why I said before, from that blueprint, from what our, great or great or great great grandparents basically went through or suffered through or whatever, depending on how old your family is. We take from that and we learn from their mistakes, and you build upon those mistakes to make sure that the same thing doesn't happen again. It may have happened once, but you're not going to sit up there and let it happen twice. So, like I said, that's the best way to sit up there and go about it. That's what I was speaking on earlier. Ms. Berger said, you're right, everybody can't come. Some people need to expire and get away. Bars. Gail said, look at the rich Black woman who had grants exclusively for Black women. Then had to dissolve her initiative because she got sued by the Litunas and da-da-da. Oh, no. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think D-Love or somebody had brought the name up there. David Bloom Well, the guy's last name was Bloom, whatever, right? He was the one that I covered multiple stories on, where he was going after the initiative that black woman started, where it dealt with black women for businesses and all this other type of stuff. And he wanted to say that was unconstitutional and it was racist because it basically didn't allow for other people, especially white folks, to do this and to do that and da da da. And I think they got some random white woman directly in that and all this other type of stuff. So you do it lineage based, because then you'll have to sit up to see what they can say about that. If you sit up there and say this is for the children that specifically went through chattel slavery, not what they got. They can't sit up and say that chattel slavery didn't exist, but then they also can't sit up there and say that it's unfair. It's not unfair because, again, your people didn't go through chattel slavery. Your people were the causation of it. You're not going to be able to claw your hands and get through the mud and try to get to that. Like I said, they could probably sit up there like they've been doing. They can sit up and try to flex it and be like, "Oh, this is racist." All right, cool. You could do it on that one. But when you're dealing with lineage, when you're dealing with specifically historically what people basically faced and went through, and it is titled under that, yeah, good luck. The only way that they can try to sit up there and do it is if somebody is biracial. But again, good luck. But like I said, the end result that's going to sit up there and happen is inevitable, right? They're trying to do all of this stuff to say that this stuff is racist. And then once black people are like, all right, we're going to start investing into our own businesses, our own communities. So what? They're going to come in and be like, oh, that's racist. You can't. Yes, we can. You didn't basically lock us out of everything else. What do you think that we're supposed to sit up and do? What? Just not exist? Nah, that's not going to happen. Like I said before, they're going to be the causation of their own demise because they want to keep pushing all of this nonsense directly out here. And like I said, it's going to hurt them more than anybody else, and it's going to affect them more than anybody else. Because the exact same people that's trying to tear all of this stuff down are the exact same people that can't just stay to and be by themselves. They need attention. They need people to sit up there and be around. If they don't got anybody else to basically fight, they'll destroy themselves. And that's why I sat up there and said at the end of the day, this is going to hurt them more than anybody else. Because the moment in time that they are literally around themselves, chaos is going to happen. It's inevitable, just like Thanos. And it's not going to take a finger snap in order to start it. What is up, Tippy? What is up? You said all of our degenerates gotta go. Yep. Third said Boyce only used the issue of the black community to prop up his seminars. Boyce is a slap in the face to us black people who have been boots on the ground in the community. Tippy said in Atlanta, it's majority black, but unfortunately, a lot of black people in Atlanta operate on an individual mindset and a lot of gay black men. Sean said that we did that in the 70s, and the government said to include white women because white women are a minority to black women and said, okay. And feminist was born with the help of white women and the government. All that had to happen was at the moment in time for somebody to take a stance and be like, we're not doing this. Back then, but I wasn't back there, so it was it was nothing I can do. I didn't have a voice. Shauna said, and we tried to do it before, and look what they did. They tore down Rosewood and they burned it down. And they burned down Tulsa. Gotcha. Tulsa, sorry. Chris said black people in 2026 are not our ancestors. They tore down Black Wall Street in 1921, but they wouldn't dare try that now. Yo, Monta, what is up? You said what's good, and you talking about Ed Bloom? Yep. And the 3 black women lawyers. Yep. Oh, we got Sonny in here. Yo, what is up, Sonny? What is up? Good afternoon. I'm sorry, I was about to say good morning. Good afternoon. AKA Michael Ealy. I think ain't that the right actor? Wait, hold on, let me. I think I was the wrong actor. Hold on. Let me hold on. Yeah. Yeah, every time I see Sonny, I'm like, yo, Michael Ealy. So Ms. Berger said, this is why we need gatekeeping and only have private platforms with the need to identify exactly who you are. Word of mouth is the only way that this could potentially go. The crazy part about this, Ms. Berger, I thought about this a lot. But it doesn't stop anybody from basically, I mean, you can do the verification process, but because of how readily accessible a lot of AI and tech is, that verification doesn't matter. Like you would really need some straight hard verification to really verify, like to really get this directly through. And even still with that, that's not going to stop information from just like, going elsewhere, because you got folks out here that like to talk, and you got other people that are content creators, and they're like, oh, this would be great content, this will blow up on my platform, and rah, 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 let me sit up there and talk about. So yeah, it's only a matter of time before some random person that's a content creator that want to go viral, they'll sit up there and bring this up, and then they'll bring up the site and all this other type of stuff, and then that'll cause a whole bunch of problems and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. Monza said, do it by lineage, like you said, by American freedmen or American freed men or FBA or Solani and etc. Chris said, yeah, that's him. Sonny Cinderfer laughing. Timmy said, well, they did purposely damage Moses West water machine. I wonder why. Yeah, they did that because they didn't like the fact that Moses West, a black man, right, served in the military. He used his money. Trust me, I almost remember the story verbatim because of how proud I was, and just like I was just there. I was just like, any information I can get and read about Moses West, I was directly there. Like I said, he used the last bit of his money in order to get, and I think he also said like some funds from that he was able to raise in order to build the first machine. And he built those machines in order to just help people. Like if there was a point in time that people needed water, he was like, water, pretty much is a God-given right. Like people should be able to have water. You should not have to sit up there and try to wait on a city or whatnot or whatever to give you water. By the time, if you got to wait, it's already too late. That's how it works. It's already a done deal. You might as well just be laying in a casket at that moment in time, because the military and the government, they got to fly in. They got to try to tank directly in. They got to try to do drop-ins. Like that's too much time. And then you got some of the most vulnerable throughout these communities that really need water, and they can't get access directly to what it is that, like I said before, and that happened directly in Flint. And I remember it. And he said that it wasn't just like random people. These were people that knew how these systems work. They knew their way around machinery, and they knew where to specifically put the metal bits. Like I said, they did it on purpose. And these were government folks that decided to do this. So that's why I like to tell a lot of folks, especially these black conservatives, where they feel like, oh no, the government isn't after you and this. Yeah, explain Moses West. Like I said, this wasn't some random goons or thugs directly out here. some random Batman criminals that just had a wrench and just happened upon a water machine. Nah, these are people that knew. And like I said, as a person, because he's basically, in a sense, a builder, engineer, whatever you want to label him, as a person that built that machine, he knows his way around the machine. And he knows if somebody wanted to affect the machine quickly in a certain type of way, he knows how they would do it. And he explained that. He literally went bit by bit and explained what it is that they did and how it is that they did it. And he called it up himself too. And then after he found out what the problem was, I guess they ran a systems check or did whatever it is that they needed to do to clean out the system, make sure any metal particulates weren't there and all this other type of stuff. And they had the machine back up and running. And the craziest part about the situation is that in Flint, Michigan, you have both black and white people up there that were suffering. So it would be crazy, to think that, yeah, they just did it because, this huge black population and da 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 da. Nah. Like I said, these folks out here, they are willing to, this is what I mean by they are willing to sacrifice their own in order to do what it is or to send whatever message. Those folks, more than likely white, they were willing to sacrifice the white population out there in order to send a message or in order to just make sure that machine does not work. They are willing to allow those people to pass directly through and not exist anymore if that means that black people can't get it as well. Like I said, it's crazy. That's why I brought y'all that story before where you had these racist groups out there during the pandemic talking about that they were, going directly through and they were going to use their bodies as biological agents in order to pass, things to and from. And I gave y'all the story directly on that too. Like I said, it's crazy. All of this, the whole thing is crazy. The whole thing is crazy. I probably just like lost the point, but I think somebody got me. Shauna said, "You're right. Everything that they're doing, everything they will try to do to put us down, it's all going to come back and hurt them." Ms. Berger said, "This is why everybody can't come. We used to keep our mouths closed. We can't form a new religion like the others." That's true. Monza said, "It doesn't stop cosplayers. We need to really gatekeep to the point because ninjas can't cut into it because people be chatty patties." That's bars, 100%. You also said sort of like Foundation of Black Americans, but more encryption, like in communal sense, like FUBU. Yeah, that's bars. Tippy said, "Oh, what happened to the black guy who was making gas fuel out of plastic?" Oh no, he's still doing it. The brothers out there, I'm still subscribed on all of his platforms and whatnot. He's still sitting up there doing it. I think recently, like last month, he put plastiline directly into a Bentley and whatnot. Like I said, he's still out there. He's still out there moving. That brother's still out there. He's doing the Lord's work. He's doing Lord's work. Let me tell you. What was it? D Love said, "I'm listening, just multitasking." Gotcha. Sean said, "Facts and the hate of FBAs is real." Ms. Berger said, "Some of our people want proximity to whiteness, and that is the real problem." Yeah, it is. It is. Third said, "White people definitely believe in collateral damage of their own." Yep. D Love said, "Yep, it's SEIJIHITO." And wait, what was it? So, posted 0 seconds ago, YouTube has an issue. YouTube is currently experiencing some issues with that might prevent some users from going live on a destination. So I'm not sure if the live is even still going at this moment. My apologies if it's not. It is out of my control currently at this moment in time because I guess YouTube is going through some issues in the background. He said disparities. Discrepancies between comment count and number of comments that are actually being shown. Oddly enough, I think we have more people that pull directly up and that will watch and stuff on the other platform, if I'm correct. Yeah. So let me just say to those on the other channel, much love, respect, and appreciation. So that was about like what a good like three. Like a 3K that passed directly through. Over there, the other side of things. Let me just look real quick. I think it might be a little bit lower, probably like 1.5, maybe. Just maybe. Yeah, I was close. I was off though. It was about like 1,053. So yeah. But much love. Because like I said, I'm not sure what specifically happened. So because that just popped up in my background real quick. So I'm like, well, I guess maybe that's the time to end the stream there. I guess that is, might as well sit up there and do that. Let me see, what was it? Emphasize Cloud damage, say he's fired. Talking about Moses West and the other brother, yeah. Monza said not just sacrifice their own, just anyone in the lower class than them. So essentially, yes, lower class whites become cannon fodder in return to depopulate FBA. Yeah, that's bars. That's bars. Tippy said, "You only read half of my comments." Look here, Tippy, you be writing some stuff sometimes. Let me tell you. Tippy said, "I hear you." Third said, "I hear you." Tippy said, "What happened?" D-Love said, "It is." The original said, "That is so true with the person who made the comment about proximity. I can hear you, so the live must still be working." Okay, so still live. Monster says still on. Ms. Berger said it seemed to be frozen for a second. Sean said, "Oh no." YouTube was offended by the live. Ax said, "Hey Gail." Tippy said, "Oh snap, they're trying to kick you off." Bad choice of words. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's possible. I mean, that's why I try to, monitor words or whatever. But it'd be like that. We'll know, if anything does happen. Christy said, "Yeah, I thought that was just me. LOL. I saw you reading comments. that weren't in the chat. Oh no. So remember, I got two different channels basically running a live stream. So we got the original channel, then we got the second. So that's why I'm reading on my end. I can see the comments from both channels. On your end, you can only see the comments from like one side. And normally I used to show the comments so that everybody would know what's being said, but I can't do that because the few will mess it up for the bunch. So again, you got the racists and everything that that like to come up and say nonsense and all this other type of stuff and write slurs. And I'm like, yeah, we got to get them out of here. Like I said, it could be bots or whatever it is, but this is how they like to move out here. What was it? What's up, Hack? You said I was all tab while listening. Sorry for the late reply. Hack says salute. TB said I did say gay. No, that's not a trigger word or nothing like that. Sham said greetings and welcome to the live. Chris said, okay, I see. And TB said, I'll just type ye instead of the other words. No. I don't think that's it at all. Like usually, even going from experience of like doing live streams, when the conversation starts really going to an area where it's like, this is what we need to fix, this is what we need to do, stuff starts getting a little bit shaken. I'm like, that's a little bit weird. I'm like, it's not weird. I mean, I understand it, I know why, but I'm like, yeah, that's a little bit weird, but it'd be like that. What was it? Tippy said, right. Sham said, I feel like I got hit by a truck. Hopefully you feel better, Sham. Like I said, I'm happy that we didn't really have a lot of trolls here, so you didn't have to like spaz out on a lot of people. Because I swear, when y'all start spazzing out, I can feel y'all blood pressure. I'm like, man, I need y'all to calm down. I need y'all to calm down. Just laugh and and all that other type of stuff. Like I'll be worried about y'all. Like health wise and stuff like that. Because like I said, it's a lot of stuff going on here. Everybody got, away from the channel. Everybody got, their private lives and everything that they do. So, that's why I normally say, like, hopefully y'all taking care of yourselves, health wise, stuff like that. Eating right, or at least trying, stuff of that nature. Make sure to take care of yourselves, You guys mean a lot. Or as D Money would normally say, man, said you stop all that crap. Wait, is it D Money that would normally? No, I think no, it's Mo. That'll be Mo sitting up and saying that. He'd be like, yo, say stop all that crap. Oh man. Oh my goodness. Sham was like, I think Truckin forgot to Izakai me from he hit me. That's crazy. That's crazy. Sham was like, yeah, I need a lot of hugs. And yeah, it took about like 30 minutes ago and fell asleep on the live, LOL. Yo, Sham, yeah, if you don't take yourself to sleep. Sham was like, I'm sorry to hear about this, Sham. Feeling better soon. Blessings and healing. I think Gail wrote hearts to Sham. I can't see it from this end. Tippy said, anybody who wears Bluetooth headphones before take a break from them, they can cause headaches. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. That's another thing too, Sham, because I do know you got some gaming headphones and you are the tech queen when it deals with like being on this channel. So yeah, you gotta, gotta relax. Gotta relax. D Money said she doesn't care about our health tomatoes. Boo. It's been what's up, D Money? What's up? D Love said she did make somebody move around earlier. I mean, yeah, I think, yeah. Yep. And she gave the warning too. I meant to highlight that, but I forgot. But it'd be like that. I say it 99 different times that we got like mods in here. You got nothing but pretty much blue wrenches in here. Why would you decide to pull up to the scene and be stupid? Like I said, people like Tempted Fate. People like Tempted Fate. It's like, hey, this water is full of piranhas, but I'm gonna dive in and swim and see what happens. So you ain't coming back. You are not coming back. What was it? Tibby said, use the weird headphones sometime. Oh, you talking about the cords. I got you. Yo, sitting up here laughing at D Money. Yo, so what is up? You said the medicine ain't no joke. Broke my ankle 3 months ago, and the medication I was on helped me a lot with the pain. Man, I'm glad you're better. I'm glad the pain and everything is better. Make sure to take care. Take it slow. Tibby said, cause I was wondering why I keep getting headaches for a week. You might be sensitive to it, Tippy, as well too. Some people are sensitive to certain things when it deals with electronics. Ty said you keep ignoring my Discord message. I didn't know you left Discord messages. You didn't tell me that. Normally you sit up there and say like, yo, Seji, I threw some stuff up in Discord. Wait a minute, hold on. What did Tippy say? Yeah, I sounded like a goofy kid. I wish my voice could sound more feminine. And Tippy was like, Seji completely spelled my. Oh no, actually, no, you good. You said Tippy. Seji what live stream? I missed it. It's crazy how Tippy. Yeah, I got to start making sure to like just post some messages in the Discord. So like, it seems like I said before, Discord, like for those out there that want to know when I'm going live and stuff like that, just go directly to the Discord. Like I said, you don't have to, specifically be active or nothing like that. But if you have the app and you're, directly in Discord, you'll at least know when I've gone live. Or I think does it tell you when I posted videos? I'm not sure if it gives you when I post the videos, but you'll at least know when I go live so that you can, be directly there for it. Because like I said, YouTube doesn't really give stuff on time. At one point it did. Also, yo, D Money, let me tell you something. I went directly on my phone. I actually had to order another phone because my phone died. I went on my phone, and this is something I would normally tell people yearly, that YouTube does silent updates in the background and they mess with people's notifications. Yo, D Money, I went on my phone, and the reason I wasn't getting notifications about you going live was because YouTube, I looked at everybody that I was subscribed to, and the bell notifications were crossed directly out. So anytime anybody was putting up brand new content or going live, I got no type of information. So it was just like, all right, well, I guess, people ain't going live or putting up videos. I'll basically find out like people did content or whatnot, whatever, or you went live like hours later. Because the silent updates that YouTube does, it automatically, turns off the notification. It basically silences the bell. And all of mine were completely silent. I'm like, brother, how in the world? I'm like, this is not how I had this set up. So, so that I put that out there to tell a lot of folks, if you have your favorite content creators that you do follow, make sure to look on your phone and to make sure the notifications for any and everybody that you subscribe to, make sure that they're on, because all of mine were off. Even to my own channels, they were off. I'm like, brother, I'm like, I can't even get notifications of my own channel. Like, that is, like I said, is wild. That is 100% wild. 100% wild. Sham laughing, Tippy laughing. Ty said, I did it. So, oh, you did? My bad, Ty. My apologies. I'm going directly to the back. Wait, public apology to my husband. Wait a minute. Oh, that's crazy. Got you, Ty. I got you. This man was doing the Lord's work. So we got another video before we go, guys. Ty, with his due diligence, actually found the video. I don't even care if it got music. I'm just going to put it directly up here because this is nonsense. Let me just look at this.
Back when I was still having sex with men who wore Adidas slides and dirty white socks, you know the ones. I wish I could tell me then that I'd be married to like a whole ass pediatrician sitting outside in our backyard by the fire he built me, drinking an old fashioned, waiting for him to come downstairs to join me because he's putting our kids to bed. Marry the nerd.
Wow. So let me get this straight. So she was sleeping with bums. So much for that discernment. She was sleeping with bums. Sleeping with bums for the longest time possible. Enjoying herself. But she was like, you know what? This is basically it. I got the boring life. He's up there putting the kids to sleep. I'm outside and drinking by the fire, waiting on him. And also to note, he built this whole thing back here. And he's a pediatrician. There's not a lot of times that I sit up there and speak on people's relationships and say that people are undeserving. But I feel as though that this woman is she does not deserve to be with this dude. because, like I said before, the disrespect that folks put directly out there is egregious. Um, like, good lord. Like I said before, for me, she has zero respect. I do see the other video. Time just speaking on this part real quick. Um, she has no respect. This is why I be sitting up here talking about, where I say that a lot of women out here don't have a respect for their husband, and they will just say and do anything just to be viral, just to be popular, even if it means ruining the image and the branding of the man that they're specifically with. Because, mind you, and if there's women out there that looked at her video, like I said, people might not know specifically what her husband looks like, but if she's running her mouth like this, I promise you, there are women out there that are doing their detective work, because women are great detectives. They need to be working for the FBI. I promise you, women already found out who her husband is, what he looks like, and they're already trying to devise a plan on how to break up that whole thing because of how slick she's sitting up there talking. Crazy work. But let's go to the next video that Ty put up there, and this is the apology.
Ago, I accidentally went viral for a video I did last week telling women to marry a nerd. I also made the cardinal mistake of admitting to having sex before I met my husband. I'm guilty of the exact same thing their mother is, having sex. I'm not guilty of having sex with a dumbass. That's true, but still. In my video, all I was trying to do was tell women to not have sex with the type of men who produced the dudes in my comments. And men from all across the internet are making think pieces about it. You know, I'm a slut, I'm a skank, I got trains run on me, my husband was my last option, I settled, he settled, may this love never find me, that kind of thing. And before I met my husband, I used to eat men like that, like the ones in my comments, alive for funsies. And I know the joke, oh, you used to swallow dick. Oh, God, make better jokes. You guys have been telling the same fucking jokes since like the Salem witch trial. Like, you know in The Wizard of Oz when the lion tries to scare Dorothy and she like goes like, what the fuck are you doing?
Question. I'm just, because we're going to continue with this babbling, I'm probably going to have to do a solo video, and I'm going to be that guy to sit up there and judge. Because why on God's green earth would you come directly online and decide to embarrass your husband? I don't care if you want to embarrass yourself as a woman, but why would you want to go online and sit up there and embarrass your husband? He basically he's a pediatrician. There's an endless supply of kids. That sounds bad, but there's an endless supply of kids directly out here who are going to get sick, who are going to grow up, who needs a doctor, right? So he's going to make good money, and he is able to build. But yet you were sitting up there drinking and reminiscing, like, yo, I used to sit up there and be with the guys with the dirty socks and Adidas slides. Like I said, I got to question that, because I mean, that means that you're dirty. If you're a woman out here and you're sleeping directly with dirty guys, you're a dirty woman. Like, how are you offended? How do you now want to sit up there and double down and sit up there and say that the guys in the comment section are the problem? Ma'am, you're the problem. You were with Dirty Dick Derek and Tyrone. You were getting your back blown out, in the local park, and somebody's barely making their car with somebody with dirty socks on. Like, what? Like, what are we talking about? You couldn't even mess with dudes that had clean socks. Like what are we talking about? What are we talking about? And you want to sit up and say that the men in the comment who are making comments are the problem? Lack of who? Oh, accountability is oh man, woo, kryptonite. My kryptonite with my superhuman. This is crazy. this is this is crazy, but let's continue with the bird talking.
And he goes, oh, I'm actually like, I just need some courage. Like, a lot of you are just trying to figure out how to be a man. And that's how it comes through. Like,
what?
You're really that mad that you took time out from your job at Publix to do a 45-second think piece on a married woman talking to other women. I see the masculinity in it. A lot of you glitch when you hear that.
So let me get this straight. So now, because guys are making a comment on this, We're not masculine. So for the women out there, I want you to understand what she's saying. Let me just be very clear because I caught that real quick because I've heard it 99 times. The moment in time that women sit up there and say that if a man is making a comment about a woman that he's not masculine, what is the last result? That means that he is now being feminine. So now that same woman who is feminine is calling a man feminine, but if it is labeled onto or placed on a man, it is now listed as a negative. So femininity is a negative, even though she's supposed to be a feminine woman. Wow. So in return, so if women make think pieces and comments about men, does that mean that you're outside of your femininity and now you're masculine? I've never heard men say that. I've never heard a man sit up there and say like, "Yo, you bras on these comments, like it's real wild. Y'all acting y'all real masculine talking about men as the topic. Like, yo, I don't even know what this is anymore. Y'all should be in the femininity, stay in the woman." Nah, people just sit up there and say that it's just conversation. It's only women out here that sit up there and try to use quote unquote being feminine as a negative when it suits whatever thing that they're trying to put directly out here. So on one end, her being a woman, she's feminine, it's a positive. Now, when she wants to throw the label directly on men, now it's a negative. Crazy. Diabolical. Can't make this stuff up, but let's continue.
Woman has had sex before she met you because you know that you could never measure up in real life. All that practice you've had in your room in the dark with the flashlight, you know the thing with the vagina on the end, but it looks like a nightlight.
Let me just pause this real quick. It's crazy she wants to talk about dudes using like fleshlights. Those things have not even been out that long. Dildos and vibrators have been out for a lot longer. So it's crazy how she's trying to like double down, and then I guess this is her way of trying to like go directly at the guys in the comment section. The people that she wouldn't have a mouth directly about, if the guys from her past that were with her, because they know exactly who she is and her real personality. Because this is the thing that people got to realize. People of the past know who a person actually is. The newer person doesn't know or fully understand who the person that they are with actually is. So if those guys were to actually come up and actually start speaking, her mouth would be closed because now she didn't open up Pandora's box because she wants to be a loudmouth and go directly online. Like I said, sooner or later, if one of those dudes basically feel brave or they happen to see some money or some celebrity or a little bit of fame, they will start coming directly out there. And I'm pretty sure she said that she was with the dirty guys that had the slides and the dirty socks. I'm pretty sure it was quite a few of them, and quite a few of them have a lot of stories, and they can tell you a lot of things that they were sitting up there doing that she would be embarrassed about. But let's keep going.
You already know that you would never measure up in real life, and a woman who has had sex with a human would know that, which is why a woman having sex before she met you scares the shit out of you because you're cooked. I saw this study the other day that said 50% of you have never even asked a woman out in real life. Guys, 50% of you have never even grown the cajones it requires to walk your little ass across the street and ask a woman you think is attractive for her number, and you're in my comments trying to flame me for dating 10 years ago? Baby, it's giving you're a virgin who can't drive.
So let's deal with this, right? So let's say if those guys are a virgin, right? Cool, no problem. They haven't had to have any checkups. They don't have a history of STDs or being scared of STDs. They don't have a history of being scared of pregnancy. How about that one? Like it's crazy when folks want to take a jab at people who are virgins, and this is what they want to use. You do realize that you need to go get, if you are a sexually active person, you at least monthly need to be going to get checked out. If she was messing with dudes with Nike slides, you might want to get a spinal tap to make sure you don't have HIV. How about that one? Like I said, that's crazy to me. I hate when women get online and they want to sit up there and shame guys who are virgins. I've always hated that. Because I'm like, so like I said before, because all that's telling me is that if you're willing to shame virgins, that means that you will take a dude that's been sleeping unprotected with like 500 women and you'll say that that's prime right there. But you would rather not take the risk of being with somebody who is safe, who has never been with anybody. You would rather not do that. You would rather deal with somebody who has a high potentiality of giving you an STD or something incurable, or potentially getting you pregnant and walking away. You would rather deal with that than a male virgin. Good job. Good job. This just gets worse. This is just getting 100% worse. Like I said, she didn't have to say none of this. She could have just left it as like, yo, I apologize for what I said. I talked out of turn. You know, she cares about her husband. She could have made this like a 15, 20-second video, anything about a minute or less than a minute. She decided to do this. And now she wants to get mad because those on social media have a critique.
I use the euphemism, look it up, of dirty socks to talk to women who is my main target about dating the type of men that ultimately don't align with you long term. Now, the men I dated were in like law school, med school, like, you know, working at Goldman Sachs and stuff like that. So like, it was a euphemism. I wasn't actually talking about like you, like, no. Y'all are the same dudes talking about Russell Wilson's so gay. Can you imagine stepping up and like raising a child that wasn't yours? Before your shift at the Piggly Wiggly. The audacity.
Okay, so going from experience, the reason why you have guys out here who have a negative reaction to, like I said, for me, I've defended Russell Wilson, but I can also sit up there and understand and see both sides, and I can give credit where credit is due. The reason why a lot of men will go out of their way to basically critique that situation with Sierra and Russell Wilson and everything of the sort is because they have an understanding of what comes with it. What a lot of women don't understand is that if a man decides that he wants to fully take on a woman and her children, that means that he has to more than likely also have the uphill battle of fighting every single man that woman has been with. What do you mean, Seji? Every single man? That means that ex-boyfriends, because some ex-boyfriends are very possessive. They're very stalkerish because a lot of women don't have discernment. Not only that, you have men that take on the responsibility of somebody else's child. Now they have to deal with the father of that child, because now all of a sudden, Mr. Invisible, Mr. I was never there, all of a sudden wants to be the number one dad in history. Now he wants to be there. Now he wants to show up to like school recitals. Now he wants to be at school meetings. Now whatever deals with the kid. Now he wants to sit up there and be there and let his presence be known. And now he want to sit up there and tell the other dudes like, yo, if you want to do anything, you know, you got to sit up there and go through me because, you know, I'm the father. You know, you just got here. Dog, you ain't been here. You're not even a father. You're just a sperm donor. You're just a bank. That's it. Like that's all it is. So like I said before, a lot of guys, and especially those who have experience in this, they would rather not have other men have to suffer and go through that and potentially even lose their life behind it. Matter of fact, I got you. Because I see what I'm going to have to do with this woman here. I'm going to have to pair up at least this one story, and this is exactly how it's going to go. This is a story that I have lined up for you guys in the back, and this is going to showcase exactly what it is that I'm talking about. How you have men out here that lose their life behind kids that are not even theirs. Because like I said, people want to sit up there and get stupid. So obviously we got to, you know, showcase examples. So here's example number one.
Person in an apparent domestic dispute where the killer shot down another man execution style. According to arrest documents, the second person charged was the victim's former lover who ordered his killing. David Hamilton reports.
This picture of victim Anthony Wesley Jr. shows his love of family.
He was a great guy. Like I said, everyone loved him. It was nothing. It's not too much bad to say because you know how you say, you know, you pray for a certain type of man and you finally get it. That's what it was.
East Baton Rouge sheriff investigators arrested Riddick Franklin for shooting Wesley in the back on March 29th at the Jefferson Lakes Apartments. Then documents say Franklin stood over Wesley and fired several more times. For Harris, she says she'll never forget witnessing that scene.
Well, it happened in front of mine, you know, our apartment. So, you know, I was shocked. I'm traumatized. I still see the image, everything.
Investigators now allege that the shooter, Franklin, was romantically involved with Hope Jackson, the mother of victim Wesley's children, who they've now charged with second-degree murder as well. Court records show Wesley and Jackson were in the middle of a custody dispute. As part of that dispute, court was scheduled for next month. According to the affidavit now charging Jackson with second-degree murder, Jackson told Franklin multiple times she wanted Wesley killed because of a dispute involving child support. The affidavit alleges Jackson told Franklin, quote, "I want him OV." Authorities say OV is street slang for eliminating or killing someone.
It's shocking because, these are your kids' father. And why would you want to put your kids through that?
Harris mourns not only Wesley's death, but that this dispute escalated to such violence.
And Anthony could have talked it over and maybe, came to a conclusion or whatever it was that they had going on with the kids. Like, it didn't have to come to this. He didn't have to lose his life.
In addition to second-degree murder, the accused gunman Franklin faces charges of illegal use of a firearm, possession of a firearm, and obstruction of justice. Hope Jackson was booked in jail facing second-degree murder charges.
All right, so let me just rewind this back real quick. So this was Buddy right here, the good father, the one that was basically fighting for his daughter, because I guess he was winning. I guess the woman may have had to pay child support, or he was going to get majority custody, or how that basically works. This was his new relationship here, right? So the match of pajamas, this is the guy, the father that lost his life behind trying to do the right thing by his daughter and go to court and do it by the legal way, right? This is him with his new family, or what was, in a sense, his new family, right? The bums, let me see if I can get a picture of both of them on the same clip. Yeah, these were the two. So bum number one is the one that doesn't have correct discernment. She decided to basically drop the good guy, and she went for a street dude. You can tell directly by her face the type. She looks like little TK. Like, she looks, trying to do the race. That's exactly who she looks like. So I'm not too shocked and surprised that she wanted to be a hoodlum and she wanted to have street values. I'm not shocked, right? So she decided to get pregnant by the good guy. It was like, nah, that's okay. I'm going to return directly to the streets. Good guy was like, all right, cool. We're going to, go to courts and deal with visitations and da-da-da. This hood one right here, this Hoodzilla right here decided that court wasn't good enough and that she's going to take everything by any means necessary. So she got Black Goon, number one directly up here, and she filled him directly up, powered up, put a power brick directly in his back and suited him up and told him to go over there and shoot the father of her child. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, this is wild. That black man sat up there and lost his life trying to actually be a good dad, trying to be a father, trying to be present in the life of his child. The mother was like, nah, that's okay. You're not needed. So we're going to get rid of you. And I'm going to sit up there and have Black Goon number one to sit up there and replace you. And mind you, he looked like the type that might potentially be into some other things when it deals some things, dealing with the family. Because that's usually how this goes. Usually when the father is not in the picture in the household, it'll be dudes like this that'll pull up to the scene and decide that they really want to start doing some stuff. And this is how we have a lot of young girls directly in the Black community that have a negative response and adverse effects to these situations where they turn to a life of the streets or to street walking and different things of that nature because of what the mother decided to do and who the mother decided to have around the child. So like I said, this is what guys be talking about, and this is what guys try to save dudes directly from. Losing your life because of a woman. So let's continue.
The same men who tell women who have had children that they're run through, like your mom was, Like, the misogyny is never gonna fly for me.
So question, for anybody out here with logical common sense, now again, if this is a career for a woman, if this is something that she's doing from the legal age all the way up until like some 20s, and this is the type of work that they do, all right, cool, fine. That's your job, right? Your job is entertainment, your job is to make those videos, all that other type of stuff. But I'm just trying to figure out, for any logical, sane human being here, somebody explain to me, why would a woman normally want to have, like, let's say like 115 or 120 bodies? You're not even going to live that long. How could you even bodily come into contact with that many people and think that you're going to be a sane person or able to have a real relationship, a real connection with somebody else? You're not going to, you can't, it's impossible. If you're a woman out here having 115, 120 bodies directly on you, you're not going to be able to have a consistent and a decent conversation with another human being that you can be like, oh, I love this person. No, you don't. You only love them as long as you allow the time to allow it. You've been with 115 people. You basically been with a person for like 5 seconds or an hour. You're not going to be able to hold a consistent relationship. You're not. And she's sitting up here talking about, the body shaming, the misogyny, and this, that, and the third. Nah, because soul ties is real, dog. Like, what are we talking about? She's speaking like she done been with way too many guys, because she's getting a little bit too defensive directly about this, and that's crazy to me. Like I said, you shouldn't be even talking about your past realistically. Like that shouldn't even be up for the discussion, or even the assumption or the alluding to, by way of how it is that you're trying to defend right now. Like, yo, this is just, this woman is tiring, and I don't even know her. Like, this is crazy. Like that is 100%. Yo, that's wild. That's wild.
I'm entirely too smart, and frankly speaking, I blame my father. I have entirely too much money at my disposal to give a shit. The amount of you that look like demigorgons, like true demigorgons, telling women that they are passed around. Sorry, hold on. The married women in my comments are like, yeah, I love my IT nerd. I love my software engineer. I love my neurosurgeon. And you guys heard nerd and heard what exactly? A nerd, here, I'll put the definition here. You can find definitions of all kinds in a dictionary. It's a book that has words in it. We'll talk about it later. A nerd is just somebody who's really smart. I just told women to marry smart men. That's it. I married a smart guy. I didn't marry a smart guy because I trapped him. I married a smart guy because we were both at the same grad school. And we ran into each other.
Okay, I'm glad she said that she was educated. So that brings it back to my other point. So I guess education doesn't matter. Because it would have been different if she would have said, like, if she was explaining this and she was like a ratchet. It's like, all right, I understand it. You got, some looks, directly there. All right. And you were with the Tyrones and the Darrens. All right, got you. Cool, no problem. But then she sat up there and said that she was educated and they met at the same grad school, and you decided to sit up there and sleep with bums. Yeah, okay. Like I said, I can't take this serious. Like, she's just an educated ratchet. Like, that's all it is. That's all it is. Educated ratchet. Like, the thing that this would be my problem with, like, a lot of stuff. It's like, when you got folks out here, like, there's tons of women out here, like, let's say, like, I've talked about like a Sukihana or whatnot, whatever, because like her mouth is reckless, but she's honest about the stuff that she does. And that's the one thing that I have no problem with. I respect honesty. People who are not going to sit up there and run from who it is that they naturally are. She, on the other hand, she ain't being honest. Like, and that's the whole thing, because if you were to have Sukihana and her in the exact same room to have a conversation, Sukihana would be the one to sit up there and point out all of her BS. Because how did she sit up there and say at one time, she was like, a hoe knows a hoe, right? Basically meaning that you're not going to be able to BS her, because she knows the ins and outs. She lives this. She does it for a living. So you're not going to be able to sit up there and tell her some other type of stuff. But because she got this education and stuff, she can hide behind that. That's basically the veil. That's the mask. It was like, hey, I'm educated, grad school, all this other type of stuff. It was just, a one-off, type of thing with these other guys. No, it's not, because when it deals with college, a lot of these college educated women like dealing with the worst of the worst guys. And if like I said, if people are honest, if the guys at any point in time start a podcast about college women, you will learn so much history about so many of these women who are now married that have been passed around by fraternities. Like, it is crazy. I'm talking about they were going up and through the levels. But like I said, a lot of women like her, they can get online and talk because they know that men ain't really about that unless you make a man mad. Unless you say something vastly disrespectful, this is when a dude is going to come out and start saying some stuff that people didn't know about. But like I said, women are lucky that guys don't have the same mouth that women have on social media, because a lot of marriages and relationships would be ruined. If guys really had the exact same thought process, like, I'm just going to go out here and say what I want to sit up there and say because I don't care and I can make money from it. If guys really had that, especially the dudes in college that know and it can pinpoint a lot of these educated, quote unquote, educated women with a lot of these degrees and how they wanted to present themselves, those guys know that they know the real version of that woman. Like I said, everybody knows the social media or the made up version of that woman. The guys that slept with those women, they know the actual version of her because she had no choice. You ain't faking that. Once everybody is, as people like to say, bumping uglies. Once you basically there, the real you is there. You ain't faking that. But let's continue.
That's probably why I don't run into you. Do you know the kind of man it takes to deal with me every day? My mouth? I married the only man I ever met I didn't want to eviscerate. I married the only man I ever met I didn't want to flame and break apart because I could. But you make it easy. And I look at your comments and you guys basically circle jerking each other. And all that comes through to me is how weak, how unoriginal, and how small you are. I think a lot of you have a humiliation kink, and I didn't go to school for that, but I'm a fast study. If you would like me to continue to humiliate you, you're going to have to pay me for it, though. So I'll send.
So, and that's also a little bit weird because that would basically put you in like the dominatrix type of ordeal situation. And I'm like, so your husband is okay with that? Where you're just getting money from men randomly because, like I said before, a lot of stuff. But anyways, for Angie, what are you talking about? Am I jealous? What would I be specifically jealous of? I'm a little bit confused because you had a few comments. You said if men were to have the same mouth as women online, you said there would be a lot of lawsuits. How would there be a lot of lawsuits? Because you don't see a lot of lawsuits when it happens with men. There's women out here that be talking about sleeping with celebrities. There was one girl on some reality show. She was up there talking about she got a premium cat, and she was like, "Yeah, she done been with Shaq, and she been with this dude and this dude." I'm like, and that's something to be proud about, that you got passed around, that you just basically like slept with like multiple famous dudes. I'm like, so did you get like $10 million from like each dude? Like, did it really invest and build you up? Nah, it didn't. And then she was like, I only deal with like boss guys, like guys that got money, guys that got businesses. But I'm like, what is that doing for you, sweetheart? How is that empowering your life? Like, I'm a little bit confused. Like, that's crazy to me. Again, I'm waiting on Angie to pull up to the scene because I'm trying to figure out what you mean am I jealous? What would I be what would I be jealous of? Again, I'm a little bit confused because it's crazy that folks be like pulling up to the scene at like the last minute, and it's like it's 12 and we about to close, and now people want to sit up there and start making orders. You said my thing is, why are we so concerned with other women's bodies? I know you just got here, so I'm gonna be nice at this moment in time because I'm hungry. And normally when I'm hungry, I act more like myself. So I'm trying not to do that. And I don't eat Snickers. So what I'm saying directly to you is that this woman that you're looking directly at is the person that brought up a video talking about that she was just randomly sleeping with dudes with Nike slides and dirty socks. So within her saying that, I can judge her and basically say that, yo, you're dirty. If you're willing to sit up there and accept a guy that you know cannot even have a clean pair of socks and you're going to have relations with him, that leads me to also think that you've been dealing with some dirty dick too. That also leads me to think that you more than likely had to get a lot of STD tests because you were having unprotected relations. And it also leads me to think that it's problematic because you more than likely see similarities in between her life and yours, and you're getting a little bit offended. So you decided to jump in the comment section and you wanted to sit up there and question me on this stuff. You might want to talk to God about that. If you got 115, 120 bodies, may the Lord take you. I don't know what else to sit up there and tell you. You better sit up there and have Jesus take the wheel. Don't come to me. Don't bring all this energy to me. You go sit up there and take that to the other folks directly about here. I'm not the one. Don't do it. Do not do it because everybody here knows I do not care. You said so everything on the internet is true. She said it. Are you slow? Are you got to be? Let me hold on. Let me go back real quick.
Dirty white socks, you know the ones. I wish I could tell me then that I'd be married to like a whole ass pediatrician sitting outside in our backyard by the fire he built me, drinking an old fashioned, waiting for him to come downstairs to join me because he's putting our kids to bed.
Is that not her basically sitting up there saying that she was with random guys with dirty socks and Nike slides? Just getting banged out, back blown out. Is that not her? Is that not her? Is that not her? So then you're like, oh, you shouldn't be sitting up there talking about this. You sound just like her when she wanted to sit up there and say that, oh, men making comments about that video, you're not masculine anymore, you're feminine. What? Brother. And I like I told people before, I use brother for a variety of reasons. One, so that I don't sit up there and just go to the further extent and just start like, using other words. So all I'm sitting up there saying is this, right? If I have a platform that I created, I could talk about whatever the hell I want to sit up there and talk about. Right? You said, but it's your platform, so you literally have a whole platform talking about it. That's not a whole platform. Do you not know how to like 1 + 1? Do we not know how that works? So on one end, I do have a platform, but on the other end, I talk about a variety of content. But like I said, you wouldn't know this. You're supposed to be intelligent. You're supposed to be educated. You're supposed to know a lot of stuff, right? You should know that usually when people have platforms, they talk about a variety of topics, or they talk about a lot of things that are viral. We went over several videos, probably more than 10 videos, but you're making it seem like this is literally the whole platform. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. You said, so aren't you guys the ones that always tell women such as herself apparently to pick better? Realistically, God was with her. You do understand that, right? It had nothing to do with picking better. God was actually walking with her because obviously God saw something that we didn't sit up there and see. He was like, you know what? Let me put my hand directly on you and actually guide you to where you need to go because you can't do it by yourself. You're not competent. You're not logical enough to do it yourself. So let me put my hand here and actually show you. Because when she was leading herself, she led herself to the wrong guys. She led herself into unprotected sex, unprotected situations, and potentially STDs in long life situations of which that even her dad's money was not going to bail her directly out of. There was no Magic Johnson pills that was going to cure whatever it was that she was going to walk directly into. So like I said, God was with her. She didn't have discernment because if she had discernment and she was able to pick the precise, correct God, she would have been with him a long time ago. She wouldn't be up here reminiscing, drinking, and talking about, back in my day, I used to sit up there and have a lot of these guys with these dirty socks and Nike slides. What? What are you talking about? And it's like, and this is what I be talking about, where you got these birds out here that want to sit up there and defend this nonsense. Brother, what are you talking about? What are you? No. Don't subscribe. Don't subscribe. No. Keep it right where it is. You can hate me now, or you can hate me now. It's not even later. You can just hate me now. Don't even subscribe. Don't even do it to yourself. Don't even do it to yourself. Like I said before, it's crazy. You like, yo, every time I sit up there and run into a live, this is the only content that I see. Maybe your spider sense is triggered where it's like, yo, I'm not going to listen to a whole 4-hour live stream. I'm only going to tune in to when I know spider senses is tingling. Jesus is taking the wheel and he's telling me like, yo, Cedric's talking about black women right now. Let me tune in. For anybody out there that's always wondering about the stuff that I sit up there and say, this is what I be talking about. This is what I be talking about right here, where you got birds talking, birds popping up, birds flapping, birds just birds all over the place. It's Flappy Bird. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's a straight bird gang out here. Soulja Boy had a song, "Let me do my bird walk." That's exactly what this is right now. You sitting up here, out of all things that you can pull up to defend, you're defending this woman's ignorance on embarrassing her husband. You gotta be kidding me. And people want, let me go back to what I said earlier. This is why a lot of men do not see a reason to get married. If you're going to have a woman just go online and make a video and talk directly about you, or talk sideways and say some type of stupid stuff, at least you can leave. At least you can dip. When you're married, you can't do that, because assets and all this other type of stuff is basically tied in. Like, man, dog. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I expect you to be better. I expect you to be better. Like I said, this is why I be sitting up there laughing. Whenever I hear women talking online, be like, yo, my education, my this and my that. And then I get examples like this. This is the educated woman. And she pulled up to the scene talking sideways, and she's married. Like I said, I would expect it from somebody single. She decided not to do it. And then I got a bird that pulled directly up to the scene that decided that she wanted to sit up there and body block for this. Miss Keisha said he's not reading the chat. No. I was reading the chat. I was reading the chat. I had tunnel vision specifically for her comments, because that's the only one that mattered at the time. Specifically, only her comments. Because like I said, I don't got no time. Like I said, yo, for the black women out there, this is what I be talking about. This is what I be trying to warn y'all about. Y'all got birds out here amongst you that want to sit up there and have y'all start beaking about nonsense like this and thinking that this is okay. It's not. No type of husband out here wants to be humiliated out here. Like I said, it's already enough that husbands got to sit idly by and be at home, and they got to get berated and hollered at and all this other type of stuff by their wives. They're not trying to deal with stuff, and you can sort of kind of manage and control that. This right here, you can't. Like I said, what did she say? She was like, oh, my video sort of kind of went viral. I didn't really mean for it to be. You're the wife. I mean, you're the daughter of a famous celebrity. You literally said that you got daddy's money. What are we talking? This is what I be talking. The loot. Oh my God. The way of which that she tries to play with people's intelligence. This is why I be having a problem with these educated folks out here, because they be playing on everybody like they stupid. They really be playing on everybody like they stupid. Like, this is crazy. You got daddy's money. Your dad is a celebrity. And then you're making it seem like your video wasn't going to go viral. You're already famous. Like, oh my God. 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 I need food. I need food. I need food. I need food. I just need food. Oh, wait. Gail, weren't you saying that this is... Wait, Gail, who were you talking about that was famous? Let me pull back real quick. Let me pull back, because I might have to make some corrections. Let me pull back. Who were you talking about that was famous? Because I thought we were all referring to her, Gail. Because I could have sworn when she had the comment going through the secondary video, she said something about daddy's money. And I'm like, usually that means that somebody is rich or their parents are famous. Either one of the two, or maybe both. Okay, it was like I didn't say that she was famous, but I did. I wasn't the only one, right? I wasn't the only one that heard her say daddy's money. I was not the only one that heard that, or am I? So let me just sit up there and pull back and give a disclaimer. Maybe this woman may not be famous. Maybe she does not have a famous celebrity father. I may have been incorrect directly only on that one part, but 99.9% of the other things that I said, I was more than likely correct. So there's room for error. There's a 5. We're going to put it at a 5% room for error, right? We can just tally that directly up, right? So we're still at 99.9%, right? Just sitting up percent. But again, the point still stands on what it is. Okay, nobody says she did say that. Miss Keisha said, okay, let me go there and subscribe. What was it? Gail said, I think dad and money for intertwined. I know what you're talking about, though, Seji. Yeah. Oh, no, nobody said, no, that's DL Hughley's daughter. Oh, it is? Okay, so we're basically there. Okay, so we're good. So I wasn't actually incorrect. Wait, I got some sounds coming in from Discord. Hold on. Let me go check. I don't want Ty to get mad at me. All right. Shout out to the man Ty working in the background, working overtime. So let me just put this directly up there. So we are good. Actually, I take back all disclaimers that I said. We are 100% correct. We are 100. Shout out to Ty. So we're going to just put this directly up there. All right, so we're just going to put that directly up there. So that is the lady. Oh, technically, I would actually have to take down Angie's comment, but Angie is no longer here. Let me just go back up real quick and just bookmark it so I can take it down. So yeah, that is D.L. Hughley's daughter. All right, so we good then. So it was both on right accords. So she does have a famous father, and she does have daddy's money. So like I said before, for the women out here, this is what it looks like when the smart types want to play directly on the ignorance of women, because they want to play directly on the emotions and everything in the sort. What this woman decided to do directly in the video, she went directly on and listed all of the men in a comment who had a response to the problem, when realistically it is her. If you subtract her directly out of the situation, ask yourself, do we still have a conversation about Nike slides and dirty socks and a woman getting her back blown out by random goons number 1, 2 through 10? No, we don't. It's not even a movie, right? It's not even a triple, right? It's not playing at the Omniplex or anything like that. It doesn't exist. But because she decided to relay and tell the information to everybody who did not specifically ask for that information, didn't even need to know about it, this is the situation and the problem that we have. But she wanted to turn around and try to use her grand Harry Potter magic school of sorcery wizardry in order to tell people, no, it's the man's fault. And then she wanted to go directly in on the guys in the comment section. That's some clown type of work, dog. Just take acknowledgement of what it is that you did. That's all you got to do. All you had to do was just come through and apologize, like, hey, I messed up. I talked out of turn. That's it's looking bad when it deals with my husband. That's it. I won't do that again. I'll make sure to mind myself next time. That's all she had to do. She didn't want to do that. Ty was like, I'll be working fast. Much love, respect, and appreciation, good sir. Like I said, this is why I love my moms, doing the Lord's work directly out here, day and night. Let me tell you something. Where would I be? Where would I be without you guys? Let me tell you. But like I said, this whole thing is crazy. And she, being a Nepo baby, is going to be the exact same one that's going to decide that, hey, let me start giving advice directly out here to women and da-da-da and all this other type of stuff. Like, it's crazy to me that you're quote unquote educated, but you also want to talk about that you're ratchet at the same time. What? That's like having good girls out here talking about like they got a bad girl streak, or they're still like a bad girl and they know about and do hood stuff. No, just be a good girl. Nobody needs you to be hood. You don't need to prove nothing to nobody. You don't need to tell nobody information that they don't need to know nothing about. Like I said, this is why I need women out here to love their daughters more. Love your daughters more. Love your daughters more. Like I said, a father can only sit up there and do so much. We can't give a little girl or a young teen girl or a young woman the book of life when it deals with women, how to be a woman, how to act, how to have tact, how to have couth and all the other. We can't do that. We can't do that. Only women can sit up there and do that. Only, man, man. Like I said, to whoever the husband is, Godspeed, brother. You got that. Um, you'll figure it out. Like I said, on for internet years, this will only last for probably about a few days to a week. Now, if she decides to keep making videos directly on this, you're just going to have more problems, and it'll just be like that. Like I said before, I don't know why she thinks that she's going to be able to win against the internet. It's not going to happen. There's too many people directly out here. There's too many voices. You're not going to sit up there and win. So best bet is to just leave the whole situation alone and to let it die down. You trying to prove that you're right and trying to go back and forth with these dudes directly on TikTok, it's just, it's not, you're not going to win. Like I said, too many times, folks like this, of course, famous celebrity kids or just famous celebrities in general, they've tried to go back and forth with the crowd, and then they're like, you know what? I'm closing my Twitter, I'm closing my YouTube, I'm closing all my social medias. They'll do stuff like that because they tried to do this battle with a back and forth between the public and them. And I'm like, yeah, it's more of them than there are of you. Like, yo, you it's over. It just bow out gracefully. Like I said, move on to the next subject, move on to the next topic. Just bow out gracefully. Don't sit up there and try to fight. Like, because you're not going to have an Apollo Creed to throw in the towel. I'll throw in the towel, Rock. Throw in the towel. Throw in the damn towel. It's like, nah, it's not happening. It's just not happening. It's just not happening. Like, yo, man, it's like, yo, it's crazy. Third was like, it kind of reminds me of when Lawrence Fishburne's daughter did some movies. Yeah, that came from out left field. But listening to conversations that and how it was that she was talking, I know why she did it. I know why she did it. And it was like, yeah, well, it'd be like that. But also I looked at the guys that she was sitting up there dating, and I can't say that I'm surprised. I can't say that I'm surprised. Like I said, it was looking, real ghetto gaggers like. Yeah, that's what it was looking like. But you can't tell nobody nothing. Like I said, you may have the interest in wanting to save people, but if people don't have the interest in saving themselves, what more can you sit up there and do? What more can you sit up there and do? Like I said, it's crazy. It is diabolical. It is diabolical. And like I said before, it's for anybody always questioning, like, yo, Seji, why do you always have, this type of attitude or just that type of thing when it deals with like topics like this? Because I don't want to see people's young daughters out here lost, confused, going from guy to guy to guy and ended up in worse situations or ended up in a ditch. I didn't cover multiple stories like that, ended up in a shootout, multiple stories like that, ended up in a patchwork in somebody's house in the back of a closet. I done stories like that. Body found in the back of an abandoned vehicle. Like I said, I would rather not see anybody's black daughters, end up in those circumstances. But like I said, there's only so much I can sit up there and do. And again, for me, it's an uphill battle because you got birds out here that want to talk. They want to be the loudest ones. And I want to remind people, the greatest majority of my moderators here are black women. And like I said, of logic, like they know stuff. They can understand. They can sit up there and see it. They've been here for a long enough time. You got birds out here that want to sit up there and pull people back into the flock and have them believe in a whole bunch of nonsense. This is why I be talking. Like I said before, it's an uphill battle. And in part, that is what I tend to use my time, on this platform to cover, when the time basically allows it or when it is that, it basically fits within, whatever we're talking about during live streams. Like I said, if I didn't care, I wouldn't be talking about it. Realistically, I'm just going to. If I didn't care, I just wouldn't be talking about it. Like I said, if I did not have black women in my life that actually meant something directly to me, yeah, I probably wouldn't be talking. I would care less. It's like whatever be happening out here is whatever. Like, because it would have zero to do with me. So it's like, why should I care? But like I said, because black women directly in my life, that I love and care directly about, because I got nieces directly out there, because I got friends out there that got, kids and stuff. It's like, yo, all of that basically weighs on the reason why I go this hard directly on this type of content. Because those young girls are the future, and I don't want them to be this. I don't. I do not. Dear Lord, I do not. So, like I said, I talk about everything that I am against because I expect better and I want to see better. That's it. It's that simple. Just saying. Gail crazy. I saw that comment. That is crazy. You said light skin is bad. What she do? Basically, her husband is in the bottom part of the picture, and she was reminiscing in the backyard, having a drink and talking about how she was with random goons number 1 through 5, in her youth, getting her back blown out, and they had dirty socks and Nike slides. So that's pretty much where the conversation came from. That's where the wait, you said what she died? Nobody said no, not her. No. She didn't die. No. That me talking about that was dealing with another story that we had directly up here. Where a young woman, she went to what was it, Trinidad or no, she went to St. Martin's, and she ended up losing her life because she was messing with a drug dealer. Though these are two separate stories. This is one instance. This is DL's daughter, and her daughter got married, and she went online, giving information that she shouldn't be given, and she got critiques. You got people criticizing her for that. And another story that we covered, young black woman, close to 30, lost her life because she was dealing with a drug dealer in St. Martin's. Right? Just to clear it up. Let me see. Nobody said I always said that black men love black women enough to say something constructive about how we can improve together. If we didn't, things would be a lot worse. Yeah, like I said, it'd be like that. And like I told people before, that's you're gonna have to deal. If you really want things to happen, you're going to sit up there and take a lot of knocks. You're going to take a lot of hits. And trust me, over the years, I've taken a lot of hits. Like I said, to the points where I was like inundated with folks coming directly out here saying this, that, and the third, like saying some egregious stuff in the comment section because I was making videos critiquing the actions of those black women directly out there. Like I said, crazy, the comments that they would leave. Woo, crazy work. But I'm like, it's like. And I've addressed it before in live streams and videos. I'm like, the same comments that they would leave directly to me, they wouldn't say that to the dad who probably abandoned them. They wouldn't say that to the boyfriend that probably abandoned them and their kids. They wouldn't say that to the last several dudes that basically abandoned them and just, left them, high and dry, or basically, with a wet back and nothing else to get directly from it. So, like I said, it's crazy. People would rather come to somebody else who ain't really having a negative effect in their life and say some crazy stuff versus going directly to the people that are actually affecting them in that way and, making sure to take care of that situation. Like I said, it's crazy. The juniors said the lack of human empathy is why the world is the way that it is. I mean, I guess you could say that. I guess. But, you got people out here that can't, they don't have empathy for themselves. They don't have sympathy and empathy for themselves. So it's like, how can you have that for somebody else that can't give it to themselves? If you try to deliver or give something to a whole nother person that has never created that for themselves, they're not going to respect it. So if you're trying to give love to a person that is loveless, basically meaning giving love to a person that does not internally love themselves or don't see love when they look at themselves, you're basically running a fool's errand. And they'll tell you that you're stupid. So, I don't know. maybe it's just me. Miss Keisha said, who is the woman on the screen? That's D.L. Hughley's daughter. Sham said, with young girls, you can't let them run all over you. Little girls are tried. You got to discipline this type of stuff, and otherwise you'll get problems when they get older. Yeah, that's true. Nobody said, darn, I just realized she's making her husband and father look crazy. I mean, I don't think DL actually cares. He's a comedian, so it's, it's whatever. Frost said, all right, my bad. She wants them goons. Yeah, pretty much. Tippy said, that's right, Sham. Men need to have boundaries and put women in their places. Oh my God. I gotta laugh because I know Tippy's voice, and it's like every time that I hear Tippy say something, I can hear her saying it. So it's funny whenever Tippy basically writes some stuff. Oh my goodness. Yo, let me tell you. D Love said, yep. As Seji, Ty said, Seji, check the link. She's already failing her daughters. Wait, what you talking about? Wait, let me see. You said a 20-second video, comment section full of angry men, and the realization that I'm not interested in raising my daughter to be good girls. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Let me just read this. At first I thought I was gonna sit up there and end the live stream like, all right, we're done, guys. We don't got nothing else. And here we are with more stuff. That is crazy. She actually let me see this. A 20-second video, comment section full of angry men, and the realization that I'm not interested in raising my daughters. She said, I accidentally went viral last week, not for my recipes, not for dinner tips, not even for my unusual, this is how I'm surviving motherhood moments, for saying this. Back in the day I was dating, I could have never imagined life could feel good, feel this good marrying a nerd. That's not what she said, though. I love foot. Oh my God, how she rewrote this is crazy. You left. All right, my bad. Let me continue. My bad. She said, that was it. Liar. Then said that was the whole thing. Liar again. Next, she said, and somehow that was enough to send a very specific message to men into what can only be described as a full emotional tailspin. Over the past week, I've been called a garden tool, a gold digger, a woman who settled, and my personal favorite, someone whose husband is either an unsuspecting dupe or a cuck, which is especially funny considering I am married to a pediatrician and not a hedge fund manager. So if this is a long con, it is deeply underwhelming financially. How much did she write here? Because I'm not about to read all this. Nah, I'm not reading this novel. Nah, I'm not about to read this whole novel. Let me sit up here and see. Prescription. Okay. He said, this man is out here checking ears and writing prescriptions, not secretly funding some shadow life I forgot to mention. None of that is really about me, though. It's about what I represent to them. A woman who had a full life before a husband, a woman who made her own choices, a woman who is now openly, unapologetically happy in the life that she built. The combination seems to shortcut something in a certain way, in a certain type of man, because it doesn't fit into the narrative that they've been taught, which is that a woman's value is something fragile and finite, something that can be used up, diminished, or disqualified based on her past. What unsettles them, what unsettles them isn't what I said, it's what my life contradicts. What caught me off guard wasn't even the comments themselves, because if you've been on the internet for more than 5 minutes, you already know how this goes, but how quickly my mind went to my daughters. It felt immediate and very clear that they are growing up in a world where this thinking still exists, where it's loud, where it's repeated often enough to sound like truth if you're not paying attention, and where it will at some point be directed at them or around them in ways they'll have to make sense of. And really, this isn't just about a handful of men in my comments. Misogyny and slut shaming aren't just things you run into online. They're part of a backdrop of a lot of us growing up. They show up in culture, in religion, in media, and often in quiet things we were taught sometimes by women who loved us and thought they were protecting it. I was right. I'm not reading this whole thing. My cutoff is right there. So you mean to tell me that women in your life who basically told you don't go out here sleeping to the max, with 100 different dudes, and I'm just giving an example. I don't know the number she slept with. I'm just giving an example, right? What I'm saying is more bodies than what a normal person's age is, right? So you mean to tell me that those women were trying to protect you, but you're also trying to say that they were slut shaming you and that they were being misogynist? I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. It's curtains. It's over. It is over for this new generation of young girls basically growing up. If this is the thought process that you want to look at the old guard, who are the older black women who have lived lives, and they were like, yo, I don't want you to have my life. I don't want you to sit up there and be messing with the wrong guys, dealing with the wrong guys. I don't want you to be getting abused, misused, mistreated, devalued, disrespected. I don't want them putting you out here on the streets and all. If you got older black women basically telling you this, and they're trying to safeguard you from this nonsense out here, you're saying that they're being misogynistic and slut shaming. I didn't heard it all. It's a loss. It's a dub. Just burn it all. Just burn it all. It's over. It's over. It's over. Like it is clear cut curtains. Like I ain't never seen such foolishness, man. You really going to sit up? The whole thing that she sat up there and just wrote, I'm like, dog, how you can just swap the narrative? Like, yo, women, let me just sit up there and tell you, yo, I gotta clap it up for women. I gotta clap it up. Like the way that women can get online and we can visually hear and see what it is that a person basically stated audibly and visually. And then you can turn around and make a blog and you can basically spin the whole narrative so that you're the victim. Yo, chef's kiss. Jesus Christ. Wow. Wow. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Like I said, she did that. She did it. And if women came across her blog spot and just read this, they would automatically agree with her because they wouldn't know better. They would not be properly educated on what she specifically said and talked about. Like I said, kudos to her. She is a master. She is a master at work. Beautiful work. But like I said, because that is a master at work, I know that the rest of society, when it deals with these young women, these young girls growing up as well, it's over. It's over. Mo said you check out the story of the Fort Worth man who shot another person in the groin. Oh, that's crazy. Third Eye said the CIA won, huh? Pretty much. Gail said her dad is the ultimate liberal. I mean, yeah, I know about DL. Christy said this is actually a common mindset among radical feminist liberal women, but it all started with them folks. No, it did. And like I said before, for the life of me, for whatever bit of I guess you could say humanity that is still trying to like fight this, it's crazy. I don't know what it is. The moment in time, and this is just me being honest, like I did before, the moment in time that people sat up there and came at me sideways before, I'm like, yo, I've been trying to kill the side of like actually caring about this type of stuff for the longest time possible. I'm like, hey, let me just let women out here do what they do. Let the young girls out here do what they do. Let the young women out here do what they do. Like, don't even care about what they do. Just kill off that side that actually genuinely cares about that. Just let it be. And for whatever reason, that side is just resilient. It just never died. I can't explain to you why. It's a mystery, and I would love, if I was a scientist, I would be studying this because it is like, wow. I'm like, all the things, and you're still here. Gotta question myself about this sometimes. I'm like, how are you? How? Why is this so resilient? I don't understand. And from that, I'm like, well, it must be a purpose. Because if it's something that you can't readily get rid of, it is something that's supposed to be there. So it's like, hey, you just gotta go directly with it. You gotta go directly with it. Crazy work. It's diabolical. Let me sit here and tell you something. Let me tell you something. Because like I said, over the years I tried to listen. to a lot of women out there was like, yo, man, stop worrying about us. We don't need you to worry about us to be concerned. Stop making videos on us. Stop trying to inform us. Stop trying to tell us stuff. Stop bringing up these stories. And I did listen, because a lot of women would normally say that men don't listen. I did listen, and I tried my hardest, but for whatever reason, this is where we are. And I can't say that I apologize. I think before maybe I did, but that was out of ignorance, because maybe I didn't have the full concept and understanding that this is probably just something I'm supposed to do. Like I said, you got other men out here that just don't care. And like I said, kudos to them. Everybody's built for different things, I guess. Like I said, it's crazy out here. Diabolical work. Diabolical. Timmy said, because Sham, a lot of women, including myself, can act like bratty kids, and we need directions. Sometimes we need to be put in our places. I can't take Tippy serious. I cannot take Tippy serious. This is why I don't be reading Tippy's comments, because she makes these comments and it's like, I see exactly what she's saying. I know I can't take this woman serious. And she knows what she's saying. And that's why she be sitting up there laughing in the comment section, because she knows. I'm like, that's crazy. Tippy just be out here. Let me tell you. Chris said, yeah, DL is embarrassing nowadays. Mo said, it ain't crazy. He did it because the man was asking children for relations ads. Said he. Wait, Mo, who you talking about? I'm a little bit confused. D Money said, Tippy, I think you have a domination kink. No, just tomatoes. D Love said, I saw that at Mo. Sham was like, it's not a man's responsibility to fix you, though. Any woman being a brat needs to fix herself. Why put that stress directly? So okay, so Sham, let me how can I put this without making you basically duck and cover? Because if you pay attention very closely to a lot of the stuff that Tippy basically writes, technically D Money is correct, but Tippy does, in that stuff in the area. I'm trying to explain it in a way. This is like PG. What is it, like force if necessary? I don't know how to sit up there and put it, but yeah. What was it? Tippy said, because men can deal with stress better than. This is why I can't take people nowhere. This is exactly why. But who says something about trying to fix men? You know what? Shout out for y'all elongating this video a little bit longer, because it's actually, I got loads of clips directly in the back, kid you not. And I have something that touches directly on what Sham mentioned. I got to go back real quick. And it's going to, let me see. Do I got both the videos? Let me see. Is that, and where is the other? We'll look directly at this one. Hopefully it don't got music. If it does, we'll just, deal with it.
Really bothers me, and like honestly has given me a sense of a little bit of an insecurity, is the fact that, yeah, like there are all these women like throwing themselves, but me, like the past 10 years, like I don't have any of that. Like I have zero, this sounds weird, but like male attention. And so then like I begin to internalize it, and I'm like, is something wrong with me?
You're not looking.
And I'm like, is something wrong with me?
You're not looking.
So we heard that, right? So you had both birds up there talking to a married woman and sitting up there telling her, right? Because that, if people don't know who that is, and I covered a story on her before, and I did get some flack directly on that as well too. This is Steve Curry's wife. And she been getting online for like years talking about how she needs to be validated, and she wants other men to basically validate her. And that she has a problem with the fact that it's like, hey, my husband is getting seen and he's getting all this attention, but what about me? What about you? You're his wife. Why should you be clamoring for trying to get attention directly from other men who are single? Like I said, this is what I be talking about. This is what I be talking about. So now let's take it a step further, and we're going to go to the Queen of Queens, and we're going to listen to this real quick.
Not his responsibility to make you happy. He can't. It's impossible. But it took me forever. Hard-headed, stubborn, because that romantic idea. And that's why I talk about checking the boxes. It's like, I did everything I was supposed to do. You get to have your dream. How come I'm not having mine? And that's because Will was doing what he wanted to do.
He was making himself happy.
He was making himself happy.
And he says that to you, doesn't he? He says, when you separate, he says he wants you to go and...
He's like, go make yourself happy.
And remember, this is the same woman who had to go to her own show, and she was sitting up here saying that she had a relationship with a young 20-year-old male singer by the name of August Alsina while being married. So that was, in a sense, like a Stella got her groove back moment, I guess, for her. Because what was originally from what August had basically stated, that he had went directly to her in order to seek a type of like understanding about like, life and different things like that. And somehow, some way, things took a turn to it being within a sexual nature. And then August, being a young dude, he got way more attached than he should have. And his feelings got directly in the way, and things got blown out of proportion. And then he got put directly to the side. And that was because Jada did not set boundaries, and she did not control the situation how she should have controlled the situation. Now, I'll sit up there and say this: you got married couples all the time that do stuff. Pineapples, for example, you got married couples that go on cruise ships, and they have relationships with other folks on these cruise ships, right? There's a lot of different signals. You got wristbands, you got armbands, you got different types of colors, you got different types of fruits that people use for outward communication, even though it's silently happening and it's around. A lot of other people that's not privy to it, they don't know what any of the symbols and the signs basically mean, but those who are in the know specifically know what all of that stuff basically alludes to. Just like with the elderly folks being on their their elderly places, and they got different types of like loofahs, colors, or how it is that they hang. Like I said, it's a lot of different languages when it deals with stuff, right? And the main thing that I said when it dealt with the Jada situation is that she was supposed to be, in a sense, the man in the situation, because this is the situation that she created, and she was supposed to make sure that there was boundary set, that if she was going to decide to go out there and do this, that August basically knew, like, hey, you don't get no emotions directly up in here. I'm still basically married. I'm not, really separated. I got a whole family. And especially, number one, I'm not leaving you for him. If everything was set directly in stone and those conversations were had multiple times, I'm pretty sure that the situation would not have ended the way that it did. But, knowing how Jada basically moves when it deals with social media and how she talks, I don't really feel like she put boundaries out there. And even listening back to trying to repeat the Red Table Talk and different conversations, I never heard her state that she put boundaries directly out there to make sure that he's in this square and not, moving everywhere. But like I said, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. 100%. 100%. What was it? D Love said, I'm listening about to drive. Have a safe, well, I'm not sure if you like at work or at the market or something like that, but have a safe trip to and from. D Love, have a safe trip. Be safe out there. There was one more video dealing with Jada. I'm trying to see if I had it directly up here. I'm not even sure if I actually caught that one. I don't think I caught that one. Let me see. What is that video? Nope. That's not Jada right there. Is that Summer Walker up there? Oh no, that's the other woman. That's the girl that looked like, I think that's Tim's right there. Whole different video. That's the Drewski. Yeah, I might not have gotten that whole thing, but this also fits within the whole conversation that we had before when it deals with like Ari Lennox and and everything directly with that. Like I said, it's madness out here. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. It is madness out here. I think I might have had one more video. Let me see if I can go back and find it. Now I gotta go. Let me see right back up. Let me see. Okay, that was Will. That's Jada. That's the lady getting arrested. That's the African woman talking sideways about Black Americans. That's Leslie. I think did I give y'all that video where a woman was talking about my husband is boring and should I start an affair? Did I give that video? I'm not sure. We'll just rehash. So we got two things here, right? So pay attention to when the lady was basically talking about that a safe marriage or whatnot, whatever, is basically boring. And then the other woman in the background, the co-anchor, she was like, "Thank you." I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "Why are you co-signing anything?" I'm like, "Yo, hopefully you stay single. Hopefully you are single. Don't ever get married." Because I'm like, you don't need. This is why we talking about birds be talking. Birds just be talking. Birds be chirping. The sun is not even out. It is 4 a.m. No sun, no sunlight. It's not even looking dusk outside. And birds are out there chirping. For what? For what? The street light is not even real sunlight. You can't be that confused. Your brain cannot be that small. But like I said, obviously listening to this content, obviously it is. Right, you got the woman talking. She was up there like, yeah, it doesn't, automatically mean that you go out there and do an affair and all this other type of stuff and rah rah rah. But then you got another woman that basically says like, yeah, it's boring. So if people find stuff boring, what are they going to do? They're going to find stuff to entertain themselves, something that is outside of themselves, meaning also something that is outside of that relationship, which then leads to what? Cheating. But it's crazy. That's why. But also, I want to put into perspective that if a person is with another person and you consider that person boring, you're also boring as well. Just saying, it's crazy how people want to be in a relationship or in close proximity to somebody, but then they want to also say that they're far enough away that they're still an individual. Nah. That's like somebody being in a car with somebody who just like shot 9 people. It's like, yo, I'm not a killer, but you know you're an accessory, right? You know that you were in a car and you know what it is that the person did. You didn't bail out, you didn't run away. You still stayed in that car while the gun is there and all the evidence in the blood. You're an accessory. So you're within the exact same compartment as that killer. That's how that works. but you can't tell nobody nothing. Can't tell nobody nothing. It's wild work. Wild work. Diabolical. Shauna says she didn't say her mother made her get married. Oh yeah, that was the other thing too. I remember that conversation where like the marriage was basically forced. I remember that. D Love said, "Thank you. I had to go get my kids from school." Okay, I got you. Phenomenal. What is up? You said that backwards. You meant I'm not leaving him for you. But what I say? Yeah, you got me. You got it. If I might have said it reverse, my apologies. But yeah, I thought I said she not leaving Will for it. But yeah, you got it though. You got it. Shem was like, and yeah, her mother made her marry Will. She never wanted to marry him. Yep, and that was because of the kids. Modi was like, G.I. Jada. That's crazy. Shem was like, yep. Chris is like, ah man. Graham, what is up? You said Bruce is like, WTF am I doing here? T Ming O, what is up? You said just evil. Grim said they like tons of cock-a-doodle-doo. Tippy said an affair isn't the answer. WTF. Go fishing, camping, go to the beach, I don't know, but to think like that is insane. Mosquito said, LOL, you cracked me up with the birds chirping. Yo, let me tell you, and I'm talking about real life. Yo, those birds be outside about like 4 a.m. I'm like, dog, what are y'all chirping about? Like, what's going on? I'm like, do you not know that there are predators out here? Like, there are some like alley cats that are plotting because they know that you just out here just squawking. So, so I take from real life and I use it directly, these live streams and stuff. So, like I said, the birds get on my nerves. Let me tell you. I'm like, there's nothing for you to be chipper about right now. It is 4. I ain't even have coffee yet. Technically, I shouldn't even be up, but it'd be like that. That's nature for you, Grim said only outside until inside. D Money said they just want to be. Hold on, chat is moving a little bit quick. You said they just want to be accomplice to everything. Yep. D loves it for laughing. Sham said Jada was known for liking thug dudes, and Will is not a thug. Yep. The funny part is, I'm not saying that Will is a thug, but I will sit up there and say, looking at certain things, he knew some people by association. Right. But when people sit up there and look at Will, they'll be like, oh no, this is the nice kid from Philly, and all this other type of stuff. He knew some people. Will knew some people. And the other craziest part that I didn't know, that I didn't find out up until later, you got Carlton, who is basically hood, which is crazy. Because like when you go back and look at older video of Carlton in an interview when Will and Carlton were younger, and it was like the first year or two of Fresh Prince, listen to Carlton's actual voice. That's not the Carlton that you hear and see on television with white folks and all the other. Like it's a whole other thing. And I'm like, I was looking at Carlton when they took like a group. I think I might have that photo, but go look up the photo yourself. It's of the Fresh Prince, like the main cast, like Will, Jazz, and Carlton, and they're at the Million Man March. Look at Carlton. Look at Carlton and ask yourself, is that the exact same person that you think of when you think of him like right now? Well, Alfonso Roberto. Like that's all I'm sitting up here saying. This, like I said, people gotta understand. You got some people out here that might be, of some different places, and they understand how to sit up there and play the game to survive and make it. And when I sit up there and look at Alberto, I can't even say his name, no, Carlton. When I sit up there and look at him and everything that he's doing, I'm like, okay, I see what you did. It's like I get it. TB said those are roosters. This woman. Shem was like, my birds do that. I send the black cat out to teach them a lesson. Shutter said Jaden knows something, so we got to be like, yeah, that's why I should be doing stuff like this. Yeah. Jaden sat up there. He emancipated himself. I think back when he was like 16 or 17, he was like, yeah, I'm out of here. He's like, yeah, I ain't doing this. And then I think August was one of Jaden's friends or whatever. So I'm like, yo, that's some crazy stuff. Like, but when you want to mention stuff to people don't want to listen. Kitty said, and PF course, not you should study and encourage him to study too. I don't know what she's talking about. Shan was like, yep, Carlton is hood. Tippy said, no, he's not. Wow, that's crazy. Shan was like, yes, Carlton is. I thought I said Carlton got a real G voice. Yeah, like I said, there's a difference between him naturally talking versus him putting on that performative voice. He's doing like hey, white people, I'm about to have you accept me. I'm about to have you fall in love. Like I'm telling you, this dude is playing a character from at least my perspective. Listening to him and just looking directly at, not knowing anything else, but just listening and looking directly at that dude is playing the character. By far one of the main actors that I can sit up there and say that is playing the character. Because he's done it so well that people think that him acting as Carlton is basically him in real life, and it's like, nah, that's not. As two different people. It's two different people. Tibby said, man, Mary White, whatever hood traits he had in him is completely gone. I mean, I guess you could say that, but you got to remember, Tippy, a lot of women like hood dudes and get married to hood dudes. I mean, it's what people like. You know, sometimes it works out. In Carlton's case, it worked out. Like, hey, he took the smart route and he stayed directly on that road. Some people can't just stay on there straight and narrow and just basically walk that tightrope. Some people just dip right back over and just, start doing what it was that they were normally doing. Third, I said, funny fact, my brother was neighbors with Jazzy Jeff in Philly. Oh, that's dope. That's pretty dope. Who was it? Sham said, what was messed up is Jaden friend was going through stuff and she groomed and preyed upon him and no one said anything about it. It'd be like that. TV said he's Carlton in real life now. Like I said, that's the mark of a good actor. That is the mark of a good actor. Especially like I said, when you got people that can just fit within something and you can't see anything past that, you're doing a good job. Doing a good job. Tiffy said, yes, it is. Says this woman. This woman. Oh my goodness. But yeah, Tiffy, I did see I didn't watch it yet, but I'm gonna go back and watch it. This man, Ty, set up and have full-on bifocals directly on the cat. And then the other cat is just sitting up there like chilling on like the little cat house. That man got like a whole, that cat, that black and white cat works at somebody's office. He got like the whole mic set up directly on his first, like, hey, can I tell you about your car insurance and also AARP? That is an office cat. That is a straight office cat. Let me tell you. The funny part is I was supposed to get one of those for my cats. I got to get rid of like this tall lamp that's in there. Got to, throw that away or give that directly to Goodwill. And no, I think that might go downstairs. Like I said, got to figure it out. Got to figure it out. But yeah, they were supposed to have one of those as well. You said Alfonso and what's the name? Erupt on Celebrity to Get Out. You don't gotta apologize. He told you, like, yo, shut up talking about it. And you kept basically trying to either correct or push the issue. Like, dog, people don't know. Like, this is what I be talking about. Like, people want to start getting like real silent and quiet when people now started, gotta act a whole different way. Now people are taken aback. Now people don't know what to sit up and do. And now it's time to, go directly into like the victim thing. And it's like, this is two white dudes doing this. Come on, dog. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. Oh, Hack was up there getting the cards. Hey. Oh, snap. Somebody had the ghost camo on a card. That was actually cold. I like that. That was pretty dope. That was pretty dope. Was gas that cheap? That's crazy. That's crazy. Also, shout out to Hack and Ty. See y'all out here. Like I said, y'all know I'll be sitting up there late on a lot of stuff. So y'all got messages just back there. It's like, I'll be late on stuff. I'll be late on stuff. Like I said, it's all love. It's all love. It's all love. It's all love. Sham said, LOL, his cats are cute. Sham was also the black cat. The black and white cat is a reincarnated black man. Yeah, I see it. Said, LOL, I had to get a cat tree for Mickey so he could climb and not destroy. Yeah, for me, I would just feel like I would have to throw weights in there because of how my cats be acting, because they act stupid sometimes and they be fighting, just be straight paw fighting. I'm like, what are y'all doing? Having to sit up there and holler at them and everything. Get on my nerves. I swear to goodness. Ty said, there you go. that shows how he can't be Carlton all the time. Yeah, you can't, because it's like people are going to press you because they think that, oh, you're just like some nice guy. You're not going to blow up. It's cool. I'm just going to, keep doing this. And then you got to sit up there and start, letting people know what reality is. I was looking at like not just his tone and everything, but I was looking at his body language. If that dude would have kept on, I feel like he was about to get up. Because like I can see it, because I can hear the octaves. I can hear his tone getting increasing louder and louder and louder. And usually when people have to keep getting loud, they're only a few more steps away from getting up. But it's like people don't pay attention to warning signs, and the dude wanted to just like laugh it off. You're going to apologize to me later. Man, yo, let me tell you something. Yeah, we ain't doing that. But then the problem would have been that if it looked like Carlton was about to get up, the white woman would have been like, "Oh no, stop it, knock it off. It's not real. It's not serious." Da, da, da. And this is what I need. Just to be honest, I need a lot of women to step down. When two men are potentially about to fight, it is not in your best interest as a woman to get in between two men. That's like you getting in between two rhinos that are about to sit up there and fight over territory. You don't do that. You don't do that. You're going to get yourself killed. You don't do that. You mind your business. You turn around. Matter of fact, you make space. What you could do is make sure to clear out any chairs, any type of breakables, or anything like that, anything of importance. You clear that directly out the section. You can do that as a woman. Don't get into the way, because you're going to make stuff worse, because somebody is going to hit you and nobody's going to know who hit who up until you're down on the floor. And then that's going to heighten the levels of emotion directly there. Because if the dude did it and you're associated with the dude, it's like, yo, look what you made me do. You made me hurt her. Da, 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 da. And that's going to be heightened. If it's the other dude, it's like, yo, man, she shouldn't have, got directly in the way. Da, da, da. Like I said, it's not good. It's not good. Ty said, Seji low-key hates us, but it's fine. Wow, that's wild. That's wild. Sham was like, Mickey has his own swing and doesn't like his sisters in it, so he be pushing them out and fighting them. I had to anchor that thing down with double bolts. Dang. Gail says Seji's going to end up 6 years old with a 20-year-old wife. Wow, that's wild. That's what you think of me, Gail? That's wild, yeah. That's cold-blooded. That's cold-blooded. You don't think I would be with somebody my own age, or potentially older, Gail? That's wild. That's wild. Cold-blooded, Gail. Love you. D Love said, yep, stay out of men's stuff. And D Love said, men know men. That's facts. That is facts. That is facts. But that is enough of me yammering. Oh, we've been going for like 5 hours. I could have sworn when I looked at the clock, it was like 12 something, and now it is 4:13. So that is pretty much the live stream at this moment in time. Shout out to all 43 people that are currently on this live at this moment in time. Sham was at LOL. He got through us. Tim was like, since you got midnight from Feline Penitentiary, you living with a felon. Wow, that's crazy. Actually, he has a mom and he knew who his mom was. So he's not a felon. Not a felon. Lunch, what is up? You said, I guess some people consider constructive criticism as hate. Yeah, it be like that. China said, be like that sometimes. It does. It be like that. It really does. It really does. D Love said, thank you, SG. No problem, no problem. Like I said, hopefully, people were able to, take something directly from the live stream, have some type of enjoyment and or entertainment. Shout out to you guys for being a part of the conversation. Shout out to my mods for doing the Lord's work every single day, and for the support that you guys have given me directly over the years. You could have been anywhere else in the world, but you decided to stay here with me. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Also, much love to any of the members that are part of the membership. Much love, respect, and appreciation for your love and support. Shout out to anybody who has donated directly to the platform as well. Shout out to you. Also, shout out to anybody who threw out any super chats. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to the trolls that come directly through and, allow my moderators to do the Lord's work. Like I said, we wouldn't be able to do what we do on this platform without trolls like you. Shout out to the Shadow Realm, because it has a lot of bodies. A lot of bodies a lot of bodies. Shout out also to any new subscribers that are that currently subscribed and everything of the sort. So yeah. Also, this time, again, on time that we're going to do, I want to say maybe about closer to 4:30, about 4:45. We will have have videos directly, listed. So it'll be going within like a 6 hour, I guess you could say, time frame. So, that's how we're going to basically work the videos. So you're going to get possibly two videos from like now, and then once 12 clicks, once 12 o'clock clicks directly over, you'll probably get something somewhere during the morning. So, be on the lookout directly for those. And again, any of the videos that we cover, we more than likely will have those possibly as a single formatted video for your entertainment. So that is it. Was it? Shan was like, be safe, y'all. Eat well. I'm a rest. Hopefully, the fever goes down. I took my temp and it was going up. That's because of the rage that you were having directly of the troll, Sham. You got to just simmer down the rage. Miss Keisha said, it was nice being here in your live, and I do have notifications on. See you next time. All right. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And Gail said, considering your height, it is double the dose. Oh, you're talking about for the medication. Yeah. All right. So much love, respect, and appreciation. And I will catch you guys in the next live stream and or video. Have a good day. Order some food. Catch up on some movies, video games, manga. And I'll see y'all soon. Peace out.